Hey Koopa, good morning. As usual, we're going to be starting out late because, well, Vugraph problems. Um, Now, I have since waken up this morning. Since woken up, I've choked on water twice already, and I still have some water over there behind me, but I'm scared of it. So I don't know if I'm actually going to drink any more water, but hopefully that doesn't continue happening. Again, Dolius, good afternoon. So, did we determine which matchups would be fun to watch today? Try T. I'm not a big tea drinker in general. Let's see where the poll ended up. But I just saw some things. So people want to watch Nickel against Welland, which probably is going to be a good match. People want to watch Rubenstein against Moyles. Oh, is this the Aussie match? This might be the Aussie match. And then Hammond against Leonardon. Leonardon. That's the one. But you know what's bad? Mitra didn't win, so we still have Delimpal Tadakis. But they were the least voted for match. That's kind of sad. Roman, I think, is the lowest seed that's still in. They would be fun to watch. Jeff is a fun guy. I'm actually not sure about his bridge playing. Jeff Roman, that is. You'd vote Rosenthal, 3 Norwegians. Is Eriksson Norwegian? Well, what do we got? We have Nickel against Welland. Michael always thinks Zimmerman last. I think that's a general consensus that people don't want to watch Zimmerman. Let's see what our options are. Oh, was Norwegian moved to England a few years ago? Gotcha. Many years ago. Oh, so fun fact. Oh, also fun fact. I forgot to pull up the YouTube chat. Because I played the Olympic trailer yesterday, my video got struck for the round of 32. So if anyone's like wondering where the round of 32 broadcast is on my channel, it'll probably be back up within 24 hours. But yeah, it it got copyright removed. Grats on the 5-stream watch streak, Michael. You believe Brink and Driver are an honest pair? I assume Kalita Klukovsky are. I mean, when I played against Klukovsky many, many years ago, I've never played against Kalita, but when Klukovsky was playing with Gavrish, there wasn't anything going on at the table. And I mean, they got a lot of decisions wrong. So, unless Kalita's the culprit, then I don't think it's them either. But a lot of people do believe that Zimmerman is a little bit shady, or a lot of bit shady. Mostly because he's been caught cheating before. Okay, so if we were to watch Nickel against Welland, This might be a good table. Rombo, Levin, Weinstein. Oh, Nickel's also a quarter 2 and 3 guy. If you have a controversy section on your Wikipedia page, people are entitled to think you're shady. Okay, I just want to wait for the next table to pop up. I'm happy to watch this one. I think this would be a super fun match. I know that the Aussies wake up like after the first half is over. So if whatever that match is it the 7 versus 10 matchup or whatever? If that's on for the second half, then maybe we can watch that. I guess I would prefer to watch this table because Greco and Hampson play a precision system with maybe a little bit of relays. And Levin, Weinstein are pretty natural. Rombo are pretty natural. And Welland Alkin just bid 3 no trump on every board, so we already know what the auction's going to be in that room. Okay, let's head into this room.
Rob will be joining me in a second as soon as he moves over here. Ah, here he comes. All right, so board 1.
Yeah, board 1, South picks up a 7-card suit. Really nice spade suit.
I can't tell if 3 spades is forcing or not from looking at the South hand, so it's fine if they don't have an agreement about it, because North should bid because the King of Spades has suddenly grown up into it, and you'd rather have the Ace of Hearts than the King Queen, but the King of Spades is like an extra ace that he needed to have, so I expect Levin just bid 4 spades here. 3 spades is forcing. I suppose he could cube bid 4 clubs on the way. But that's how we'll know whether 3 spades is forcing or not, whether North bids 4 clubs.
Yeah, good point. I would suspect they don't play 3 spades forcing. But yeah, I do like the idea that with the Singleton King of Spades now in a suit that partner has bid and rebid and feels comfortable playing opposite a Singleton or Void, that Levin with all these controls is very likely to take the push into game. Looks like a spade lead actually beats the game, because communication gets cut between the north-south hands.
Let's see, if you win draw trumps, lead a heart up, they have to dock it, but then you can't get back to your hand without and keep the club position intact to lead a heart up a second time.
It's far less complicated than that. They can just cash 3 diamonds.
Right, or they can play Ace of Hearts, Heart Rough, and cash 2 diamonds. So, but if you just look at the north-south cards, you'd think that you're generally going to make 4 spades. Like they'll lead a club, you'll win, pitch a diamond on the Ace of Clubs, and then you don't run into a heart rough. I mean, even this beats it because of the Declare can't do what he needs to do, right?
No, Declare just wins, crosses to the Spade King, pitches a diamond, roughs a club back, pulls trumps, makes out the hard ace.
Right,
There's just
he goes rough
10
club
tricks.
back to his hand. Forgot the whole roughing things back to your hand was legal.
Yeah.
It's a good technique if you don't forget about it.
I don't think Weinstein will forget. He's got his morning coffee.
I've only just broken into my morning tea.
So opening club lead, East puts up the queen, hopefully, and I think this hand's going to go pretty quickly. Weinstein can really only see one path. He has to pitch the diamond loser. King of spades is the only entry to the ace of clubs, or only fast entry to the ace of clubs. And once this holds, we'll see a claim.
Yeah, you can claim in this position. Some of these auctions are eased. A lot of auctions are eased if you play one heart past two spades directly as invitational with long spades, then you can eliminate some of these other possibilities. So later on, jumps in spades can be forcing, and it also helps if you want to have the auction a heart pass, a spade pass, two diamonds pass, two spades instead of three clubs be your force. Anyways, that's a little bit of esoterica you guys don't need this early in the morning. All right, so a nice result for nickel on board one and board two. South doesn't have a South hand looks all like clustered with low cards if they have aces as low. But we're going to see 1-0 trump possibly from Rumbo on that chunky. Well, the 14 count with a good suit and all the jacks. Those kind of cancel each other out, and it feels like 14 to me. But I think a lot of these players only know how to upgrade things and don't know how to say, well, the diamonds are good, but then again, I got all the jacks.
Yeah, so Jerome and Leo Rambo from France, father-son partnership. West is the younger player in the partnership. I think he's like 20 or so.
They were brothers. All right, good. I learned something now.
And a lot of the French partnerships actually play fairly sound, like 15 to 17 with very little upgrades. So I'm not at all surprised that East decides not to open a no trump in their style with the East hand. Yeah,
you see a lot of actually quite sound betting coming out of most of the French pairs. They tend to really stay in their ranges, and they tend to have their suit lengths when they preempt. I guess that's what sound means. So 3-0 here is a great spot. Pretty much bulletproof. I think it is bulletproof on any lie of the opposing cards. Other games, not so much.
Right, the clubs are even stopped. Jack 10, 9, 8. So even a bad club split wouldn't do you in.
Yeah, got all the spots. The king, queen, jack, 10 of hearts with the 10 of diamonds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so West here checking back, 2 diamonds, either XYZ or two-way new minor, just looking for a 4-4 spade fit because East would bypass spades to rebid a no trump with a balanced hand.
East knows even if there's no club stopper as far as having a high ones, they at least have 6 or 7 clubs between their two hands. The only case they would only have 6 would be, is there a case where they'd only have 6? I mean, East would be 3, 3, 4. So East could be, East has at most 3 spades, so East, and at most 3 hearts, and doesn't have 6 diamonds for the diamond rebid given the style, so East has at least 3 clubs on the auction. So I think West knows there's a length stopper in clubs even if there isn't a high card one.
East could be 3, 3, 5, 2, right?
Oh, right. 3 plus 3 plus 5 is 11. Okay.
Well,
T again. His math stuff is just like way above my pay grade. I've only been awake for 15 minutes.
I'm sure by board 5 you'll have come right around and have learned calculus, bridge calculus.
I'll turn into a bridge player.
So Weinstein does lead the unbid club suit, which looks like his most hopeful chance against this type of auction. But even with the first 4 tricks, Declare is going to have the latter 9. Board 1 we saw is duplicated in the other room. similar type of an auction that happened over there. And we also saw the club lead from Greco in the West seat. Just a little bit too hard to find a non-club lead, all of which would defeat the contract.
So, Rob, when you logged into Bridgebase this morning, did you notice that they had a big splash of advertisements on their front page of some sort of ACBL related thing?
I did. Tell me more.
It was hard for me to find the X to make it go away.
Oh, okay.
I wound up having to accidentally click on it.
So now you're an expert on all of these upcoming BBO events.
Oh, God, no, I didn't read those.
Okay.
I exited those windows as soon as they popped up. But they think their advertisement worked well enough to get me to click on it. Really, it was just hiding the way to make it go away.
That's how they get you. Two rounds of clubs.
So do you think South is going to cash the Ace of Hearts for as a give up at this point, or do you think he does something else?
Yeah, it's a good question because it's not clear that East has to have such good diamonds. I mean, East diamonds might be Ace King fifth.
You need partner to have both jacks basically to have a shot by not cashing the Ace of Hearts.
Yeah, but I guess you also need partner to have the Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, I mean, you partner have the red jacks for sure. Jack of Spades doesn't help you, so you give partner both red jacks. And what are your chances of beating this contract? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They still have 9 tricks. 1, 2, 3, 4. My math has been bad this morning though, so let me just double check. 4 spades, 3 diamonds is 8, and a heart is 9. So
yeah, well, if North also had the Jack of Spades, right, then Declare has some work to do. I mean, oddly enough, it looks like if Weinstein exits a spade, Declare might still lose a heart trick because entries get a bit tangled. But on this diamond exit, Declare actually can just claim.
Yeah. So I think he decided that maybe if partner had both the jacks, that Declare had scope to go wrong, and maybe he thinks partner had Jack 10 third of spades to go with both the other jacks. Then I believe Declare kind of an 11 count, but probably would have opened it.
Yeah, not unreasonable. Especially at imps. You know, you give up an over trick, but every once in a while you beat the contract. You just have to weigh the odds.
Yeah, no question at match points, Weinstein would have had that Ace of Hearts on the table like a shot. All right, so North-South are in the slam zone here.
Yeah, despite not having a ton of high card points, 16 ups at 9, but the hands fit fairly well together.
There's even like wastage ups at your void with the 15 ups at 9, and it's just slam is still okay. The 10 of hearts is a big card for being able to help smooth your ability to rough things and dummy and still draw trumps.
Right.
Especially you might get tapped in the south hand, but you don't have you don't have all the high controls. You don't have to lose the lead on your way. Oh, you are missing the Ace of Hearts, so there's some handling. You may have to rough things in the south hand instead of the north hand. I'm kind of curious on a club lead. If you play hearts from the south, if they lead the queen of clubs, the best way to handle it. You have 5 diamonds and 2 spades is 7. 3 heart tricks in whatever hand draws the trumps is 10. So you need 2 roughs in one of the hands. You also need to be able to draw trumps and not have them be able to cash a club trick or a spade trick after you've done that.
Yeah, it does seem like 6 hearts is likely to come home. There's just enough entries to the north hand to rough the 2 clubs, as Michael's been talking about. There's a heart entry, the queen of diamonds, and a 3rd spade getting roughed to do everything.
Well, if you rough 2 clubs in the south hand, East holds off the first heart. when they win the second, they'll be able to cash the ace of clubs. Meanwhile, they're playing it from the north, so East can't attack clubs as effectively unless they underlead the ace. They might find that lead on if there's some sort of exclusion auction. East may actually underlead the ace of clubs.
Oh, you know what? Someone has mentioned to me the Rombos actually play a variable no trump. This was one of the partnerships in the recent European trials that we watched where they're just playing 4 different ranges of no trumps, basically.
Hey, that's so easy to remember.
So, in fact, their 1 diamond followed by 1 no trump range may well have showed 13 to 16 or something like that.
Yeah, if you play it 10 to 12 no trump, that the 1 of a minor followed by 1 no trump something has to get overloaded, because you basically just added like 10 and 11 point hands into your balanced set, and you sort of have 10 to 12, you have, which is the mini no trump, you have the 12 to 14 range for traditional weak no trump, you have the 15 to 17 range. You can bleed some of those over, add an extra point in there, but you can't really handle it all in a smooth way. We would basically rebid 1 no trump with our rule was a 10 to 12 no trump, or mini no trump was a hand that would not be opened at every single table in 1990 with 1 of a minor. It was weaker than that. And it went up from not an opening bid then to minimum strong no trumps would open a minor. So we've rebid 1 no trump with including all of our 15s and even some of our 16s, and the good 16s we'd rebid 2 no trump, which was a mixed bag, but generally negative. But,
gotcha.
Yeah, it's a great attacking weapon when it comes up. When you open that mini no trump, it generates a lot of positive swings for your side in general. But on the other hand, you do lose the strong no trump, which can be its own preemptive tool from time to time.
Well, we had a little bit of a pause, and East comes in with 2 clubs. Here, I do wonder what the pause was about, but Weinstein, I think, is very likely to find a club splinter.
Oh yeah, after the 2 club bid actually made South's hand stronger. He was probably going to splinter anyways. Now he loves his hand. North is opposite a club splinter. Even the fact that he has, the pushing Jack of Hearts and 2 known covers in the King of Hearts and Queen of Diamonds, I don't think he's going to do anything more than sign off in 4 hearts.
Yeah,
one of the 4 heart suit.
I mean, Weinstein probably expects North to sign off in 4 hearts, so he's probably already prepared for this and will decide what to do if he wants to continue pushing on towards a potential slam, because he knows his partner couldn't cubid diamonds. He's looking at both the ace and king.
Right. Well, partner probably was allowed to cubid the queen in South's first bid suit with enough slam interest. But one thing, and you can sort of see it here, that pushing to slam in a 4 forfeit is rougher than pushing to slam in a 5 forfeit, where they didn't, if they were able to effectively attack clubs, like you can see hearts from the south would have been a pretty challenging contract to take 12 tricks in. With the ace of clubs kind of marked on opening lead, 6 hearts from the north is an acceptable contract. It's hardly cold, though.
No, it takes a lot of work, and I think you also might need the ace of hearts doubleton to make it, but it's there. So either way, 11, I think, will be comfortable in 4 hearts.
Well, now you can play to rough 2 spades in the north hand also, instead of attacking clubs at all.
Right.
I think that's the way to make it, is ace of spades, king of spades, spade rough, maybe the king of hearts. It doesn't hurt to play 1 round of trumps from the dummy. Well, he's in 4, so he's not going to play the hand wide open. He's worried about, he wants to be safe against things like 4-1 diamonds and 4-1 hearts. That's what he's thinking about. He's not thinking about, like, I hope the red suits break friendly enough so I can take 12 tricks. He's thinking, the red suits are really unfriendly. How do I make sure I take 10? We may not see, like, the wide open line of play that results in 12 tricks. He may go after trumps right now.
Also note this Queen of Spades opening lead from East, Queen third. Okay, he does go after the trump suit. Now what, Bobby?
He's going to go up with the king. He can't afford that to be from queen and 1 and then lose the jack and have another spade go back. It's a cool lead, though. Declare certainly has the wrong idea about the hand. He's going to draw all the trumps now.
Yeah, which will work out just fine in 4 hearts.
I guess he doesn't have to draw all the trumps, right? He can draw 1 trump and then play rough 2 spades, and if one of them gets over roughed, he doesn't care.
Yeah, he could definitely do that, using diamonds as entries back to the south hand.
He may yet make 12 tricks. If, let's say, he plays the queen of hearts, roughs a spade low, and it survives. Cross ace of diamonds, roughs a spade. With the jack of hearts, it survives.
Roughs
a club to his hand, draws the last trump, and then finds diamond splitting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nice to just try to play safe for 10 and still wind up with your 12.
Yeah, I mean, he's still concerned a little bit that East could have Jack 9 4th of diamonds. East could have started with 4 hearts. So I actually think it's pretty unlikely that East started with 4 hearts, though. Most defenders, I think in fact all defenders at this level, wouldn't just squander the ace of hearts on the first round of the suit when they had so much length. Bobby might well expect that if hearts are 4-1, East is the one with the singleton.
So an imp swung on the hand on the cash out of the ace of hearts decision. Interestingly enough, in the other room, they led a passive diamond against 3-no trump, and Declare went after hearts himself upon winning the ace of hearts. And seeing that dummy, the defense shifted to clubs as their chance to beat the contract. And so we were able to get the cash out right in sort of an accidental way. I think we're going to actually see spade rough, diamond to the ace, spade rough, club rough, draw trump's claim.
Yeah, that seems pretty likely to me. And good technique to cross in diamonds first before roughing the spade. Just on the off chance that you lead a club, you rough, you play that 4th spade, and West pitches a singleton diamond, then you can't cross back to your hand to pull trumps.
Yeah, and even if diamonds don't break, the club rough is your 7th trick, the 10 of hearts is your 8th, the queen and king of diamonds are your 9th and 10th.
Yeah.
And he's just making sure diamonds break right now before roughing a club. So if diamonds didn't break, he could play queen of diamonds, king of diamonds, diamond, and give up the diamond trick, and then make 11 anyways.
Right.
So
yeah, so 12 tricks.
Really good technique all around by Levin. I don't think we were like on top of all of the great plays he made on that hand, but he played the hand really soundly.
Yeah, but that Queen of Spades lead is going to sit in the back of his mind now, that he might not be able to trust the opening honor leads of his opponents.
It's an old Bulls bridge tip from Zia, was when leading from honor 3rd, consider leading the honor instead. I like to do it, about once every 3 days of play to lead a high unsupported honor. Keeps your partner on your toes too.
Yeah. You can have some spectacular missed defenses from it, though. I
Yeah, I yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that playing in a regional with Aaron Jones, we had a spectacular missed defense when I led the queen from queen third in his suit. He overtook with the king, cashed a singleton ace, and tried to get me back in with the jack to give him a ruff. Declare had the rest.
So I remember I was playing a low stakes money game in Ziggy's house in Montreal with Nick Lequier and someone else, and I led the jack from jack third, and it became apparent from the count of the hand that I had length in the suit. It wasn't like a shortness lead, and they were missing the 10. And so Declare like stripped the hand and threw me in to lead away from the 10, which I didn't have. So I led from it. And so Declare finesses the 9, partner wins the 10. So we've like he could have finessed me and said he threw me in the suit, because the finesse couldn't gain if I had it, because he would have the end play. Except then like I was able to lead away from my non-10 partner, won this one, and was able to have winners on the side, and we beat the contract like 3 tricks instead of having it just make an over trick on normal play. So they can be spectacular one way or the other.
All right, a heart 2 no trump. 2 no is invitational or better.
So West opposite better than an invite. West actually has a pretty, West isn't embarrassed about his hand. I would like to have a bit other than 4 hearts with a hand like the West hand that is slam positive. It just feels when I play that 2-0 as invitational or better, what I use the 3 club response to. The first step is a hand that would accept the limit raise but is otherwise slam negative, which seems like better use of the room, so that in case partner is also slam positive, and even though I'm slam negative, we can actually get some Q bidding in and look for it.
Yeah, well, once again, we have seen, probably the most natural lead from Levin's hand. Generally, you lead the other major against 4 of a major if it hasn't been bid. But this is going to allow Declare to just pull trumps and pitch a club loser. And there was no diamond guess, no successful one. Both the ace queen of diamonds were offside, so if North-South had been able to cash a couple of clubs, they would have easily beaten this contract.
Yeah, and the low information nature of the East-West auction helped them out here. West never showed anything in spades, so it made it more attractive for North to lead a spade. And the suggested auction I have also low information. 3 clubs are artificial, doesn't say anything about your hand, just says you'd accept a limit raise, but you're not interested in slam, so partner with the limit raise, just bids 4 hearts, and you again don't tell them where your stuff is. If you have this East-West are likely to, or at least a much better chance of making your 4-heart contract if you don't tell the opponents to lead aggressively. It's either minor suit lead would have resulted in defeat.
Okay, 10 tricks. I mean, we could see the same result in the other room, although I'm not sure how Greco and Hampson's auction's going to proceed, if they also would bid 2 no trump with these cards, or if they would utilize a bit of a different system.
So game on every board. 2 of them were beatable on different opening leads, but the leads that were made were normal. That's you hope for those boards to be pushes when they happen against you, and you hope for them to be swings when they happen for you. But you think to yourself when you make 4 hearts on here, okay, we might have won a game swing here. And then you go on to the next board.
Yeah, so pass by North. The no trump by East is 8-12 in second in this position.
It can't be. Not in the ACBL.
Not in the ACBL, so it's got to be 10-12 then?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at their card from the European Championship, so I guess they've probably adjusted it 10-12 then.
Yeah, the current rule set says it's just illegal in ACBL events to agree to open one no trump with fewer than 10. And even if you've agreed 10 to 12, if you open it with 9, it's an automatic penalty.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a line in the sand. You can't open one no trump with 9. Just like in non-supercharged events, you can't open one no trump with a singleton lower than the queen. It's just you're just not allowed to do it. I question the wisdom of those rules. I was on the committee that was instructed to include them by a higher committee, and said these rules have to be in there. And I hated every moment of that portion of my job on that committee of prescribing that. But it's just sort of what it was. I actually, I just want people to be able to play any conventions they want as long as you disclose them.
Well, a no trump passes around to north, and I'm sure
North's got great texture, but he's red on white, and West is allowed to pass a 10 to 12 no trump with like 12 high card points on a balanced hand,
which
as they have done here.
Yeah.
So it's super dangerous. I think people who balance aggressively against 10 12 no trumps were some of our best victims. Because we would just clip them off. Pass one no trump with the balance 12 count, we might have missed game. But when they balanced, they just went for their lives.
So Weinstein will definitely lead hard honor. I think they just play standard honor leads.
Now this hand does not sit well for East-West. The ace-queen doubleton of hearts with the king and 1 behind it. So like they leave the jack of hearts, it goes queen, king, and they clear the heart suit. You're not going to put up the ace of hearts unless the jack is a denying lead, and then you still have to believe it. The queen of diamonds offside. The ace and 1 spade is still behind the king queen third. You can't develop a second spade trick even if you saw the spades.
Well, the queen of diamonds is sort of onside because you can never really pick up you can barely pick up the diamond suit if South has the ace queen. You could pick up like a 9 doubleton in North's hand, but I think Declare is
there.
Yeah, I think Declare is going to lead a low diamond towards the jack at trick 3 after heart to the queen and king and a heart back.
The defense is going to have 6 tricks established after trick 1. Or after trick 2. It's going to heart, jack, queen, king, heart back to the ace.
Yeah.
And then Declare is going to be in dummy, where he doesn't really want to be, and shrug his shoulders and lead a spade towards his king queen.
You think a spade? Okay.
Well, what's your alternative for dummy? It's a club finesse, right?
Well, I was thinking leading a low diamond to the jack.
Well, then, if North somehow divines to pop up with the queen, you're off 4 hearts, 2 diamonds, and a spade if they
Well, I don't know that. You might divine that hearts are 5-2, but I'm not convinced.
When the 2 of hearts comes back, I'm not convinced, but it sure looks like when the 2 hearts comes back to the 5.
Yeah, South Cove started with Jack 10 third.
I think a spade back's more natural because you just want to be in your hand and play on diamonds. Well, as it turns out, with this lie of the cards, probably North-South could have balanced and been relatively safe.
They have a diamond, a heart, a spade, and 2 clubs to lose. Okay, Weinstein does lead the 10 of hearts. Rusino, promising the jack, could have a higher honor. There was a long delay about the lead. I do wonder, because a lot of the foreign partnerships, maybe not this one in particular because they've played in a bunch of ACBL events, but a lot of the foreign partnerships are not that familiar with ACBL rules and regulations about conventions. So I am curious if East or West alerted the no trump is 8 to 12, and then Weinstein and or Levin tried to get some clarification on that.
Even if they had agreed 8 to 12 and they opened it on this hand, even though having 10, I believe they will get a penalty. But by this round of the event, I would think that this is been clarified to them that they can't agree to open 8 counts 1 no trump. So yeah, we're seeing the hearts of the queen. At any rate, you long delay before the opening lead is a good point, because it did take Weinstein a long time to lead from Jack 10, 9, 8, 5 into a 1 no trump auction with 2 outside aces. That's he didn't have a problem on opening lead.
Right.
Weinstein, a highly ethical player, is not going to just like have his lead on the table as soon as the auction's over, just because he has no problem. He's going to lead in normal tempo, but he's certainly not going to tank before leading. So
yeah,
you think
okay.
a diamond is possible? I think a spade is likely.
I know Trump always one of these very complex contracts to both bid and play. The thing that's concerning to me about leading a spade to the king is we don't really have entries to do everything. So even if a spade to the king holds and we get the miracle ace third of spades on side, we only have one more entry unless we plan on using the queen jack of clubs to get over there while giving it a club trick.
A defensive trick. I think declare has to be hoping hearts are not hearts are jack 10 third. Although Rusnos probably showed us a 4 card holding, so maybe he's hope it's all consistent with 5. If the 10 of hearts showed the jack in a 4 card or longer holding, then he knows hearts have to be 5-2 unless 11 is false carded with the 2 of hearts. A little revenge for the queen of spades. This was possible also to take the club finesse while in dummy.
Yeah, now Levin had a bit of a decision on this queen of clubs. He thought about it ahead of time, decided to play low, but he can see that Declare taking a spade finesse towards his hand is not going to work, so he kind of wants Declare to win the queen of clubs and lead a spade. But if Declare's diamonds were better, then he definitely would want to force Declare to cover the king of clubs with the ace so that he wouldn't be able to take a diamond finesse towards his hand. Those are the things that Levin would be thinking about on this queen of clubs.
So Declare has 2 tricks in, one more with the ace of clubs and one more in spades. His hand could fall apart.
Yeah, you need some really good luck somewhere. And that was kind of my idea about a low diamond. I mean, in this circumstance, if North doesn't pop the diamond queen, then you may well score 3 diamond tricks on your own.
Yeah, it goes diamond 9, 10, ace. You're like, wow, that was a great play I made.
Okay, Declare does decide to take the spade finesse, which Bobby's going to be pretty happy about. So Weinstein gets to win, and he can cash a bunch of hearts.
He doesn't have to yet. North's going to feel very sad on the hearts. What I'll sometimes see from players is they start running their suit, and it starts becoming apparent the partner is very unhappy about making their discards, and then they abandon the suit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not kosher. Now, Levin is going to not paint over his discards, right? He's going to pitch second club, and then he'll be maybe a little sad over this next discard, but he hasn't like gone out of tempo, thought for a long time, and then played a club to try to slow Weinstein down from cashing his hearts.
Yeah, so Declare's hand feels a bit of a pinch as well. He's pitching all of dummy spades, so
11 split second highest with the 10 in spades. So the 10 probably showed the jack.
Mm-hmm.
And Weinstein's figure how to get out here.
Yeah, so how's Declare going to end up at this point in time? He could end play Bobby until giving him the diamonds. Well, giving him a diamond trick. So he could cash ace of clubs, king of spades, exit a spade. Bobby can cash the 10 of clubs, but then we'll have to lead into the king of diamonds. Or he could try and guess diamonds himself, which just seems completely worse than the end play.
So if Bobby had just given Steve count in the club suit, then he should know that declares down to stiff ace. And can he access safely in clubs?
Mm-hmm.
Then declare could play king of spades spade and get the diamonds resolved for himself for lose a spade, a club, and a diamond from this position for down just 2 and winning a couple limps, because we can see the result was down 3 in the other round. Probably on the jack of spades covered, opening lead, and then part shift.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It was played from the other side because East, with a balanced 10 count, did not open over there, even though Hampson and Greco do play a fairly aggressive precision-style system.
It's a balanced 10 count. It's very aggressive to be opening that without an agreement to open those in no trump. I have seen some precision pairs that open their 10 counts with a diamond, but it does put a lot of, like, you're again basically increasing your balanced ranges to include those hands, and it does put some extra pressure on you. The precision, you're able to sort of clip off wherever your precision club starts. Those are all your no trump ranges can go into one club.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's still a lot. All right, well, Weinstein's taking his time. He's trying to figure out the whole hand. Maybe he hadn't had his coffee and is unsure about the count on the hand.
He does play club. I think he was wondering what's going on in the spade suit, because Declare played a spade to the queen. Okay. East elects not to choose the end play line, so this will result in... No, I guess Weinstein just doesn't have enough spades left. So Declare will end up scoring the king of spades and a diamond trick from here.
Yeah, with the 9 of diamonds coming down, there was nothing the defense could do there.
Right.
He didn't put Declare in his hand with the spade. The diamonds were coming home anyways.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so down 2. Declare does escape, and 2 more imps going the way of Welland. They're at this rate, it's gonna be a low-scoring match.
Look at the function of, like, the jacks clustered with 10s and the spots. So, like, East-West had 22 high card points on that hand, but North-South had the Jack 10-9 of spades, the Jack 10-9-8 of hearts, and the 10-9 of clubs. Missing all of those spot cards is what caused one no trump. It would change one no trump from being a good contract to a bad contract.
Yeah, petition to change the point count system so that 10s and 9s get some value.
But they tend to get value when they're all clustered together, is when they're the strongest.
East passes. Okay. Weinstein, I don't think he likes to stretch distributionally to open no trumps on hands like these, so I expect to see a diamond.
South-hand's a little weird, too. Like, if you open in a no trump, I don't feel super comfortable, because even though it's only 14 high card points, I feel it's actually too strong for one no trump. It's like like partner could have the ace of clubs, king of diamonds, and I've got 10 tricks or 9 tricks without a finesse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's opposite of 7 counts. So it's way above its point count as far as trick taking potential, and it's also off shape. So for me, 1 diamond, 3 diamonds seems on the nose, or potentially. I mean, you almost want to read it 2 no trump if it goes diamond, bounce, heart. But I think 1 diamond, 3 diamonds is the normal thing to do. Just you almost want to do something. The West hand also feels strong for a no trump. So, okay, well, okay. So South opens a no trump.
Does open a no trump. So we get a transfer.
If I knew partner was weak with hearts, I would pass the transfer. You don't know that.
Yeah, Weinstein doesn't have the hand records. Don't worry.
Weinstein is not like this. I mean, Weinstein did not open 1 no trump in order to play this hand in 2 hearts when he could, and he could still be cold for 3 no trump here, right? Partner could still have the king of diamonds and ace of clubs, or enough clubs to stop the suit and the king of hearts or something. The king of diamonds and a or you have play for 3 no trump opposite a major suit king and jack 10 third of diamonds. Be on the diamond finesse if they can't run the clubs, which we can see they can here.
Well, pretty natural. Ace of clubs lead from west. He has a strong sequence there.
So now we know for sure that east is the father and west is the son, because if west was really Jay Rumbo, could he have resisted the dad joke of leading fourth best club?
He's not defending no trump. If he was defending 3-no, then maybe you lead the jack, fourth best.
Well, if you lead third and fifth, you could lead the 10 of clubs.
Yeah.
Okay. I do like not leading like your lowest from a whole bunch of high ones, because your partner signals are often become meaningless in that situation, and often it causes partner to think for a really long time about what the hell's happening in the suit. So I do kind of like honest leads.
So on the ace of clubs lead, east-west primarily via count here. So this 2 clubs shows an odd number, which means west either knows east started with a singleton club or east started with 3 small. He does decide to cash a second club, but now he might be a little bit nervous about playing a third club because he knows Declare is going to ruff. Although, what else do you do? I mean, west has all the defensive values. I was wondering if he was going to switch to hearts at trick 2 to prevent this ruff.
I think he's just going to plug away at clubs, hoping that it helps.
Yeah.
Maybe the 8 of hearts grows up or something. If Declare has to ruff something with the 9 in order to prevent an over ruff, and then the 8 of hearts winds up promoting or something. Oh, okay, I'm wrong. He's shifted.
Yeah, so he does decide to go a little bit aggressive. He switches to spades, and I think part of that is due to the fact that his partner signaled for spades with that 8 of clubs. Remember, the count signal, he knew East count in the club suit, so East was able to give a suit preference signal on the second round.
Such as it is, I don't think he really prefers spades to diamonds. Maybe it was... So West has 17, and he's facing a 15 to 17 no trump, and 4 in dummy. So he's 17 and 15 is 22, if my math this early in the morning works. It's 32, and 4 in dummy is it brings us up to 36. So he can count his partner for up to 4 high card points.
Yeah, and this spade switch actually worked out beautifully for the defense. They got their king of spades in now.
Excuse me.
Bless you. There's still a heart trick to come, and if West forces Declare, there's still going to be 2 heart tricks to come. The Jack Hearts will actually score, but no spade ruff outstanding. Declare has the diamond ace. It does look like this contract is just barely going to come home.
So partner couldn't have the ace and jack of spades when he shifted to a spade. Otherwise, Declares would have like a bad 14 count. I mean, we see the Declare actually had a 14 count here, but they don't. It's not normal for 11 and Weinstein to upgrade 14s. It pays to know your opponents, how likely they are to open one a 15 to 17 no trump with 14. Some pairs do it quite a lot. So I don't think this hand's going to provide too many more problems. We'll see Declare cash the ace of hearts. Does he believe spades are 3-3 enough to overtake the 10 of spades and put another heart on the table?
Yeah, I think so. Declare is, I believe, basically going to know that spades are 3-3. Defenders of this caliber, especially coming from France, where they give a lot of count signals, will always have gotten their spade ruff if it was available to them. So the fact that they didn't strongly indicates that spades have to be splitting.
Exist. So now he starts to hearts with the queen, because a doubleton jack of hearts he can pick up, but a doubleton king, the jack would still be a trick. If he let low, it's when we want a doubleton jack. At least someone would double the king, the other one would still have 2 to the jack. But the queen, if the other way around, if the jack is doubled, then the queen swallows it up.
Mm-hmm.
So that was good technique. So
No, I
rough
think
this.
Weinstein's going to rough this with the 5 of hearts. If East happens to have jack 8 of hearts remaining, then if you rough with the 10, it doesn't help. East just discards and he'll still get 2 heart tricks. So when you rough with the 5,
Wait.
when East doesn't over rough, you'll know that the hearts are splitting, and then you can safely exit a trump.
Although roughing with the 5, you're just immediately down if it's over roughed with the 8.
Right.
You could go down. Hearts are breaking. If you switch to the jack and 8 of hearts, you'd have just gone down roughing with a 5 when the hand was makeable by roughing with the 10 or the 9.
Yeah, but I like this because if we rough with the 10 and East doesn't overrough, and then we exit a heart and they don't split, we're gonna lose an extra trick. We're gonna go down 2. So I think he was protecting against down 2. You're right. It could have been risky if the jack and 8 of hearts were switched. You could have made it.
All right, we'll declare a win plus 110. That's a good result for them.
Look at this. That's 7-4 in the
7-4.
East. They have 11 clubs between them, but once again, spades are the master suit. And North-South have all the values.
I start a spade pass 2 no trump. The East is not going to be silenced. If that's he may go a spade pass 2 no 5 clubs, or it could go North might splinter in clubs in response to a spade. I don't think Weinstein's going to open this hand in no trump, but I said that about the last hand and he opened it in no trump.
It is 17. This is a really good 17 though, with 5 solid spades. And the point you always make, ace, king, queen, jack small is better than ace, king, queen, jack 10 in the suit. Now, 7 spades makes. You can pick up the diamonds. The heart hook is on side. But I don't think they're going to get there.
Can you pick up the diamonds for 4 tricks? I guess
yeah.
you can to pick up art from the south hand.
Yeah.
Like,
it's not
7
that
spades,
realistic.
double dummy. Makes 6 spades in practice is going to take a long time if they're there. Right, they may well get to 6 spades because East is going to blast the auction with clubs. Okay, so Weinstein did open it in no trump. And I think East is better than just doubling 2 clubs for the lead.
Yeah, he agrees. Even better than just bidding 3 clubs, decides to bid 4 clubs.
And I think West pushes this to 5 if South doesn't, even if South bids 4 spades. But if South passes 4 clubs, I think West bids 5 clubs just to put more wood on North when West knows there's a humongous club fit. And I'm not sure how it goes after that. It may go 4 clubs past 5 clubs, and North just shrugs and doubles because they don't know what's going on. But South may have just bid 4 spades here. So.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Generally, as the no trump opener, you kind of just want to stay in line and respond to partners' questions. 2 clubs could be based on, I mean, for one thing, a weak hand with both majors. But as you say, Weinstein does bid 4 spades. He understands that this is going to be a difficult auction for partner, so he's a lot happier to show his suit and hope to bring partner in on the decision. And now I think Levin's guaranteed going to bid at least 5 spades.
Yeah, this auction has made Levin's hand get a lot better. It sounds like partner has a 5-card spade suit and nothing in clubs, and now he's starting to construct strong no trumps with 5 spades and 2 or 3 small clubs, and checking to see how his hand, whether his hand makes a slam or not opposite that. He's definitely not. I got every time I say definitely, they do the other thing. So he's probably not going to choose to defend here.
Yeah, I don't think defending 5 clubs is really an option on Levin's hand that he's thinking about. He's just, as you say, he's constructing hands and wondering about slam. I think I like the 5 spade bid in retrospect. Again, we talked about how Weinstein's hand might even be too good for strong no trump. So Bobby might say, would Steve really open this kind of hand? One no. Probably not, and he might give him the same type of hand without the Queen of Hearts or without the Jack of Diamonds or something, and then 6 spades is obviously a much worse contract.
And 6 spades is actually not a good contract on the north-south cards. It can make 13 tricks double dummy. Single dummy, it might not even make 12.
Yeah, the 4-1 heart split is really problematic for Declare. Although I
How many players are starting diamonds with the jack?
Well, no one's going to start diamonds with the jack. I think the main hope is that you can actually end up setting up dummies' hearts to pitch losers from the south hand.
Right. Okay, so West is saved against this. So you took away all their slam exploration room, and you preempted the auction, forced them to guess at the 5 level, and now you're giving them another chance at the 6 level. I do not like 6 clubs from West. I think they're actually making 6 or 7 spades from the West hand. I don't want to give them a second crack at it. North's going to pass 6 clubs and to invite a slam now. North I have a good 6-5 spade bet.
I do like North potentially passing 6 clubs. Okay, he decides to double. He could have passed. Pass would have been forcing, but double I think makes a lot of sense as well. If he's not constructing these hands where slam is good, then Bobby's happy to just not force partner into an awkward spot where he has to make a judgment call.
So you actually probably have an easy time making 6 spades on the Singleton Heart lead. Because now you gather it in, you ruff a club, play a spade in the hand, ruff your last club, cash the ace of diamonds, and you see the 10 show up, and now you just lead a low diamond. You unblock the 8 of diamonds, lead a low diamond towards your jack. When he shows out, you have a proven diamond finesse to pitch your heart loser away. A little more tricky if they don't lead the Singleton Heart, but I think 12 tricks is actually likely in spades, but it's certainly not cold.
No, and I do think that West's idea when he bid 6 clubs is that when the opponents do bid 6 spades, which he kind of thought, maybe partner has the ace of hearts and it goes heart to the ace heart ruff. So rather than, just pushing them into 6 spades, which sometimes makes, sometimes you push them into 6 spades, which goes down, and you win a giant chunk of imps on the board. But this is the first big action hand of the set.
Yeah, it's interesting, and that plan, which we can see that plan would have backfired badly, and North-South would almost certainly make 6 spades on a heart lead. But 6 clubs doubled is off a spade, a heart, and a diamond for less than the value of the game. So it was a good save against 5 spades.
Right? 500. So West was maybe correct. West definitely judged that he wasn't going for a large number in 6 clubs doubled. Otherwise, he would have just sold to 5 spades. But sometimes, even if he went for 800, but it turns out his partner happened to have the ace of hearts on this board, he would have been risking 4 imps, 800 versus 650, for a potential to win 13 or so if 6 spades was bid and ends up going down. So I think it's quite a reasonable attempt.
I disagree about the reasonableness.
But anyway.
I just hate, making the opponents guess and then bidding again is just, it's an anathema to me. Once you make the opponents guess, you just live with it.
Well, our biggest swing in the match actually goes the way of nickel, so they're ahead by 1 on board 6. Greco in the other room, upon hearing the same no trump opener from South on the 14 count with 6 diamonds, and then a transfer to hearts, decided to pre-balance with 3 clubs with his 5 solid clubs. That might not have been the best contract for East-West, but North-South ended up saving them. Aachen balanced with 3 diamonds, and North pulled back to 3 hearts, and they played the 5-2 fit, which went down a trick.
You saw that it was hearts was a battle just to take 8 tricks. So I guess that was done at both tables. But if you open a no trump with a south hand, I don't see how you could sell the 3 clubs. That hand is so strong for diamonds. And if partner wanted to bid 3 no trump, you're totally pleased with it. So, yeah, I agree with South bidding 3 diamonds, and probably with North correcting that to hearts. But it was a well-engaged part score battle at the other table that we missed.
Yeah, now in 6 clubs double, Declare just needs to take the roughing hook against the ace of hearts. So this will be...
He'll rough a low one first. Try to rough down the king of diamonds without much hope of that happening. And then he doesn't even need to take the roughing finesse because the ace pops up.
Yeah, so down 2 and 500 points as expected. We'll see what happens in the other room. I don't think this is going to be duplicated. North-South might play a spade game. They might sell to 5 clubs doubled. They might reach the spade slam, but 6 clubs doubled seems an unlikely contract over there. So I think we are going to see a bit of a punch here landed by one of the teams.
So I see the auction in progress. Auken and Welland have an agreement where they treat 5-3-3-2 hands with a 5-card major as balanced if in range for whatever no trump. So they'll either open in a no trump with a strong no trump hand, or if they believe it's too strong for a no trump, they'll open it a club and rebid 2 no trump. Or if they think it's a weak no trump, they'll open a club and rebid 1 no trump. And I think Auken has judged her hand above a no trump and has opened a club with the south hand.
Mm-hmm.
So South has picked off East-West clubs for the time being.
Yeah, not for long. East will not stand for that, I'm sure. Well, board 8. So Levin does have another strong no trump potentially, but this time 5-4-2-2. He opens a spade. Weinstein, I believe, is going to game force. 2 hearts on the south cards.
I think there are players who would look for reasons to not game force with the south cards because of the singleton spade and the misfit and the 12 high card points where their partners open light. But that's just not a winning attitude. They just get up to your games and then use your superior play to make it. It's sort of, if the game happens to be bad, maybe you'll make it anyways. It seems to be the winning attitude.
Yeah.
The North has.
Yeah, a lot of the times if you have multiple contracts that you kind of want to introduce, like South obviously has this 5-card heart suit. If you start with a no trump on the South cards, then it's going to be, it might be difficult to find a 5-3 heart fit later in the auction. So you could miss a good 4 hearts. You could miss a good 3 no because your partner doesn't expect you to have trick taking power in a 5-card heart suit. So starting with the game force makes a lot of sense. But it does depend a little bit on your opening agreement style. Like, if North could be opening 11s or 10s, then obviously the misfit, you might end up missing out on just playing 1 no trump or something and making with 23 highs. But they get to 3-0 here. Levin is pretty happy to have grabbed up the no trump declaration with 2-0. Some players might have preferred a 3-club rebid on the North hand. But with all of these positional stoppers, King Doubleton of diamonds, Ace Queen 10 of clubs, he really wanted to be the one to declare the contract in no trump if that's where they were headed. And the opening diamond lead. I guess you're supposed to stick in the 8 or 7 here.
I wonder if sometimes that just helps West know when they were supposed to put in the 6 versus the 10. Versus I think it's a practical matter. Like if you play the 2 West isn't playing the 6. West is playing the 10 anyways. I think.
Yeah. I mean, if we swap
I mean,
the
the
10
6
and
would look
9
really
of
bad, but
diamonds, then West will play the 6 when you play the 2. Either way, the defense is setting up 2 diamond tricks with this opening lead, and if Declare guesses it, Declare will always have a second diamond stopper. So
if North's diamonds are 9 and 1 and he plays low, and West puts in the 6, he would feel pretty bad.
right. Well, in other news, there appear to be 4 club tricks because the natural way to play clubs is to play ace of clubs low to the king. That'll expose the 5-1 split, so you can hook on the way back. You got a diamond, you got 2 hearts, and it looks pretty natural to try and set up the heart suit. You can always fall back on a spade finesse later if necessary. So I think Declare is going to try and duck heart tricks to West.
Yeah, you could go about this in a couple ways, right? You could play hearts from the top, which is best if someone has something like Queen 10 Doubleton of hearts. Then you just set it up by force, or you could try ducking early rounds or finessing, passing playing a heart to the 8, which works well when East has something like Queen Jack 10 small of hearts. The most sensible lines should work when hearts are 3-3, but the combining chances, you have 8 tricks, and you can't just cast your spell when there's 8, there's 9. So you can sort of always combine the chances of a spade finesse with a 3-3 heartbreak. You'd like to add in some other holdings into that as well. So playing ace of hearts, king of hearts, heart, at least you'll know the heart situation by the end of the 3rd heart, and you have only 1 sure entry to the dummy and the king of clubs. If you duck the 1st heart, then then you might be able to play ace of hearts, king of hearts, heart later and still have the king of clubs as an entry to get to the last heart, to get to the 13er.
Yeah, it does seem relatively important to try and pick up as many 4-2 heart holdings as you can. So that's why I think ducking the 1st round of hearts is probably the plan.
I'm really curious if he plays the 6 or the 10 here. I see a case both ways.
I mean, I think this long pause means West is thinking about playing the ace. He knows that his partner has spade length over there, given the auction. So if East happens to have like the king of diamonds instead of the jack, then ducking this trick might give Declare tempo to set up the hearts, whereas playing the ace could allow him to switch to the 10 of spades and potentially set up some tricks in partner's hand while partner still has...
Yeah, that may be true, because he can see hearts are likely to be 3-3. The tuna trumpet probably indicates a doubleton heart. So either hearts could be running if Declare has the queen, or they just have 1 stopper if Declare doesn't. So that's pretty interesting. He might play the ace of diamonds here.
Yeah, although, counterpoint, if East happens to have the diamond king, so it's necessary to play the ace rather than blowing up the suit into Declare's jack, then his partner's also less likely to have a bunch of spade honors. So yeah, West does decide to stick in the 10, a little bit conservative. And now I think Levin knows where the ace of diamonds is. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
I expect we'll see him duck a heart to West.
Yeah, duck a heart makes a lot of sense, but
He doesn't want West on lead for spades. He doesn't want East on lead for diamonds either. So maybe now that the 10 of diamonds got blown up, diamonds are actually fairly safe. He still doesn't really have much of a choice in the heart suit other than to duck to West.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Maybe it is right to now. No, you just have to duck the heart, right? If hearts are 4-2, you need the 2 entries. You need a heart entry to be able to knock out the 4th heart, and then the club entry to get back there.
And if there are certain cases where, like let's say the spades aren't breaking, but West spades, instead of being 10-3 doubleton, are 7-3 doubleton, then you could just cover the spade with a spot. And that gives up on the spade finesse as a chance for a trick, because you don't have a second spade in the south hand to later finesse the suit. But it does mean that you're not establishing the entire spade suit for the defenders by. I guess your 8 is still going to like hold up on the fourth round.
Yeah, it is an interesting question, because if this heart goes to the 6 from East, East probably is not going to put in an honor for fear of Declare starting with Jack and 1 and it giving Declare the whole heart suit. So heart 6, 9, Jack. West will switch to the 10 of spades here, and then it will be interesting to see what Levin decides to do on this trick. Because as you say, the spade finesse could just see him home if he can pick up 4 club tricks, which he can in this circumstance. But he might fly the ace of spades, figuring if the king of spades is on side, then he's only setting up 1 trick for the defenders. Anyway, once he figures out hearts are 3-3, he's going to have no trouble on this deal. So, an interesting thought experiment, but...
He doesn't know about the fourth club yet.
No, he doesn't know about the 4th club, but...
I think you can... I mean, he knows he always is entitled to it if he guesses it. So maybe he just is putting it in his head. Like, well, I'll get the 4th club at some point. But every once in a while, you think you're going to get it, if at some point you wind up not getting it. Okay, so we have a contract together on board 7. I can spoil it if you want. It's
yeah, where are they?
Not an easily guessable one. They are in 5 clubs doubled.
Yeah.
North-South never found their spades after a club passed a diamond transfer to hearts. 3 clubs. Double by South, I guess, probably showing like 18, 19.
Mm-hmm.
4 clubs by West. 4 diamonds by North, not alerted. And then 5 clubs by East, and the spades, I think, got buried. They got really badly punished for their agreement to open 1 club with 5 card majors, and they wound up missing their 9 card spade fit.
Yeah, it's a really unusual system from the now German partnership of Welland and Aachen, who... they do frequently bury their major suits, and sometimes it really pays off for them, where they get to 3 no trump and the opponents have no idea that they just have a running 5-card major on the side. But in this case, they completely whiff on the 5-4 spade fit. No one bid them in the auction, and so they just had to sell out to 5 clubs doubled.
And maybe East would have been a better place to just bid 3 spades over 3 clubs, but that would have also been a huge shot in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
The partner transferred to his ace queen 9 of hearts, which he wasn't embarrassed about.
Right.
Or she wasn't embarrassed about, because it was Aachen who was South. I don't think in the context of their system that anyone did anything weird, but they just got blown out of a 9-card spade fit. And 7 imps swing to nickel on basically the Welland Aachen system on board 7, where it might have been a slam swing the other way on some other auctions.
Yeah, so nickel does take the first kind of large lead in the match, 8 imps now, but it has been a relatively low-scoring segment from both sides.
Yes, the boards have had potential. Like boards 1 and 4 could have each been a game swing. Board 5 was pretty exciting with a potential part score battle with no trump, with the cards lying very foul for the East-West pair. 6 was kind of a cool little part score battle, but not a good, difficult hand to play. And then 7 was the really exciting board. And now here we actually have a really fascinating 3 no trump contract that I think the sensible lines of play are all going to succeed. Like any line that play that includes 3-3 hearts in your chances will succeed.
Mm-hmm. Now, Levin's been thinking for a while, and the more that I've kind of had it in the back of my mind, I'm a little worried that we might never be able to pick up 4-2 hearts. Because we know the diamond ace is offside. We know diamonds are 4-3, so the opponents have 2 diamonds to cash. If hearts are 4-2, we're going to have to lose 2 heart tricks, which I guess means we would also need the king of spades in the pocket.
Yeah, I was going to say we could get 4-2 hearts if the spade finesse is onside, and that might mean we don't need the 4th club. So I still think you're playing a heart to the 9 or 8, and if a spade comes back, you're putting in the queen and hoping it holds, and if that loses, then you're like, all right, well, I probably need 3 hearts to make it. But then I'm more reductive in these hands than Levin. Levin maybe is more thorough with trying to exhaust an additional extra chance, and he is looking at, I'm sure he's looking at that 9-8-7 of hearts and trying to figure out a way to leverage those to gain an extra chance in the heart suit.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't spotted it yet.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right that if the spades are friendly, then we can afford to duck a heart and lose 2 heart tricks, as long as we can lose... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. We would only be losing 2 diamonds and 2 hearts at most. But he's probably worried about this duck a heart to west, spade shift. Is there any hope that we can actually duck a heart to east? Because if we can duck the heart trick to east, knowing that the diamond ace is offside actually kind of helps us. We can just duck when he switches to a high diamond. And then if they continue a diamond putting west in, the queen of diamonds actually gets set up in dummy. I mean, maybe he's going to play a heart to the ace and a club to the ace and a heart back and hope that he can force east to win the second round of hearts. Might not be percentage, but against what he expects to be the lie of the cards, it might make a lot of sense to him. Now, keep in mind, he doesn't know that the spades are so foul, right? There wasn't some sort of, like, takeout double from west in spades or anything in the auction, so...
Ace is taking a very long time, though. I hope we're still connected to the table.
I do as well, yeah. Levin can think at times, but I believe he doesn't pause so often to go into these 10-minute thinks. And this doesn't feel like the type of hand that he would be pausing this long on.
Yeah, he thought for his, 15 seconds after dummy hit. West paused for 30 seconds before playing the 10 of diamonds. And now he's been in the tank for about, 6-7 minutes after the king of diamonds. I actually, like, when I get at these time vortexes, I really have no idea how much time has passed.
I think it's been close to 10. But yes, it's been a while. Okay, 3 of hearts to the
8. He's not thinking now. Jeez, I mean, how do you like not know what you're like? All right, well, I got to play a heart, and then I'll figure out what I play to see if West doesn't. If he splits the Queen Jack 10, I know what I'm going to do. But if he doesn't, then I'm going to think about whether or not to put in the 9 or 8.
I mean, I do think that he's trying to lose the heart trick to East is what's going on here.
I think if East had played a heart on, or he might have covered it with the king, crossed back with a club to his hand, and played another heart up towards the ace king 9-8 to try to best leverage if East had Queen Jack 10 small. All right.
Okay, he eventually decides he can't do it. So heart to the jack.
Wombo knows what he's playing now. Wombo's playing the 10 of spades.
10 of spades, and Bobby's probably already decided that he's got to put in the queen here. So he does relatively quickly. East wins.
East plays the jack of diamonds.
Yeah, probably. I mean, the 9 of diamonds would be...
Oh, he could play the 5 of diamonds. Could be interesting. I mean, like, well, he knows where the ace is, so there's no chance he plays the 5 of diamonds and Levin pops up with the queen. But it would be safe anyways to play the 8 or the 7, so we'd never play the queen. I'm sure he would wish that West had played the 6 of diamonds instead of the 10 of trick one. I guess if Levin ducks this, then he's potentially losing 2 diamond tricks in a moment, so he can't duck this.
Yeah, at this point, he just needs the hearts to split. So, win the ace of spades, run the heart suit, and then he's going to be happy. So, good try. Levin couldn't find anything better to do than duck the first heart. He thought for a long time on it and just never came up with a solution to the problem.
So I think he makes an over trick here. He's got 2 hearts and 4 clubs coming.
Yeah, bless you. He will indeed pick up the club suit.
If I'd known he was going to be in the tank that long, I would have refilled my tea. It's on a different floor of this house. Gotta reheat it.
Alright, club to the ace, club to the king, club to the 10. East scores the last trick with the jack of spades. So 10 tricks. This hand definitely could have been over a while ago if we had just ducked a heart earlier. But good solid result for nickel. They did have 27 highs, so I expect the other table to reach game as well. Alright, on to board 9 in the match. And I do expect to see a large number of imps produced at some point, even from both of these teams. But as we go deeper into the event, the teams which are going to be much tighter about their both declare play and defense, as well as their auctions getting to the right contracts, we will see a lot of these push boards, as we saw in basically boards 1 through 5.
So this is some excitement here.
Yeah?
So Slam is poor. North-south, at least if they cash the heart. Good if they don't cash the heart.
Yeah, just needing to pick up the clubs for 1 loser in a diamond slam.
It's like a 3.5 loser 18 count opposite a 10 count that's fits decently.
Mm-hmm.
I could see getting too high here.
All right, diamond spade. North will make a negative double.
I suppose North could bid 1 no trump, but I think they'll make the normal negative double. Levin would rather double, get the hearts in now, and bid no trump later if it comes to it. I think than to bid no trump now and lose the hearts forever.
Yeah, and so over a negative double, I mean, South has a number of options. Oh, he does bid a no trump.
Color me wrong. Again.
Wow. Well.
Okay, well, South's going to bid 3 clubs.
Yeah, South has a number of options, in fact. I mean, 3 clubs is kind of the most straightforward. Jump shift, game forcing, showing his 2 suits. He could start with 2 spades.
The free no trump bid usually shows like, a hand in sort of like the 8 to 10 range. And presumably without 4 hearts because of no negative double.
Mm-hmm.
So South's kind of figuring like, what's happening that the opponents have bid spades and not hearts, and I have this hand. Maybe it's just they don't have any high card points. And now he's starting to think, like, what do I need for slam? partner's probably got the king of spades, or if not the king of spades, at least if I'm declaring West can't effectively lead a spade, I'll just need partner to hold, the king of hearts. I can lead up to it. So he just needs like some scattered stuff. Partner could have long diamond support. Partner could have long clubs on this auction.
Yeah, the way this is developed with the 2 spade bid, just establishing an artificial game force and asking for more info from partner, also keeping the auction a bit lower. 3 hearts from Levin might put South off, because now it looks like Levin's side values are all in the majors.
Right. So Weinstein has bid 3-0. I would still be tempted to push towards a minor contract, despite the fact that partner showed some values in hearts. It doesn't mean that even if partner has king queen third of hearts, you might still be down in 3-0 trump with 5-0 minor cold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that 9 of hearts is a big card. Flip the 8 and 9 of hearts, and a low heart lead would beat 3-0 from East Sand.
If West was on lead, they could lead the 8 of hearts or a low heart, any heart.
Yeah. So it's a good thing that Bobby bid a no trump over a spade. He knew this was coming.
So you have 9, 10 top tricks on a non-heart lead with 6 diamonds, 3 spades, and a club. So since you have 10, you don't actually have to take the ace of clubs. You could try to end play someone or finesse someone, get some sort of position to maybe try to leverage those 10 tricks into 11 or 9 if you fail.
Yeah, East decides to lead a spade, kind of trusting partner's overcall, especially a vulnerable overcall, to have a real suit.
So I think Weinstein pops the ace of spades to maintain communications with dummy, and then peels off 6 rounds of diamonds.
Yep.
And puts West under a ton of pressure.
Yeah, West has to make 5 discards, can afford 2 clubs and a spade and a heart, but that last discard is going to cause some pain to West.
He plays a diamond to the 8 to show off.
Probably not. That would give a little too much information away. So East has showed high, low, and diamonds in even number. West ditches a encouraging 10 of clubs and now is giving count.
So East played the 8 of diamonds, then he played them bottom up. If I was East, I'd be playing my diamonds top down to say hearts, 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 hearts. Assuming partner already knows that I don't have anything in spades from the auction and trip 1. It almost seems like a little bit of a mixed message from East, or maybe East is signaling to Declare that he has something in clubs, so that Declare gets it wrong.
Yeah, that's possible. So now this last diamond, as mentioned, is going to put some pressure on West. West decides to pitch down to the stiff ace of hearts.
You can see that Declare can play 2 rounds of spades and then exit with either a heart or a spade to take both the clubs.
Mm-hmm.
See if Declare sees it the same way.
I think Weinstein will take that line of play. That 10 of clubs discard indicates that the king is offside, and he probably has a very good count on the hand. He should know that West must have at least one of the heart honors to have overcalled a spade in the first place. So if he has a count, looks like he does decide just to play the jack of clubs. So 10 tricks.
He just took his 10 tricks and went home. He was hoping they came down to a stiff king of clubs.
Oh, Levin's playing this hand? Alright. Well, Levin's just a fish then, not end playing West.
Obviously. That's why it was so easy to beat him.
Well, 4:30.
Right.
So they missed out on a potential for a big result. It seems unlikely that East or West was going to lead hearts against an eventual diamond slam, but you never really know. Depending on how the auction played out, maybe West would have worked out to cash the ace of hearts at trick 1. On to board 10. We got 9 boards in. We're waiting for some compares on boards 8 and 9, but they may well be somewhat flat in the other room. West gets to open a diamond on this one in 3rd seat. We'll see a hard overcall from North. A no trump from East. That might end the auction. Okay, a spade from East, 0 to 3 spades. So kind of an inversion between the negative double and 1 no trump call or something to that effect, where a double would show 4 or 5 spades.
Right. So the common current style for all the cool kids are doing is that double is 4 or 5 spades and 2 hearts is 6, and 1 spade is asking partner to bet a no trump to position the overcaller on lead. As long as you remember that, you're fine. Usually.
Yeah, so no trump passes back around.
South has a good hand in context, but no fit, so it doesn't really. Just would rather defend 1 no trump than continue to bet.
Right. Now, Levin does decide to lead hearts. So Jack of Hearts opening lead.
So if Declare puts on the King of Hearts, that's not the best start for him. Let's see, Declare starts with 4 spades and 2 diamonds is 6. And a heart would make 7. But there's no... I mean, he does kind of have a little bit of a rush because he's worried the defense might be able to take some clubs, and if he ducks this 2 hearts and the ace of diamonds, that could be 4 clubs, 2 hearts, and a diamond for 7 defensive tricks. Whereas he could just take... Whereas if he wins the King of Hearts, well, then they could still win. He still has to knock out the ace of diamonds. So if he wins the King of Hearts here, knocks out the ace of diamonds, then the defense could take a couple of hearts, 4 clubs, and a diamond anyways. So he might as well duck this trick.
Yeah, so this pays off huge dividends now that South has to win the singleton ace. So the King of Hearts gets set up. North also can't even continue hearts to set up an extra heart trick. And Declare is going to have plenty of time to work on the diamonds himself. It does turn out the clubs were not that scary on this deal. North-South can collect 3 clubs, but there is a club stopper in that Queen 9-8. Spot cards, again, playing a huge role. And the diamond suit, actually, will offer a potential restricted choice play on the 3rd round.
Declare also can set up another heart trick by force right now by playing the 10 of hearts and ducking when North plays the Queen or the 9. But I think especially with North winning the ace of diamonds, I don't think that's going to happen. Declare has enough tricks without any fancy footwork. And entries are starting to get a little sparse. But I guess he has the 9 of diamonds pops up. So Declare could take a lot of tricks on this hand if he played it wide open, but again, wide open play in otherwise cold part scores isn't really how you win at Eps.
Yeah, there's no chance that he sticks in the 8 of diamonds now, even though he probably really wants to. That would just strand 3 winners in the West hand with no way to get back there. So he does just cash out his winners. We've talked a bit before about how strong defenders in these events will do a really good job of preventing Declare from getting extra tricks when they're in the process of just cashing out. So Bobby pitches a heart here, and then he'll pitch a club on the next spade. And when Declare leads a heart up, he'll stick in the 9 and eventually get in with his heart queen to score 3 club tricks. Or maybe 2 clubs in the 10 of spades. So one no trump makes. We do have another over trick coming in on board 8, bringing nickel all the way up to 12. The other room only managed to take 9 tricks and no trump. But 10 boards into the match, it looks like we're going to have a bit of a battle on our hands. Now, Welland is 4-handed, so they're all going to be playing all 60 of the boards today. Nickel has a 6-handed roster. Nickel and Cats, I believe, are sitting out right now, and will be coming in for the second and third quarters of play.
And a little bit in disbelief of what I just glanced at the other table, that on board 9, North has opened the bidding with the balanced 10 count. But if we were worried that North-South might find a slam, or we're thinking that might find a slam, they're going to bid to slam.
Yeah, and so it's going to be really important for East-West to find the opening heart lead to beat it. So, okay, a lot of excitement on board 9 then. We'll see when that score comes through. Looks like the players are taking a bit of a break at this table, so we'll be getting back to the action in just a few minutes.
Sort of like hypnotized by if we pull up board 9 here, that North hand, King Queen 6-3, Queen 9-5-3, Queen 8, Jack 6-2. What do you think K&R will, the Kaplan Rubens evaluator will say that hand's worth? What's your guess? I'm pulling it up right now. So
okay, getting my guess in. The 9.1.
I was gonna guess 8.5. All right, King Queen 6, King Queen XX, Queen 9 XX, Queen 8, Jack 3rd. I actually was thinking about less than 8.5 for a little while. So let's see how close we were. 7.5.
Jeez.
I was like almost gonna say like 8.25. I was like, well, you guessed 9. I can just go the unders at 8.5. Wow. So that is a tasty opening bid.
We'll see if South can field it, because I don't think so.
She's got to have a big ass catcher mitt to stop short of slam on that hard open one club. But do they really have balanced 10 counts systemically opening a club? She's done something to show diamonds in a game for us. North has accepted a transfer with 3 diamonds. She's bid 4 diamonds. This is going to put East on lead against a diamond contract, which could be very good for North-South if because East may be less likely to heart from King Jack into the weak no trump.
Oh yeah, there's just no chance that they're getting off to a heart lead from the East side.
East has responded 4 hearts to key. North has responded 4 hearts to key card, which East will probably double, and that may actually help East-West figure out they're supposed to lead a heart. Spectators asked if Vugraph is on delay. Yeah, it's a 30-minute delay, so we're living in the past right now. No, East did not double 4 hearts, so I think now 4 spades is asking for the Queen of Diamonds. North is going to say they have it. Probably 5 no trump or something, whatever shows that they have it, and then they're going to get 6 diamonds.
Yeah, so Welland might take the lead after that deal. If they do manage to make 6 diamonds, they'll pick up 10 imps, I suppose.
Now, it's actually, even if they don't lead a heart, though, it's still not cold, because you potentially have 2 club losers.
Yeah.
In fact, you probably are going to lose 2 clubs. Maybe you put West under some pressure, but they can play. If you play 3 rounds of spades early, they can play a 4th round of spades when they're in with the club to to destroy the menace.
Right.
I suppose no. I mean, you could take a club finesse before drawing the trumps. I know, like the ace king queen of spades early gets roughed anyways. I think you just, if you're in six diamonds, you get a friendly lead, you draw trumps, cash the spades, pitching your heart away, and hope that you can play the clubs for one loser.
Yeah, and I guess with the strong hand face up and dummy, West is unlikely to pitch a club ever. Now, West might pitch down to, depending on how the auction went, West might pitch two spades as declare pulls trumps. So I think it's going to be pretty difficult to beat six diamonds, even though it looks like the defenders might have some realistic chances to do so.
If they lead like a really friendly eight of clubs, then you actually you can pop the ace of clubs, but then pick up finesse against the 10 of clubs later. Pop over the ace of clubs, draw trumps, take
East
your pitch,
is just going to lead a trump against six diamonds, I'm sure.
In fact, East did lead a trump against six diamonds just now.
So 4 rounds of diamonds, and West has to make 3 discards. I mean, 2 hearts and a spade could be discarded, but it's not so obvious. Oh my god! We did it! Someone is going to give a rough sluff on opening lead. Which doesn't help in any way. But
so if we look at the clubs, they both have an obvious club. If we look at the clubs as their own suit, someone is 7-6-0-0. It's clubs.
Wow.
All the other hands are balanced by 4-2-2 or 4-4-3-2.
I had been praying for these rough sloughs on opening lead for a while now, and finally we see one. I mean, maybe East-West won't sell out.
So West is going to preempt in clubs.
Mm-hmm. North will make a takeout double.
And East is going to double check the color of the backs of the cards to make sure they're all playing the same deck.
Maybe this saves them from leading a club, right? The 3 club preempt, especially with East having both of the ace king. He might expect his partner has a 7-card suit. So
yeah, I think it's a legitimate concern. It's going to 3 clubs double. East, I wonder if East just passes. If East does, it's going to 3 clubs double past 4 clubs. And I guess North bids 4 hearts over that as the in-case partner had diamonds and hearts.
So, you'd been talking about sometimes if you preempt a little too high, it makes it sound as if the opponents can make a slam. I'm wondering if East should bid 5 clubs to, make South feel good about himself for bidding 5 of a major. And then they do miss a potential slam.
I think if East bids 5 clubs, South may just double it, figuring that North might be off shape anyways. Mm-hmm. They're not really thinking it's a 13-card fit, and that he doesn't want to commit to the 5 level himself. And then North just shrugs his shoulders and passes the double and defends 5 clubs double. And they take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tricks against that for 500 against their slam. That is their bet. The slam's not great North-South, but happens to make on the heart finesse and no diamond rough.
Yeah.
East has an interesting problem. I think his main options are pass and 5 clubs, though. The other ones I don't care that much for.
Right. 6 clubs kind of sounds like you're goading them into a slam, which might well make.
If he bids 5 clubs, South does have kind of a problem. I was suspecting that South will double it, but that's not at all clear.
No, the club void's very offensive.
No, South. I'm sure South will not pass. What he will do is an open question.
Yeah, all of double 5 hearts and maybe even 5 spades have some appeal. I think if South wants to pick at a suit, though, probably best to just pick the long one, the heart suit. You are right, though, that oftentimes this 5 club bid is not based on 6 card support. So North may well have some club length over there with just some scattered values, and opposite
Yeah,
that, South might be a little bit less comfortable playing a potential 5-3 heart fit where he gets forced immediately and then trumps are 4-1.
well, partners 4-3, 4-2 or something, and
Mm-hmm.
with a 14 count, you're just uncomfortable at the 5 level on offense, but you have an easy 500 on defense.
Right. Whoa! Weinstein.
Right.
He ate his
That's not what I was
Wheaties.
expecting. So North's going to bid 6 diamonds here because that's the cheapest suit that he can play. If partner has diamonds and hearts, he doesn't care. If partner has diamonds and spades, he probably wants to play diamonds because if partner has only 4 spades, the hearts could provide pitches maybe for some spade losers, even though it's a 9-card spade fit. I don't know. North has an interesting decision to make. I mean, North could just kick it back with 6 clubs. After all, he has first round club control.
Yeah, now, I mean, North also knows that his partner could not open the bidding in first seed.
And that was slam. Sounds like I would think partner's 5-5 and 2 suits, and I might just bid 6 clubs to see what suit partner wants to play. It'd be weird if they wound up in diamonds, but not unimaginable. I think South's going to bid 6 hearts over whatever North does. Okay, so I think South's going to bid 6 hearts, not 6 diamonds, because he has the 5th heart, and North will respect that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Weinstein might be a little bit upset about where he landed until he finds that King of Hearts on side. So this is a big result for Nickel. Oddly enough, the 5-club bid kind of backfires when Weinstein's going to be this aggressive with his hand, because I don't think over 6 clubs he would have bid a slam. I think he would have sold out to 6 clubs doubled, because the 5 no trump bid gives him the option to explore multiple different strains, whereas having to just choose one over 6 clubs himself, he probably wouldn't have felt comfortable.
Although 6 clubs is down 800, so it's not a huge difference between 800 and 9. It's like 4 imp difference. So we do see the rough and discard trick 1. All right, yes. Check that off your bucket list, Rob.
Yeah, this is great. Dummy hits, declare pitches at trick 1, and both defenders look around.
He kind of needs to get to his hand in order to take a heart finesse, so yeah. I think he roughs it in the long hand here.
Yep.
Pitches a winner from the short hand.
Yeah, he'll pitch a spade and rough in the south
hand. Pitch the king of diamonds. Like, if you want to get funny looks from your opponents, you pitch the king of diamonds from them. King. Cover the queen with a king.
Do you think East would play the ace on that trick to cover the king with the ace?
Absolutely. Aces were meant to take kings, right? I think Weinstein does have a sense of humor, so the king of diamonds is not a completely impossible play for him to find.
It might give up on some potential beer opportunities, though. Would you really want to squander that? I think the answer is no. Gotta pitch the
Claire's been drawing trumps on board 9, and Greco has been in the tank for roughly 10 minutes on the king of diamonds.
I am not surprised at all, right? He has to make all these discards, and it's really uncomfortable pitching clubs or spades.
He pitches idle 5th right away, and now he's sort of like... Actually, I guess he didn't pitch his idle 5th right away, because Hollander's just said, first tank I can live with, second tank not so much. It's been a while. He pitched a low spade.
Yep, that seems automatic. You gotta preserve that 7 of diamonds with length. All right, heart to the queen, or heart to the 10.
Cross back to a spade to take another heart finesse. Doesn't get roughed. Play another heart.
Yeah,
King,
so ultimately
claim.
not a great contract to have ended up in, needing the hook and trumps through the preemptor. As Larry Cohen likes to say, he doesn't enjoy seeing matches decided by 11 imp swings or 13 imp swings on some of these slam decisions. But
I think he lost the ace of diamonds, and this was really 980. I'm with
I
Larry,
also
though.
think he lost the ace of diamonds, yes.
It does seem like sort of like this is going to be a random 10 imps, possibly one way or the other, depending on the location of a king. But that's bridge over 60 boards, maybe something that evens out. Certainly, there are matches where it doesn't, and one team just gets all the luck and they just win because of that. But if there was no, if the better team won all the time, then you wouldn't see very many teams entering these events. I've often had it. It's said like, yeah, we need.
You underestimate the ego of bridge players. All bridge players think they are the better team every time. Ooh, 6-5 in the north.
GNT with, beforehand, I was saying, all right, well, we can make a run in this event. We need to play our best and we need some luck. It's like, I knew we weren't the best team in the event by a long shot, but if you get a little bit of the right luck and you play and you don't just give the matches away, then you can win. And that's not true for other sports. Like if I played tennis against Djokovic, it wouldn't matter how much luck I got.
Director,
all right, you want to
please.
say something? Oh, you're right.
We have an 8 to 12 no trump here.
I mean, if that is their actual range in third seat, then this is illegal. If their range is like 15 to 17 in third seat, then this is just a psych and it's fine. But if this is actually a preemptive one no trump and this is just a deviation, if their no trump range includes 11, then this is not considered a psych and this could be an adjustment.
Yeah, I guess I haven't encountered a lot of this during my time when I was playing in the ACBL. Also, the no trump rules were different when I used to play. But I'm not sure how it's going to be handled, if that's actually what's going on. Anyway, South does overcall 2
It says
diamonds.
13 to 15 white in third. So this is actually just a psych. Is what their WBF card says. I should look at their ACBL card too, I suppose. But the ACBL card linked to the WBF card? It did. Okay. So my suspicion is it's supposed to be 13 to 15, and he's actually psyched it.
Got it.
The rule used to be no conventions if you agreed to open a no trump with fewer than 10 high card points. You could kind of skirt that by, bids can be natural and forcing, and minors could be 3-card suits, so you could bid 2 clubs or 2 diamonds, 3 or more, forcing 1 round. Partner responds in a major if they have one, because you're allowed to, have bids be forcing or not forcing. You can have 1 no trump pass 2 no trump be natural and forcing, and responder can bid their 4 or 5 card majors, or with a 5-card major they get bid, and without a 5-card major they could bid a 3-card minor. They have one, and now you can bid a 4-card major on a forcing way, so you can get all of your systems back even with natural bidding, basically. So that against clever people, that restriction didn't even work. The no conventions allowed. I never actually saw someone bid as I'm describing it, but I actually wrote it up at one point saying like, here's how you defeat the no conventions allowed over the mini no trumps. But now they just bar them, which I think they decided they're allowed to do before they decided they weren't allowed to bar natural bidding.
Well, North-South have kind of been preempted out of something here. Weinstein.
Well, no Trump got to a bad contract.
Yeah, Weinstein either didn't or decided not to make a penalty double of a strong no Trump. And so he showed his hand as a single-suited major, which Levin was not happy with, but he bid 2 spades passer correct. And now that he's playing it, the king of clubs lead works out for Levin. He gets to rough a club loser. He still has 2 diamonds, 2 spades, a heart, and the 5th spade eventually. So he will make this, but it looks like 4 hearts might have been a relatively straightforward contract for Declare to play, losing just at most 2 trumps.
Yeah, I mean, Declare has played. You have to play for 6 hearts, and here you are in 2 spades struggling to make it. And this is a triumph for the Welland team to have manipulated their opponents into the wrong strain at the wrong level through this psychic 1-0 trump in 3rd seed. So this is a really, this is going to, I see 10 imps actually went to Welland on board 9.
Yeah, 6 diamonds made. I mean, I think Declare was just always going to make 6 diamonds. Greco's hand
Really?
comes under way too much pressure on 4 rounds of trumps, and even if he finds all of the right discards, which essentially would be 3 hearts, including the ace of hearts.
He was looking at 4 clubs in dummy, and he pitched a club. He didn't keep parity with. I would have thought he would just pitched his hearts.
Yeah, but how many hearts, right? Because it's a little bit risky to pitch all of your hearts there. Anyway, he was unable to find all of the proper discards to give Declare a problem. But even if he did, I think Declare actually was just going to be able to rough the hand out, realize that West is holding on to clubs, and end play him in clubs. So I think 12 tricks was inevitable, but a big win for Welland. 920.
So he could play ace. If West pitches all his hearts, he could play ace, king, queen of spades, rough a spade.
Yeah, low club to the jack, low club to the 9.
And West is all clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even club to the jack, club to the queen works. They're kind of equivalent, but yeah. Okay, you're right. Well, very well done to have made 6 diamonds on board 9, and I guess it was a successful opening bid for the Welland Aachen system, which I was criticizing having cost them a potential 20 imps or so on board 7 for defending 5 clubs double instead of bidding and making an excellent slam. Well, not an excellent slam, a slam that might have made a mediocre slam that would have made at least a game. I walk back that excellent comment. Also, bidding a questionable slam on board 9 that made it on the wrong lead, and some good reads thereafter.
Yeah, so nickel might strike back on board 11. Obviously, getting to 6 hearts is not at all clear on the north-south cards, and they might well sell out to another doubled club contract. Wouldn't that feel bad, though, if they doubled the opponents in clubs twice and it was wrong both times?
So it was the Elder Rombo who psyched 1-0 trump in 3rd position on a balanced 8 count.
Yes. I feel like these are action players, this partnership, East-West. I wouldn't necessarily say they have an enormous number of psychs, but I've definitely seen them psych before, and I know that the ECBL sometimes frowns on this. I don't think that the WBF necessarily does. It's just kind of well known that oftentimes in high-level bridge competitions, psychs can work out, but a lot of the times they don't go in your favor. You just don't want to get into a habit of it where your partner knows your psyching tendencies. That's when there become ethical concerns with it. Weinstein doing his best to make 2 spades. Looks like he may even end up with, I was going to say an overtrick is possible. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he just says. Maybe. I don't know. So who's on lead right now? East. I mean, I suppose if
Maybe,
East does something foolish, you can have an overcheck.
yeah, maybe you actually can score an overtrick a decent amount of the time. I mean, if East returns a heart here, Declare will win and play back another heart, and then there's no way the defense can prevent Declare from scoring two more tricks for
So
140.
East plays a club, you rough, you can exit a low trump, and the trumps are blocked. So West will either have to play a heart for you, allowing you to play heart, and score your nine of spades, or play a club, but letting you promote just score your nine of spades by roughing and then getting cards. And you just always have an overcheck.
You do if you can guess everything. I mean, I think a low spade from East to West 10 and then a heart through, or a low spade to the 10 and then a club might force Weinstein to cash out.
Yeah, you're not going to finesse the nine of hearts here when it's for an overtrick versus going down one.
Right.
It's a practical matter. You're not going to get an overtrick on most defenses.
Okay, a heart comes back, so now it does look as if Weinstein can just cash his high heart. There's nothing the defense can do to prevent Declara from scoring two more tricks from here. So 140, but I mean, this could definitely be a big swing in favor of Welland. The psych works out. So two potential large swing boards coming back to back on boards 11 and 12. Board 13 in this room. We got three boards to play. Players will have a short break after the round, and then we'll be right back into the action for boards 16 through 30 in the second quarter of play. 11 opens a club. East decides not to overcall spade on this hand. It's, I'm just looking for the comparison. Board 9, West had a similar type of hand. That time unfavorable, and overcalled a spade. So two clubs inverted. South has a 12 count. It's not a great 12 count, but he does have 5-card club support, which can be invaluable.
So I've seen, you know how you use people will often bid stoppers in these inverted major auctions or inverted minor auctions. I've seen some people use the other minor to show. I'm sorry, three of your agreed minor to show that you don't have the other minor stop, but you have both majors stop. Is also a possible agreement if you're really only focused on stoppers. I'm usually more focused on hand type first. I want to just bid 2-0 with a balanced hand and still use a 3-level sort of stoppers if we need to. Partners, often if you're balanced, the only potential game is going to be 3-0 trump, and maybe you don't want to tell them whether or not you have their suit stopped.
Yeah, so here Levin bids 2 hearts, which I expect is a variation of this, that 2 hearts probably just shows a balanced weak no trump as opposed to showing hearts. It gets alerted, that's why I'm suspicious of it. Weinstein bids 2 no.
If you play one of a minor, 2 of a minor as game forcing, it's a good idea, in my opinion, to actually include hands with 4-card majors in it, so that you could even raise one of mine or two of mine, or with 3-card support and 4-card majors on a hand that doesn't really want to grab the no trump or the declarership, that and wants to hide the major suits, so that if partner doesn't want to introduce one, you're just going to play no trump. It can be another tool in having more low information options.
Mm-hmm.
I've used that in some partnerships, and it's been effective.
Well, with South grabbing the no trump here, I think this is going to work out really well for the nickel team. If East was on lead and East worked out to lead a diamond,
I think he would.
It might even be good enough to beat the contract. Declarer would have to duck 2 rounds of diamonds, but then a spade switch can start killing communication between the north-south hands. And it might be possible to prevent Declarer from setting up the 9th trick in hearts, but West is just going to lead a low heart. Ace King 5th without an outside entry, and that'll give Declarer his 9th trick immediately.
I wonder if one of the reasons that East was reluctant to overcall a spade is that he had a strong preference for a diamond lead, and didn't want to, push the spades at the expense of potentially getting his diamond lead. I think a spade lead would have made this easy for Declarer, right? I think it was Jack of Spades. You actually have to win that with the ace, unless you're planning on ducking it altogether. And if you duck a spade, then the defense can just beat you with a spade, 2 diamonds, and 2 hearts. So you have to win it. They play a heart, and they play another spade. I guess then you make it by winning it, and knocking out the other heart, and having no entry to the spades.
Oh boy, we have a result coming through on board 11. 5 hearts in the north. So I heard that we had the F word dropped in the other room. Flannery was opened on the south cards, and Weinstein will be proud, even though he chose not to open it himself. So East-West didn't really get clubs in the picture, which I think made North-South a little bit more conservative in their choices in the other room. They stopped at the 5 level. 11 imps to nickel.
I think South actually showed short clubs. It went 2 diamonds past 2 no trump, and then South bid 3 clubs, which might have shown a minimum, might have also just shown short missing clubs. North did something slamish with 4 clubs after that. I don't know what the bids mean because they're not explained. And then there seemed to be various, like 4 clubs was alerted, East bid 5 clubs, and there was a pass that was alerted. I don't know the meanings of their calls, but they stopped in a sensible spot, but they were, punished for that by the location of the Heart King. So I guess it's not automatic that you win a bunch of imps when you open Flannery. They opened Flannery and they lost imps. That goes totally counter to your theory, Rob.
Well, the biggest advocate of Flannery himself, Weinstein here, sitting in the south seat at this table, did not open Flannery, and they have it on their card. So maybe this just wasn't the hand for it. 9 high card points and 5-4 in the majors. That's
true. So, yeah, it's not really in range for Flannery. And it's a 2-point upgrade, and that void is not really a 2-point upgrade, especially if nothing in hearts. I would not open Flannery with that hand. So I agree with Weinstein.
To the partnership that opened the balanced 10 count on board 9.
Live with aggression, die with aggression. Well, you'd think that opening the bidding would have made it more likely you'd get to slam than passing.
Not in this case.
It was the early aggression at that table was lower than the late aggression at this table. And Weinstein felt he had to play catch up after having passed the hand, and then bid very aggressively later in the auction.
Yeah.
So here we have another good South hand. I'm going to once again say not a no trump opening bet.
You don't think this will be open 2-0 in the South?
I mean, it could be, but I don't. I wouldn't. I just don't open 2-0 with a 6-card major.
So one heart.
The stand can be shown by rebidding 3-0 after a heart pass, a spade, or a heart or no trump.
Yeah, so Bobby has to decide what to do over a heart. If he thinks his hand is a constructive raise, he can bid 2 hearts. Instead, he opts for a no trump, deciding to show it as a non-constructive 3-card heart raise.
So the way I like to teach it is the 2-0 trump and 3-0 trump bid after 1-0 forcing have the same range, but 3-0 has a 6th heart. They both show roughly like a good 17 to 19 high card points. And it seems like that's probably the agreement Levin and Weinstein have, is that this shows 6 hearts and 18 and 17 to 19.
Yeah, so Bobby will have no trouble correcting 3-0 to 4 hearts with his big heart fit.
Like every time I say something like that, they wind up doing the other thing and just passing it. So let's see if you're as blessed as I am, because I was
see if I'm batting better.
That North should be correcting this, but he hasn't done it yet.
No, he has 4 triple 3, and 9 tricks are often easier than 10 in terms of just cashing quick tricks. But one of the negatives that he has in terms of passing 3 no trump is he's missing a heart honor. His hand would look a lot better if that queen of clubs was the queen of hearts, because now that might fill in his partner's heart suit and they might just be running 6 hearts. Instead, with 3 small, he might need to knock out a heart trick, and then the opponent's having set up either diamonds or spades or whatever it is their suit is at trick 1 would be able to cash out. So he is thinking about it, though. The fact that you don't get any roughs in the short trump hand sometimes does mean that playing no trump is a little bit better than playing in the major.
Yeah, and the Jack 10 third of spades doesn't have to be, a source of tricks for the opponent's partner. Could have a double, move partner's queen of diamonds into the spade suit, and you have a solid spade stopper, and you could easily be making 3-0 while being down in 4 hearts. Opposite that, off 2 spades, a club. I guess you're hoping to bring the hearts in, you bring the hearts in both contracts.
Yeah, it does seem like the more hands I'm thinking of, it does seem as if when the hearts run, 4 hearts is always making, and 3 no trump probably is also always making. But if the hearts don't run, then you definitely want to be playing in hearts.
Yeah, so if you remove like the jack of clubs and anything, you'd have to make the jack of clubs small, which you're allowed to take a point out of the south hand, move the queen of diamonds into spades, and now we're starting to get into some hands where 3-0 might make and 4 hearts might go down.
Okay, so Bobby does pass. Now, a lot of players lead 4th best against no trump. I think East is going to lead a high spade.
Not when they showed 6 hearts on your left. East is going to. Now they do play Flannery, so North could have 4 spades to respond to no trump to a heart. But after that long tank, I think he's legitimately worried that they've got 6 heart tricks, and he should try to establish something fast for the defense. Another 11 imps just exchanged hands on board 12.
Yeah, this is the one where the site...
that was coming. Right, we knew that was coming.
Yeah, so the match has picked up steam a little bit, 24 to 23, as we're winding down the first quarter of play. I do kind of want to continue talking about the opening lead while East is thinking about it for a second, because defeating 3 no trump, you need to take 5 tricks. A very easy way to do that is to take the first 5, and generally that means you want to find a 5-card suit that either you have or your partner has. If East had king 5th of clubs, a low club lead would have a lot of merit, because maybe partner has ace queen 3rd and you can just cash the first 5 clubs. But it's much less likely that partner has 5 clubs than 5 spades, given the East hand. And also you need a lot less from your partner. Ace 5th of spades, as he has here, is good enough. Whereas if partner has 5 clubs to the ace, then declare might still have a stopper, queen jack 3rd. So all of these honor 3rd combinations against 3 no trump contracts tend to be very attractive leads at imps. king queen third, queen jack third, ace king third especially, and all of the strongest expert players will frequently make those leads. The fact that he's just thinking so long makes me wonder.
I wonder if he's putting too much faith in the opponent's Flannery, thinking maybe North wouldn't have passed 3-0 without a spade stopper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe he has 4 spades because they play Flannery and 1-0 didn't deny it. And he's talking to himself, oh, he let it. Okay.
Yeah, queen of
All
spades
right.
lead, so...
He came to the conclusion that this was the easiest path to defeat, and this will work. This is going to be another swing to Welland. We've seen a lot of swings recently.
Yeah, which is exciting. It does look like Welland's getting the better of them this segment after this board comes through.
13 could be a red game to nickel if 3-0 is defeated in the other room, and this could be a white game to Welland. We could just suddenly like go push. Then over a span of 6 boards, we could see 5 10M plus swings. And like each side of the ledger, it's not just one team beating up the other team. It's just the scoring has exploded. The variance has gone up.
Yeah, I mean, the entire Welland team is kind of playing a bit of high variance, with East psyching a no trump on board 12 and Aachen opening Flannery with the 9 count.
They must play standard attitude or something.
They do, yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't play the 9. Really like spades. Maybe 6s and 9s look a lot alike to the Vugraph operator, and he did play the 9.
They also play standard count, so the 3 spades is a little confusing, but...
He can't have anything to do other than the third round of spades with the king and queen held. Maybe the combination of partners showing the wrong count if they're playing the 10 of spades, but he's probably played with his kid enough to know that he may signal randomly in situations where he doesn't think it matters.
Right. Yeah. Some players do actually have that agreement that if they don't think it matters, then they just play random spot cards. And okay, well, this was not a success for passing out 3 now on Levin's hand.
4 diamonds. Make 3 4s. He missed so many chances.
Ace of hearts. Everyone follows. We can claim the rest. Down 1. Last board of the set at this table. And then the other table's a little bit behind us, so head over there to check out the action once we wrap up things here. But after a short break, we'll be back for quarter 2, so stay tuned. South gets to open a diamond.
And North, I expect, will not bury the hearts in order to make some sort of weak diamond raise.
Even after West overcalls a heart?
No, after West overcalls a heart, I expect North just bid 2 diamonds.
Oh!
West didn't, so North could actually get to heart. They could go diamond pass a heart, pass 2 hearts, all pass.
Can we
Brilliant
pause to take a second and mourn the 1 spade overcall on board 9, which got East-West off to the wrong lead? Now West and East are both terrified of overcalling one of a major with weak 5-card suits.
West has bid a heart, and if it went a diamond pass a heart, East would bid a spade anyways. So diamond heart, 2 diamonds.
2 diamonds.
Double by East. He's got the other suits. His partner has 6 hearts. He's not embarrassed by a singleton king. got a good hand. He has to double. And the hand,
I mean,
actually is, there's a game for East West on this, right? You can make 4 spades.
they have no club losers. The club's split, just a diamond, a spade, and maybe the jack of spades will take a trick as well, depending on how Declare plays it. But it does seem like 4 spades is on. East decides to bid 2 spades, not wanting to miss out on a 5-3 spade fid, and I think very justifiably so here. South knows he has a big diamond fit.
Now, South also suspects, though, that if he puts too much pressure, if he bids 3 diamonds, he can almost feel like it's going to go 3 spades past 4 spades.
Mm-hmm.
He may have a better shot of just having go 2 spades all pass by passing it. Well, clearly West was going to do something more progressive because he jumped the 4 spades over 3 diamonds. Against weaker players, it might have been a better idea to pass 2 spades to hope that it killed the auction died. I do not think there's much chance of beating 4 spades.
No, it doesn't seem like it. Not with the clubs 2-2.
Declare could get the clubs wrong and the spades wrong, in which case he would lose 2 spades, a diamond, and a club. Declare.
Is that actually the spot card that was led?
3 of clubs. Oh god, the 3 of clubs would be such a
no. Yeah, that would have been quite the lead from Weinstein.
Wow, that would have. That was almost. The Vugraph operator made an incredible lead. Weinstein, a credible lead.
Okay, so, I mean, Declare still doesn't know that he has no club loser, but he does know that if anyone has a singleton, it's going to be South. So, he'll win the club ace.
Right there.
He may just win the club ace and get spades right immediately, play a spade to the queen, figuring just to make sure he got as many trumps off the table. He may unblock the king of hearts, play a spade to the king, ace of hearts, pitch a diamond so that he doesn't like have the defense take 2 spades and cash 2 diamonds. And then and everything's going to be totally fine when he plays a spade off the board and the 9 forces the ace.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's actually quite a few options. If we lose, if we have a club and a diamond loser, we have to hold the spade losers to 1. So we would have to guess the spade jack. It might be really important to play club back at trick 2, because again, we know that South could be the only one. Well, we want to cut communication to diamonds before doing that.
He did not cash the king of hearts before leading a spade up. That's could be kind of awkward if you play spade to the queen, a spade back goes jack ace of spades, they cash 2 diamonds. So he may be committed to a spade to the 10 by having not unblocked the heart.
I mean, that's also quite risky. Even a
I'm
spade
really
to the
surprised.
10, though, is going to see Declare home on this layout.
Yeah. I think as a technical matter, he was better placed unblocking the heart first so that he doesn't have to worry about roughing that second diamond and dummy. He can just pitch it on the ace of hearts.
See, I'm thinking that if we unblock the heart and play a spade to the queen, and then play the ace of hearts pitching a diamond, and then spades happen to be 4-1, we might get tapped, which isn't great for our side. So I kind of understand not wanting to...
But you get tapped anyways, right? Spades are 4-1. I mean, they can just tap you in diamonds.
we can plan to rough a diamond in the west hand, and that deals with our diamond loser while still preserving heart control.
Well, you're thinking about a spade to the 10, not a spade to the queen then.
Yeah, maybe exit a diamond at trick 2. I don't know.
if you're going to play a spade to the queen, you should unblock the king of hearts first. If you're going to play a spade to the 10, I don't think you're in a rush to do it.
Yeah.
So Declare's intent might have been to play a spade to the 10 here because he didn't unblock the king of hearts, but South popped the ace of spades and that ended the hand.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Well, 11 imps on board 14, but they're still playing the last board of the set. Looks like Welland has the better of Nickel in this first quarter. But short break. We'll be returning for second quarter action in just a little bit.
All right. Bye.
Okay, chat. Let's head over to the other table, but it looks like this is going to be a flat one, I think. Diamond to heart. Al Hollander tells us that the next set is Welland and Aachen sitting against Nickel and Katz. That's probably a really good decision for the Welland team. They want them to be... they want Welland and Aachen, the very active partnership, to be sitting against the sponsor. And then Greco and Hampson playing against the Frenchman. In good news, I haven't choked on water since I woke up this morning. So, or at least since like 30 minutes after I woke up this morning. So I'm doing better in that regard. How'd they get to 4 hearts on the previous board? A heart, a spade, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, 3 clubs, 4 hearts. They never even bid no trump. What clowns. I thought Welland and Aachen always bid 3 no. But not this time. I mean, it almost looks like even if South's 3-card suit was spades instead of clubs, 4 hearts might still be a better place to play. Steve didn't need to have a small doubleton spade, though. That's on him. Alright, a diamond, a heart, 2 clubs, double. So Hampson decides not to bid 2 spades. He just shows spades and clubs with the double. Hey, Ignatius. South is going to bid 3 diamonds, I think. The tennis match here was a little bit interesting. 10 imps, 11 imps, 11 imps, 11 imps. Yeah, it's been a good start. A lot more exciting than the first 5 boards, that's for sure. But we had some excitement on board 7. North-South missed their cold grand. It's Jones cold. Okay, 2 diamonds by South is not going to be preemptive enough. West gets to bid clubs. What happened on the 6 heart board where Weinstein told partner to pick a slam and then Bobby told Steve to pick a slam? That's exactly what happened. 5 no was pick a slam, and 6 clubs was I have no preference. 5 no generally is just takeout of clubs, but like an offensive takeout. Like double of 5 clubs would have been, okay, where is the board? This one, board 11. Double of 5 clubs would have been like a defensive takeout of clubs. 5 no trump is an offensive takeout of clubs. And then 6 clubs is like, I don't really have any preference. This was an exciting set. I know, I'm pumped. I don't know if we're going to stick around for this match. Which other matches were on Vugraph? Does anyone know? Could South have just been 6 clubs instead of 5 no? I think 6 clubs would have been both majors. So 5 no generally is like diamonds in a major, but could be 3 suited. You have a very important question. Ask away. On that same board, which north or south do I believe was most convinced that east-west had a 13 card fit? Well, certainly not south. I mean, oh, which player? Which player entirely? East or north? Because 5 no by a passed hand oftentimes is going to be based on a club void, not a singleton. So north, I think, is pretty likely to believe the double void. Maybe east as well, the 3 club opener, but west could have a 6 card club suit. I mean, I don't know how aggressively they preempt. All of the European players blend together for me for the most part, except the ones that really stand out, like Alter and Gotthard from Germany, who just play a bunch of wild and wacky stuff all the time. But if West is somewhat disciplined in the 3 club preamps, then for the most part, he's not going to have 6. I mean, East led the high club, right, against 6 hearts, so East must have believed. Oh no, West led a club against 6 hearts, never mind. Yeah, maybe East was most convinced about the 13 fit. How'd they get to 4 spades? I'm sorry, what happened in this auction that convinced East-West they had spades? It went double 3 clubs. East bid 3 spades, West bid 4 spades. What a boss. So same opening club lead round to the ace. Wait. No, ace of diamonds and now a club lead around to the ace. Yeah, so Declare has alternative plans. I think Diamond Rough, Queen of Spades, if it holds, heart to the king, club to the king is the line of play. But just about anything's gonna work. It's all gonna be about the overcheck. Oh, you're upset about falling asleep the last 4 boards of last night's match? I know. Fleischer got knocked out. Spoilers. Sorry if you haven't seen yesterday's set. Has YouTube unbanned my video yet? That's an important question. Yes, they have. It's back up. With, I think, the Olympic thing cut out. Yeah, for those who weren't with us earlier, YouTube content struck my video because we watched the Olympic trailer yesterday, and that's like copyrighted material. So no more watching Olympic trailers, but don't worry, we will get to all of the juicy conspiracies that are going on right now in Paris. We'll check that out during the break. It's somehow not fair use. Well, it's not, yeah, it's not fair use, or whatever it is. It is banned worldwide in the media to post any Olympic content or to have any Olympic content. It's like exclusively registered for, I guess, the networks that are broadcasting it. It was only a 30-second clip. So my entire like 11 and a half hour stream yesterday is still up. YouTube took it down once they realized that I had Olympic stuff in it. But it's back up now. So if you missed out on the round of 32 action from yesterday. Exciting Flannery hands in this set. There have been some exciting Flannery hands. Yeah. What line of play did Declare take? Ruff to diamond, spade to the king. This seems vastly inferior to playing the queen of spades. But it looks like it's going to work out just fine. Man, spade to the king is fucking weird, dude. That is so weird. Good luck on your interview, Ignatius. Good luck, good luck. You think every broadcaster in the UK can show it, but not independent ones? But you also have a law that you're not allowed to stop a broadcaster showing the Olympics? England has some really weird laws. I found that out when I was researching the defamation laws, because of the guy who like complained that I had defamed him on my channel. Yeah, defamation in the US and in England is like completely different. In the UK, it's like if you don't like something someone says about you, you're allowed to order a lawsuit against them. In the US, you need actual proof that someone is lying. You have a list of events that broadcasters can always show, and the Olympics is on it. I see. Yeah, you do have insane libel laws. As an American, you're not allowed to say other countries have weird laws. I mean, I think worldwide there are a bunch of weird laws. The US has some weird ones. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure slavery is still allowed in Mississippi. I mean, don't quote me on that, but I think there are some US states with archaic language in their like state legislatures or state constitutions where like there's a bunch of like 18th century things that are still allowed. Is it true to holler at a cow after 8 p.m. in Montana? I wouldn't be surprised. I think that's possible. So we had Hammond against Leonardon. That match is going to be dumb and boring. Moyles against Rubenstein. Oh my god, dude, Rubenstein. Like, no matter how good Moss, Grew, and Grossack, who's he playing with, Rosenberg are, as a front four, if Rubenstein is this bad, you're just never going to win an event like this. It's just impossible. The sponsor has to play 2 sets. And when they sit down against people who can actually play cards, you're going to have quarters like this, 48-11. So even if you believe that Grew Moss and Grossack Rosenberg are like 15 imps a quarter better than Hans Hung and Wibbly Edgton, which, like, I don't think that's necessarily clear, but it might be somewhere in that vicinity. You just can't make up losing like 40 imps in the first 2 sets each. Oh, I was gonna look at the scoreboard. Scoreboard, here we go. If you're riding a bike and happen to fall off it, you have to fall controlled to the right while shouting, "Help, I'm falling," 3 times. That's a law from the Norwegian army. That's really funny. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, libel in the UK, if you bring a case to court, then the defendant has to start by finding a lawyer and paying legal fees, and a lot of people can't afford to do that. And so I guess you can get some wins by default. Oh my god, look at this. Our boy is in 3rd. Greg Humphreys up there. Are any of the high seeds winning? Zimmerman. Zimmerman is currently up over Lean. Barely. But Welland, lower seed, winning. Oh, I guess technically Rosenberg is the higher seed, up against Rippy. Rippy, the hero of the tournament, defeats Fleischer. Goldberg over Rosenthal. Delimpel Tadakis, we're getting there, is winning over Roman. I guess they're technically the higher seed. Leonardin against Hammond is winning. They're the higher seed. Moyles, Rubenstein, Gerely, Street. It's close. Who's ready for Leonardin to win the event? Haven't we observed that Leonardin is also a very, very weak sponsor? Hey, Shift. Good morning. I don't know. Which match should we watch? Rosenthal, Goldberg? Yeah, let's watch Rosenthal, Goldberg. It'll make all the Norwegians happy, and also that match is relatively close. So I think that'll be fun. Assuming they're up. Were they on Vugraph earlier? They might not have been. Wait, I've forgotten. There was Rubenstein and Moyles, Hammond, Leonardin, the match that we watched, and then there was maybe one more. You just had a 10-card suit on BBO? Congrats. Hopefully you got to declare. Your wife likes the BradyBot squeeze emote? 5 diamonds doubled making. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I like the squeeze emote. It's one of my favorites. Whoever I got to do the emotes did a really good job. She thinks it's adorable. It is adorable. That's the whole point. It's like a hug. It's a hug, but I'm doing my normal face. That's basically what I look like when people hug me in real life. It's a spoiler. So if you want to give me a hug, then this is how it's gonna look. um okay, we have Nicol Welland. You look forward to the face? Yeah, maybe I'll do like a meet and greet at some point. I don't know. What match are we watching, chat? Nicol Welland again. I mean, this match is not close. Rubenstein is in. Maybe Gruen Moss? Wibbly Edgton? Can we watch the Flannery one? Are they in again? Weinstein Levin aren't in. And Roy and Sabina are sitting against the sponsor, Nicol. Are Hurd and Bathurst playing? Not right now. They'll be in for the next sets. We're already 2 boards in. I'm not going to start on board 18. I guess we'll go back to Nicol Welland. As much as I hate it. How far are we into this set? Oh, we're on board 19. Yeah, I guess we'll just go to Nicol Welland. Sorry, chat. So which table? I guess we'll wait for names. Because I don't want to sit at the Nicol table. They have cards here. Please give me names. Names, please. I think Nicol likes to sit north-south, so maybe we should go to this one. Yeah, Nicol's north-south. All right, let's sit over here. See you in a bit, chat. We'll do some Olympic coverage during the break. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting started with the second quarter of action, Welland against Nicol. Welland got the better of Nicol in the first segment. A few big game swings towards the end of the set, including a psych by one of the French players, Jérôme Rambaud. Saw them picking up the majority of the double-digit swings in that first segment. They're currently ahead by 13. And here, I think we have Greco and Hampson sitting east-west, and the father-son French partnership sitting north-south for the Welland team. North gets to a no trump after 3 passes around to South, who opened the bidding. Jack of Spades lead, Ro16 promising the queen. So Declare off the top has 4 diamonds and 2 spades. Can work on hearts to try and build a 7th trick. But if Declare misguesses the heart suit, the defense will be able to cash set up 2 spades and cash them, along with 2 hearts and 3 clubs. Somewhat natural to play a heart to the 10. That way, if you do guess the hearts correctly, in this specific circumstance, you actually score 2 heart tricks. So maybe Declare will get the suit correct. Wow, West plays the 10 of spades. That 10 of spades play does cause some problems for the defenders, because now while West can continue the 9 of spades, declares 8 is going to set up. It looks like the defense may have slipped here, and West, either Greco or Hampson, whoever it is, might be regretting that 10 of spades play. Declare has misguessed the hearts, but will be in time to set up a heart trick now that the defense can't actually attack spades profitably. Yeah, West returns a heart, but it's not good enough. I mean, some real potential for a swing board here. If we get the same Jack of Spades lead in the other room and West does not unblock the 10, then once again, a heart misguess could see Declare going down over there. 3 clubs, 2 spades, and 2 hearts. Okay, now the 2 rounds of hearts have come. Declare has their 7th trick in. Jack of hearts is established. It's possible the defense gives Declare an extra trick if he switches to clubs here, setting up the 10 of clubs. But I think it's somewhat likely after that 10 of spades at trick 1 that East is going to continue a spade. So 7 tricks, claimed, plus 90. Good result for Welland. Doesn't have the same flair as getting to a game contract, and making it when there's a bit of a slip up in the defense, but it still could be a small swing, 4 imps or so going their direction. All right, North passes. East has a precision style 1 heart opener, so it's a limited. South gets to decide if his hand is too good to overcall 2 diamonds or not, facing a past hand partner. 7 quick tricks. Maybe the hand is a little too good. You double, you then bid 3 diamonds if the opponents get to 2 hearts, and hope that your partner can ask you for a heart stopper so that you get to play 3 no trump. But I wouldn't really fault South if he does decide to bid 2 diamonds. It's quite a good hand. You really don't need much for 3-no to make, but still, you don't want to get buried out of your diamond suit. So South does overcall 2 diamonds. Negative double from West. And now Hampson has actually a pretty strong hand. He does bid 3 clubs, patterning out. I think South not likely to go quietly here. Will soldier on with a 3 diamond bid. With such a good hand, you can't really afford to let a precision partnership steal from you. like West could have a 5 count, East could have 11, and North actually has some values, so your side makes a game. Welcome back, Michael.
Heads up, in about an hour and a half, so probably with about 4 boards to go, I'm going to have to split to take my daughter off somewhere.
Sounds good.
So North doesn't have a very good hand.
No, North does not have a very good hand. Yeah, he realized that when he picked it up. South does bid 3 diamonds eventually. It took a little bit of time.
Would it be shocking for West to just decide that he can't leave that 5th spade on the table and bid 3 spades here?
Yes. It would be shocking, yes. But you're so right. I mean, West decided not to bid 2 spades over 2 diamonds immediately, and now he might be a little bit worried that they could be missing a 5-3 spade fit. East could easily be 3-5-1-4 in shape.
Yeah, and if partners has, say, 2-5-2-4, brings it back to clubs, he can always take a shot at 4 hearts, figuring that he's got 3 cover cards with kings and partners suits and the ace of spades. Well, he's done something similar with 3 hearts. I suspect that some hands East would bid 3 spades over 3 hearts, but maybe he hasn't bid 3 hearts at all because it's been undone. No, it's been undone and redone. So 4 hearts is game. So East has done that. And has hearts are 3-3. So you only have to even if you had to lose 2 hearts, you might make it with although you have control issues. But with hearts 3-3, you can afford to lose a club and still make it.
Yeah, it looks like Declare is actually going to do quite well in this contract. So
I got my popcorn ready.
Really did a well done East-West. And I think the 3-heart bid is actually really nice from Greco, because if he had 3-card heart support, he would have done something other than start with a negative double. Probably.
There is a style where 3-card limit raises can start with a negative double. I've never really been into that style. I think it's cleaner to just support right away with 3 in case the next hand bids. You don't want to get blown out from showing support at a convenient level.
Yeah, so it's possible that East-West knew that they were in a 5-2 heart fit, and Hampson just judged that this was the most likely making game. So heart to the king, a heart back to the queen. As you say, if hearts are 4-2, Declare is getting tapped out, so there's no reason to even think about ducking this around and hoping South has a potential ace doubleton.
And for listeners who are wondering about how Hampson knew to bid that 4th heart, one of the things that I think he liked about the hand was that he could see the lower heart honors at the queen and the jack. That those are really important cards if you're playing a short fit. So if he could visualize his partner having ace and 1 or king and 1 in hearts, he can sort of see a path to maintaining control in the trump suit. And his partner volunteered 3 hearts. No one his partner wasn't forced or didn't just take a reluctant preference from clubs back to hearts when South passed. South bid 3 diamonds. West could have passed it. Instead, West volunteered 3 hearts. So Hampson, with extra shape, extra values, and good spots in the trump suit, liked his hand enough to bid the 4th heart, and he will be rewarded with a 3-3 break and 420 or 450 points. Actually, he's actually still in danger here, right?
No, he can take the club finesse into the safe hand, which is North, who has no diamonds.
Oh, right, yes.
So even if North happened to have the club queen, when he runs the jack of clubs here, North won't have any diamonds to cash, and he'll have the rest. So 11 tricks. Well done. Yeah, four spades in the 5-2 fit would not have been so nice because the hand with the. I mean, not only does the spade suit split 5-1, which is bad, but the short trump hand getting forced is with a bunch of high trumps as well.
So 450 is a really good result for East West. It's so unlikely but possible for that to be duplicated. But it's a very, very good position for them to be in.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of ways to go wrong on East West cards. Right, North has a better hand, but South does not.
If only North and South could combine the two hands from this board in the last one, then they would have two ace
My
of
luck, I
diamonds.
combined the North hand from the previous one with the South hand from this one.
I see. So you're a glass half empty kind of guy.
All the time. All right, so they play a standard approach, so I would think two clubs. I think they play mostly standard, so you see a strong two clubs from North. I can look up their card to see how they respond to that, whether they use like a two heart double negative, which is they've not loaded in the proper players, and I think I closed the window that had their convention card in it. So not having such an easy time finding their convention card anymore. The fact that North's thinking leads me to believe he's thinking about things other than two clubs, which could be one club, figuring you bid your suits, bid a club, and jump shift to two spades. That would not be incongruous with the French style of being sound and bidding your suits. Would be excellent way of staying low on this hand.
For North-South, maybe. I mean, for East-West, yeah. They might get involved in spades.
Yeah, it goes a club of spade past two spades. You know that North hand?
Well, it's going to go like a club of spade past two clubs. And...
Well, they're both past hands, so I think maybe a bit two clubs anyways because this hand's good, but... He's thinking. So, I mean, what are the options? Two no trump? When they play two diamonds,
no,
is
two no, I think for them is 19 to 20.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Well, okay, it's 20 to 21. I thought it might have been 19 to 20. The two diamond opener is 22 to 23 balanced, or it's multi. So weak two in a major, or 22 to... It's probably not a weak two in a major.
This could go all pass. If that shows 22, 23 and you want the South hand, good here.
Actually, yeah. I'm kind of with you.
Wow, that would be a system thing. It's not your best partial, but it's a partial. You're staying at the two level. You'd rather play it in clubs if you had your druthers, but... two diamonds is not a terrible spot for North-South. It's a much better spot than some of the higher contracts. Although, I mean, you do have 8 tricks and no trump with the 10 of clubs as an entry and the diamond finesse working.
Okay. South, I guess, believes his partner could have a weak two in a major, so bids two spades, pass or correct. Two no. This is probably gonna go all pass.
In a sense, this will be an easier make than two diamonds because Declare's not going to have much choice other than to use the club entry to take a diamond finesse. If the defense manages to set up a spade trick for Declare, then you could even take 9 tricks. It's probably going to go spade to the ace, jack of spades, queen, king. Was this game forcing two diamonds so that now he's bid Stamen?
No, it's not game forcing. I think it's... Whoa.
No. North has bid 3 spades.
Yeah, but also whoa.
Yeah.
I guess I was...
bid over it?
I'm surprised by South forcing to game.
I'm especially surprised because I would think that the 2 spades pass are correct in the multi-position. that if North had a strong hand, including 4 hearts, maybe it was supposed to do something other than maybe it's supposed to bid 3-0 rather than 2-0 or something, so that South doesn't have to bid Stamen here, since South showed interest in hearts already, and North bid 2-0 Trump. So, well, they're in 3-0, and they told East to not lead a spade, and they told East to not lead a heart, so East is leading a diamond, which looks bad, but actually doesn't cause them any harm. It's something Declare could do on his own.
Yeah, so Declare really only has 8 tricks, 5 clubs, 2 diamonds, and the ace of hearts, and it's hard to imagine scoring an extra one. Now, on 5 rounds of clubs, East is going to have to make a lot of discards, but I think West is going to be able to tell East what's going on.
Yeah, East may have to pitch 2 hearts in order to hold the position in spades. If South's clubs are too good, right? If he had a second club entry, then he'd be able to do more things, like try to establish the diamonds. But he's just going to win this diamond and peel off 5 clubs and hope that the defense messes up.
Yeah, actually, I think it's really important what diamond West plays on this trick, and I suspect Greco is going to play low, not the king, because if that 7 of diamonds happens to be from like a doubleton, then okay, Declare has ace queen jack, so why put up the king? Force Declare to use an entry to take another hook, and otherwise, well, you know, would partner really be leading the 7 diamonds from ace 9-7? I guess it's possible.
I don't. It's a big lead into. I don't think it's likely. I think the 7, and the 7's also the lowest spot, so he knows the 7's low. So his partner wouldn't lead the partner has to have at least 3, and that means partner has an honor.
Mm-hmm.
So in a sense, the king can't cost because he knows Declare has 2 cards, including 2 honors. So if Declare has ace jack doubleton. Well, by playing low, if Declare has ace jack doubleton, Declare you can play the king or wins the ace and plays the jack, and then your partner has to duck. Otherwise, you know, if the diamonds are good, if the 10 of clubs is an entry, so it would save a trick. Well, it doesn't save a trick to play low either, because then Declare also has 2 diamond tricks.
Yeah, it could be really important to play the king, though, if Declare happens to have, like, a singleton queen. And, I mean, West kind of knows that North thought for a while before his opening bid, because East was not the one that was thinking over 2 diamonds. So the board was on the other side of the screen for a long time. West can kind of surmise that North was the one doing a lot of thinking.
I think North is regretting not having opened a club, and I think South's choice to continue over 2-0 Trump was highly aggressive. If he'd caught a 4-card heart fit, then I understand him wanting to push, figuring like he's not making 2-0, so he might as well just go to an extra 100 and 3-0 on the chance of finding a 4-4 heart fit where they might have a game. So it's if he feels like 2-0 is always down and he's not getting doubled in 3-0, then he's risking 100 to try to win 720. He's getting like 7 to 8 to 1 odds on, or 7 to 1 odds on, risking 100 to try to win 620. So I guess 720. So he's getting 8 to 1 odds on, I'm bad at odds, 7 to 1 or 8 to 1 odds on finding a 4-card heart suit. So I think South actually makes some sense what they've done. Yes, you're trying to pick up 720, you're risking 100. So yeah, 7 to 1 odds.
I will inform everyone that not only was 1 no trump duplicated in the other table, making 7 tricks, but 4 hearts was duplicated in the other room with the exact same auction over there. So both sides doing really well to get to the 5-2 heart fed, and Welland keeping pace with Nickel at the start of this second quarter of play.
So yeah, props to Greco Hampton and to Auken Welland for finding the route to the only game that had a chance on a hand where you were likely to bid game. Mm-hmm. and then making the maximum number of tricks. Really well done by both pairs. Seeing some good bridge here.
Yeah.
I guess the king wins when Declare has Queen Jack doubleton.
Right. Yeah. That seems the most likely layout. It's Queen Jack Doubleton or Singleton Queen, I think, are the only realistic layouts where the king wins.
Now, West would like to be on lead right now so they can shift to the Jack of Spades.
Yes.
We can see actually declares the 9 and 8 of spades, so it doesn't actually help. But if Hampson spades were king 10 8, fourth or fifth, the Jack of Spades switch would be able to let the defense take 4 spade tricks. Also, dummy is rather bereft of value, so you also just don't want to blow things, right? You think that when dummy hits with a 0 count, as long as you don't blow a whole bunch of tricks, you're probably going to go plus.
Right.
Now, on this hand, it's actually a lot closer than you expect when dummy hits with such insufficient values, which sort of also like impacts the 7-1 odds I was talking about, because there are occasional deals like this one where you can make 2-no trump but not 3-no trump.
Yeah, so Greco taking his time. I think that last thing that you said is really important about second to last thing you said about not blowing too many tricks, because if the king of diamonds is wrong, okay, Greco does play the king of diamonds. If the king is wrong, declare could have ace queen jack third, unblock the entire suit, and then use the 10 of clubs as an entry to run the entire diamond suit. And so playing the king could easily give up a lot of tricks. Whereas if you play low, you might blow one trick, but you're never gonna let the entire diamond suit score.
I think declare there was checking for king jack doubleton of diamonds, which would have been a legitimate way for him to make the hand by just having 3 diamonds, 5 clubs, and the ace of hearts. Right. And now declare feels a little sad, is just kind of hoping the defense is going to help him out some more. Maybe play another diamond for him. They're never going to do that. They may think dummy has no entry, so it's safe to cash the diamond, but they should know better.
Well, I think Greco knows the 10 of clubs is an entry, right? Because even if his partner has a higher club, it's going to be in shortness. It'll fall on, like if Hampson has a queen doubleton, declare cashes the ace king and the queen drops, the 10's an entry. So Greco's the one that's definitely a bit more worried.
Yeah, Greco's looking at 7, 5, 3, 2 of clubs, and that's not. None of those clubs are higher than the 10, and he can see that.
The other table made 3 now. I mean, they're in 2 now.
Yeah, they probably got a spade lead, and after the defense attacks spades, that actually develops a spade trick for declare and gives them a chance to take 9. If the defense continues a passive approach, just clears the spades, then declare can safely take the diamond finesse. Because even if they cash a spade, you can just pitch your heart loser on it. And that's probably what happened. Is they got there without telling East to not lead spades, which is I would think an excellent result for the nickel team, unless 3-0 somehow points up making here on this board.
It seems pretty unlikely. I think Greco's going to overtake this 10 of hearts. That's what he's been thinking about for a while, but he has a much better idea about what's going on defensively than his partner does.
So he overtook the 10 of hearts and fired a spade back. I thought he might overtake the heart and fire a heart back, because declare is known to not hold 4 hearts.
Yeah, it does look as if declare might have started with ace third, and so a heart back might have worked to establish. Well,
I guess he's worried that declare would just play ace of hearts and a heart, and then establishing the long heart and dummy with the 10 of clubs as a desperation entry to it.
Yeah,
the stand is complicated. Now, East can't continue the spade attack too much, or they're going to set up a spade trick for declare. So if like the 6 of spades come back to the ace, Greco's got to switch back to hearts.
I think
the defense has the jack of diamonds and 2 spades right now. So even if Greco wins the ace of spades, plays another spade. I'm surprised he started the spades with the low one and not the jack, though, because starting with the unblocking jack.
Well, he knows his partner has the jack of diamonds entry. So now Hampson can cash
the jack of diamonds at the table, post haste. That is the setting trick.
All right, good defense by East West.
I would have just shrugged and ran my long suit as declare, figuring maybe something good will happen. Probably nothing good would have happened because they knew too much about my shape. They show up with 5 clubs. They know I have 4 spades from the auction. They have a complete count on the hand. They're going to defend. Greco and Hampson are not going to blow that defense. So what? No, that can't be right. Hampson had Jack of Diamonds as a setting trick when he was in. I can't imagine him not.
I assume that he did as well.
Operator, I was just saying how good Greco and Hampson's defense is. Don't make me look stupid like this.
I mean, if he returned something else, that 8 of spades was high. And Declare did have all the rest of the tricks. We'll never know. Hopefully we get a correction if there is one, but otherwise we might have to wait until the scores get posted on Bridge Winners. All right, on to board 19. 2 passes around to north, gets to open a spade in 3rd seat. Takeout double by Hampson. He has 19, a little bit too good for no trump overcall. 2 hearts by south, constructive raise to 2 spades.
We can see that the one crappy hand is moving around the table. It's really fair. West got the crappy hand on this one. Did we miss East having a really crappy hand earlier, or is he just due for one next?
I don't think East has had a bad hand yet.
Yeah. All right, East has had at least, a normal hand every time, and now he's had a good one, so he's due.
It is a rule that they have to average out to 10 high card points, somewhere between 9 and 11 high card points over the course of the set, so that would create a very interesting dynamic on board 15 of the segment, where you probably know exactly how many high cards everyone has.
I thought the rule was that the weaker your partner is, the lower your average high card points is going to be for the set. So I got the recap sheet left, and I'm sitting south with a weak partner. I'm like, oh, 7.8. That's about what it felt like.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to have 7.8 average over 26 boards.
Well, this time the weak hand actually has some stuff. A 6-card diamond suit over there.
And they have a fit. Last time the weak hand bid game, this time not so much.
No.
East has shown a pretty good hand. He still feels like if partner had like ace 5th of diamonds, they can make 3-0, but he has no reason to play West for the ace of diamonds on this auction.
Yeah, it looks like it's possible to make an overtrick here on an end play. The clubs are situated as such that Declare can actually strip the major suits. Oh my god. Well, I think we're going to get a 10th trick on a non-end play pretty quickly, in fact.
Yeah, of course. There's no reason to do anything other than the a low club here. It's not like it's going to go club to the king and club back a ruffed by north, and then I suppose it's possible that 3 clubs was a singleton. All right, so he's won that, and now
for his next trick, he'll pull trumps.
Yeah, well, he's made the contract, so he's not going to tank. He's just going to try to draw the trumps first, and then worry about how to take extra tricks. And no one knows what's going on in the club suit except North. To be fair, Hampson doesn't care what's going on in the club suit. Hampson's just like praying that they miss 3-0 trump. South is busy thinks that West has King Jack of clubs or Queen Jack of clubs. South's trying to decide if partner can possibly have a singleton club. So there's nothing better to do than try to give partner a club rough.
Yeah, makes sense.
Although, as you were saying, it actually doesn't necessarily cost a trick that he's done this, because Declare could have stripped the hand out and led a club to the 9 to sort of accomplish the same thing, depending on how the actual play would go. A lot of the defenses would help Declare along their cause of stripping the hand out, so that it would make it easier to play the club to the 9. People having a hard time visualizing it, you get to a position where there's a trump still in the east and west hand, and the east and west hands are exhausted of hearts, or at least the north hand is exhausted of hearts, and the east and west hands are exhausted of spades. You play club to the 9, north wins the king or the queen, and they either have to play another club for you, or they have to give you a rough and a discard.
Well,
Okay, East
130.
does not have his cracking hand yet.
Yeah, he's overdue. Don't worry, Hampson will get there. He'll be
Yeah.
given the 0 count opposite his partner's strong club.
So, well, North has a strong no trump, and I believe they play a strong no trump vulnerable in second seat among their 4 no trump ranges. 5 if you count Sykes.
Yes. So 1 no in the north. Hampson looks like he can overcall 2 clubs.
Clubs at a major? Must be.
Yeah,
Must be something like
clubs in
clubs in a
major.
major or clubs in a minor. I don't hate 2 clubs as clubs in a major as long as it's stipulated that the clubs are at least 5, so that partner can at least pass or correct more appropriately. West will push for the major, and I would think my agreement here is that, assuming South passes, that 2 diamonds would ask for the major, and 2 hearts and 2 spades would be my own suit. So that sometimes, here I'm at pass hand, I'm a lot less likely to have a 6-card major, but if partner bid 2 clubs showing clubs in a major and I'm sitting there with a 6-card suit of my own, we might have game in it. I'd like to be able to bid it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think double asks for the major, and that's what West has done. It's just good to have rules, and you don't change them for pass hands usually. Just have rules to know the difference between when you put a convention on your card that says someone has an unknown major. You probably want to have ways for the other hand to also show a major of their own suit, and that's different from a way that you're asking for partner to bid the major.
Right. And it is important to distinguish that even by a passed hand, maybe 2 hearts and 2 spades by West here would be natural. Some players might argue that West should have preempted if they had a 6-card major that they felt like showing, and therefore 2 hearts would be pass or correct, and 2 spades might be a club raise or something. But in this case, double makes a lot of sense, so they can find their major. North-South have found their diamond fed. I think North is going to raise here, 3 diamonds.
Sure. Yeah, and that helps bury the major, right? You bid 3 diamonds before they've figured out what the major is. If the major was spades from West's point of view, West would be a lot more happy about bidding the 3 level, the 9-card fit, than in a 4-4 fit. I think it may go 3 diamonds, and East will double because he kind of has both majors and he has a good hand in context.
Yeah, East can either double or kind of follow through even on his partner's wishes by just bidding 3 hearts himself.
And East-West do okay, right? They have play for 4 hearts. They may well make it. Spades behave. Hearts are where they're supposed to be. They only have the 2 minor suit losers off the top. They may have a handling charge. 5 spades, 4 hearts is 9. You'd have to have 2 things to get to 11.
Yeah, but you only need 10 for the game.
Yeah, 10 is pretty busy.
Declare will always play the no trump opener for the missing queen of trumps, and that'll work out just fine here.
If North doesn't raise diamonds, that's better at defending not game. Because East may just bid 2 hearts because partner asked for the major, and West just pass it because he has 6 high card points, and there you are in 2 hearts. Meanwhile, if North bids 3 diamonds, East may start thinking, maybe we have game with a good mesh. Partner having nothing in diamonds and voluntarily asking for my major.
Now, I do wonder what the holdup is, because 3 diamonds on the North cards looks very natural to me, and then Hampson might have thought for a little while, but I would be surprised if he thought for more than a couple minutes about whether or not to double or pass or bid 3 hearts in that spot.
At the other table, East did not bid over no trump, and West balanced with 2 clubs showing the majors. And how should East react to that? Wellen bid 2 hearts.
2 hearts. Wow. A lot of room for like partner.
Huge underbid, given that partner had a 6 count and game was great. Well, game was highly playable, at least opposite the 6 count. So I think we have an opportunity here for nickel, because I do think Hampson is going to evaluate his hand upwards on this option. He didn't love it initially, but especially if 2 diamonds, 2 clubs didn't imply a 5-card major, or maybe even denied a 5-card major.
Yeah, so there's a 3 heart bid.
So he's followed through with 3 hearts. I thought he You almost have to. The fact is that his hearts are minimum in length, and now maybe West, knowing partner volunteered 3 hearts, is the one who's going to have to kick it in for 4, and it's not so obvious that his queen of spades is pulling anyway. So I don't think he does. I think West lets it go here. No? Okay. Well done. Well judged, Eric Greco, to bid 4 hearts, and both of them for doing the right thing in the auction. I don't think the play is going to produce any more challenges.
Yeah, both of them can kind of tell that the hands fit really well the way the auctions proceeded, with North-South finding the diamond fit. I mean, Hampson realizes his singleton diamond's huge, and the fact that his partner's interested in both majors with the double, as you said, makes the ace-king of spades really big cards. And then West, of course, hearing his partner bid 3 hearts, kind of suspects now that even if the opponent's auction didn't promise his partner had diamond shortness, his partner does have diamond shortness, so the hand fits really nicely.
Yeah, I think this is really well judged by East-West here, and sort of the danger of sometimes when you're competing for the partial, you wind up pushing the opponents into a game they wouldn't have found on their own.
Mm-hmm.
If East-West were sort of left their own druthers, if South didn't bid 2 diamonds and 1 no trump, 2 clubs, showing clubs in a major, would have gone pass. 2 diamonds, what's your major? Pass. 2 hearts, pass. That would have been the end of it, right? It wouldn't have even sniffed at game. 6 opposite 12, 6 opposite 13. Opponents who opened a strong no trump. They wouldn't have sniffed it. They wouldn't have realized that the match was magic.
Yeah, that does seem pretty likely because, as you mentioned, the singleton diamond ups at 3 small is really what makes the hand powerful for game here. And the fact that Declare is going to guess the heart queen most of the time. If the opponents had been silent throughout and East-West got to game, then Declare would need to pick up the hearts. The spades would need to split. But all these things are much more likely when North opens no trump.
If South had had a 6 diamond, I would have been a proponent of over 2 clubs showing clubs in a major, or bidding 2-0 Liebensaal to get above the entire 2 level immediately before they have a chance to judge things. But with just ace-9 fifth of diamonds, I'm not sure I even like 2 diamonds. I'm sure I don't like the result of the 2 diamond call, but at least for North-South. But it is going to make the match closer here because I don't think that there's any chance that Hampson's going to find a line to go down in 4 hearts.
Yeah, this opening spade lead's going to look a little bit scary for a couple of moments, but I don't think Declare can do anything against 4-1 splits in either major.
Fast. Well, if the spade lead is singleton, does Declare have enough tricks by drawing trumps? He has 4 spades and 4 hearts is 8 and a rough, and 4 spades and 3 hearts and a rough in each hand is only 9.
Yeah.
He draws trump. So, and then again, he also goes down if he lets them get spade roughs.
Right.
So maybe
There's just nothing Declare can do unless both majors behave, and he gets lucky this time.
He did open a no trump, so there's a pretty good chance that, your right hand one is at least 2 spades and at least 2 hearts. So that eliminates
a very good chance they've got at least 2 too. Yes.
I mean, if you feel a little funny, you play a heart to the king and North false cards to the queen. That'd be kind of an interesting play. North can actually do that fairly safely, right? Because they know that what's happening in the heart suit and their queen's about to get gobbled up. An interesting little ploy to dump the queen of hearts under the king. I don't think any human being would find that play. Maybe Zach or Zia or something.
All right, spade to the ace. Declare, I think, is going to be a lot happier seeing that 10 of spades, because that would mean if spades happen to be 4-1, North is false carded, and that's not a very likely thing for North to have done.
I love that you point out like these subtle card play things that are really easy to miss, and they're super important for people who are learning bridge to pay attention to which actual card they've played, and if that rules out any holdings without like a bizarre false card, because it's a beautiful thing about bridge, and it's such an easy thing to just not pay attention to. So that's why I love listening to your commentary, Rob.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of card play, as everyone who watches my content knows. So I always talk about card play and sometimes go a little bit too deep. But as you say, it is very important to pay attention to these things. I think a lot of people present bridge hands in such a simplified form, where you'll see a bridge problem and someone says, okay, these are the two hands. They lead a low spade at trick one. The other player also plays low. Now what do you do? And I'm like, well, which spade spot did they lead? Which spade did they play on my right? I want to try and figure out the distribution of the spade suit. I want to count out the hand and figure out where the honors are. And you can't do that if you just shove all of the Jack 10 9 4 6 of spades into the same spot card.
Even on this specific hand, I wasn't even thinking to myself, like the 10 of spades makes it a lot more likely the spade lead was from length. So when you said it, I was like, oh my God, this is something like I should pay closer attention to when I'm declaring the hands, because maybe these are some inferences that I'm missing. I don't think that I'm a weak player by any stretch of the imagination. So anytime I hear something go, it makes me rethink, like, oh yeah, I should remember to pay attention to that when I'm playing. It's a good sign that this is really great advice for everyone.
Yeah, so I think for that reason, Hampson was actually fairly confident about just like exiting a diamond here. He doesn't believe that South is getting spade rough, so he can delay his guess in the trump suit and try and collect a bit more information before doing so.
The West hand is face up on the table. North has to know that spade lead was not from the... Well, I mean, I guess the spade lead could have been from the king 9/3. In which case, North's getting a spade rough to beat the contract. Spade to the king, spade rough, ace of clubs. Maybe we just see the jack of spades come out of North's hand. That's the simple way to beat it. Maybe cash a high club first.
Yeah, but even that line of defense is going to make Declarer more confident about the location of the heart queen. Like the ace of clubs kind of shows off the king of clubs, because why would a Declarer looking at the singleton and dummy just cash the ace? That might set up Declarer's entire suit. So North does actually really well to continue a low diamond back, not giving any more information to Declarer about the honor location in the diamond suit. But Declarer kind of has a counter to this. He's now set himself up where he can just play the ace king of hearts, and if hearts split 3-2, he can rough a diamond.
Yeah, and then run the spades and just lose a heart and a club.
Right. So he's taking one last look to see if that's what he actually wants to do.
He can actually, even though he kind of knows North has the queen of hearts, he could take a first round heart finesse through South also, which maintains more flexibility in having entries to both hands. He can still rough a diamond low in his hand. So that's actually a consideration also, to take a known to be losing finesse, basically. Or very highly likely to be losing finesse. It feels weird, but it doesn't cost him anything more than a chance at an overtrick if he does it here.
Right.
I think he struggles on 4-1 hearts no matter what, though. So he might as well play the ace king of hearts, rough a diamond, and start running the spades.
Yeah, unless South happens to have the queen of hearts, then you could pick up 4-1 hearts. But I mean, then North would have opened a no trump with a small singleton, so that seems pretty unlikely.
Well, at this point, if he plays like hearts of the king, jack of hearts, it could just go. Basically, North could duck it with queen fourth of hearts, or cover it. Either way, I think, and if when East goes to draw East would have to like cross the queen of spades like things get blocked, so they would lose their diamond rough anyways. So he's just played the ace king of hearts and is going to rough a diamond and claim.
Yeah, spade split. So diamond rough. We don't get the same 10 tricks that Declarer started the hand with, which was 3 trumps, 5 spades, and a rough in each hand, but scoring 2 diamond roughs and losing that queen of hearts. Still good enough for the game swing. Nickel fighting back, 10 imps their way.
It was, we've seen some really beautiful play from Greco and Hampson on a couple of these boards already now, right? Well, wait.
And
we don't know what happened.
Maybe board 18.
Yeah. But what was it? I think 17 was really great for them, and 20 was really great for them, and 18, assuming they beat 3-0 Trump, that was inputted wrong, was either great for them or terrible for them if they let it make. They can't be average on that board. They had to have done something well or something badly. All right, so now we think that East is going to have a terrible hand because he's due.
We hope so. It's only fair. Unless they decide to keep rewarding Hampson because they think he's playing well. They give him all of the good hands.
Well, if they blew 3-0 Trump on 18, it was because Hampson was on lead with the setting trick and didn't cash it. There was a time about 10 years ago where I would have ranked Hampson as the best player in the world, but I don't think that's true anymore today. But he's certainly one of the greats. So he's allowed to have a cow fly by the table occasionally and make an error. I won't hold it against him too hard.
Yeah, Hampson. Hampson was on the winning GNT team. He played with Brad Moss.
And
earlier.
They were excellent. The GNT finals, I really liked that the level of card play was at a very, very high level throughout. The players did not play like they were tired. They took a lot of tricks. They were very careful. They took several lines of play that I thought were subtle or beautiful, and it was really a pleasure to watch that final. Watching bridge can be a lot of fun, but watching bridge when it's played really well is awesome. So I really like I like watching good bridge so much more than watching sloppy bridge. It can be fun because you can heckle the sloppy bridge, but I'd rather watch the players make great plays that I didn't think of and make me look stupid as a commentator than to make me look clever as a commentator by me saying how I would take more tricks than they did.
Well, I never really think that's the commentator's job. We're here to try and make the players look good and make the audience excited to watch. So hopefully we're doing that. We do have cards on the table for board 21. Short break for the players. 2 passes around to a diamond. The other room already got to 2 spades and made it.
It sort of feels like north-south auction should peter out in 2 spades, and then east-west should not be bidding up to 3 clubs. I could see some very, very aggressive players doubling 1 spade here with the east hand, given that they're a passed hand, and that they have 9 cards in the offsuit, but they also have only 5 high card points that aren't the singleton king of spades. And I think partner has a right to expect you to have closer to 10 for doubling 1 spade there.
Sure. The other room, they actually doubled a diamond on the west hand, a little bit aggressive, and
you want to put that into the evaluator. That's going to also be around 7.5.
Well, Welland and Aachen are not shy for taking action on basically any hand if you give them an excuse. So
the east hand here, you might think like your partner passed over a diamond, so it's a little safer to get in, that he's not going to hang you. But you can pass over one of minor opening bid if you have the wrong shape to make a takeout double with 14, 15 high card points. So if you're in there as the next hand and partner can't rely on you for having anything close to your bid, then it can make your constructive bidding harder. All right, I said 7.5. What's your call for the west hand?
It does feel about the same as that other one. I'm gonna give it 8.
7.7.
Okay, you win.
I'm a win by it was half a pip off the 7.75 that would have split us.
So in the meantime, in 2 spades, North actually rebid his 5-card spade suit. This is, I think, a style thing that depending on how often you bid you raise with 3-card support. Like a lot of players would raise 1 spade to 2 on the south hand with a singleton and 3 trumps. But here, South rebid a no trump despite the singleton with 3 spades, and North was able to rebid 2 spades on 5. Either way, they get to the 5-3 fit. Diamonds are friendly for declare. Honor 10-3 in front of the ace-jack-9, so declare can pick up the diamonds for just 1 loser if they take the percentage play in the suit. They have a heart loser, and they have At most 2 spade losers. I say at most 2 spade losers. Declare has the potential to lose 3 spades, I guess. You could kind of duck the first round of spades to use singleton king and then cash the ace on the next round of the suit. I don't think that's going to happen, but there is some potential for East-West to score 3 spade tricks on defense here. Oddly enough, the way the defense played out, Declare was afraid of a diamond ruff, so just plays a spade to the ace, and Hampson Stiff King does not take a trick on the first round of the suit. So with all the spade pips, Declare will be able to eventually knock out West Queen of Spades and pull trumps. Looks like they'll take the same number of tricks as in the other room.
So from here, they've lost 3 tricks, and they just have to lose the high trump.
Yeah.
You have information on your Twitch stream on top of the chat box, but I did, for people who are watching live, I did put in the chat a link to the Kaplan-Rubens evaluator or the 4Cs count. It was in the early days of computing, so I think they were like really thrilled that they did something. Okay, new hand. I'll stop babbling. So West, maybe a strong no trump. Third seat red on white, though. I think a precision diamond instead. 13 high card points. A friend of mine asked me if I was familiar with Richard Pavlicek's version of the same thing. I get different answers from Richard Pavlicek's than from Jeff Goldsmith's, and I trust Jeff's math more than Richard's. After all, he got the number of high card points wrong for 7 no trump both ways.
7 no trump to make for both north, south, and east, west. Yeah.
South might have actually passed one diamond doubled, given it was a precision diamond.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. That for the precision diamond, a lot of the times West is going to be too afraid to sit for a diamond doubled and might run, and that could easily be better for your side if North has 4-4 in the majors on a hand like this.
And partners often going to be forced to double a precision diamond off shape in the minors anyways. Mm-hmm. The partner will often have to make 4 triple 3 doubles and 4-4-3-2 as well as 4-4-2-3s, just because he has to get in there, and you can't just let them steal from you because they happen to open a diamond instead of a club, and your minors are 1 card wrong in the wrong way. There's a lot to. The South hand is very good defense with 2 aces and 5 trumps to try to go for a penalty against the vulnerable opponents. And I think they would have, no matter where North South ran to. I think East West would get kind of a juicy penalty. Meanwhile, here they are in 1 no trump, where they've got 2 clubs, 2 spades, 2 hearts, and a diamond potentially. If they get it all, they actually get a 3rd club because they break.
Yeah, Declare is going to start leading diamonds from dummy, hoping that he can score some tricks in this suit. Greco does well to duck the ace of diamonds. Now imagine if the jack of diamonds holds the next trick.
That would not be shot. Okay, East is cleverly covered to prevent his partner from ducking the diamonds the second time. I suppose West could have had a doubleton ace of diamonds and ducked it, and then this would also have been a spectacular trick in a different way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Declare's going to take quite a few tricks here, I think.
Yeah, Declare can get in with the club ace. The clubs will have split. Declare can then knock out the ace of diamonds. Diamonds have split. And with all of the heart honors in the pocket, as you say, this is going to be a lot of tricks.
So if you passed one diamond doubled with the south hand, West was either bidding one heart or redoubling. There was no chance on God's green earth that Greco would have tried to stick it out with ace third of diamonds and one diamond doubled vulnerable.
No.
Right. He would just assume, as I usually do, that if the opponents want to defend one of a minor doubled, they're right, and I should look for something else.
I actually really like this defense from Greco because he knows everything's working for Declare, and if he could have gotten Declare to like win the King of Hearts, for example, if that was his 7th trick and that's all he needed, then maybe they could have held Declare to 7 tricks here. But the Jack of Hearts holds.
Declare doesn't know everything's working for him. So Declare doesn't know they can just cross the ace of clubs, splitting the clubs, and knock out the ace of diamonds, and they're setting up their 8 and beer. The spade finesse is on side. The heart finesse is on side. Declare is not 100% sure what's going on.
No, but it does seem somewhat natural to play a club to the ace at this point.
The defense didn't clear the clubs themselves, so that suggests maybe clubs are 3-3.
Mm-hmm.
So one spade went down, 2 on east-west cards in the other room for 200, suggesting, in fact, that you are beating them wherever they go, which we kind of thought. North-south didn't get involved. It was a balanced club, a transfer to spades, an acceptance, and a pass. East-west do play that you accept the transfer with 3. Dawkins and Welland do.
And this is after I clicked on the first card led to that contract. I think this could have been even bloodier for Welland over there. Nickel got off to the King of Hearts lead from King Jack third into that Ace Queen 10.
Into what Varus, Kerry was my junior partner for a while. He would call us holding like that the Wheelhouse Jawbreaker triple feature movie. It'd be more like he led the King of Hearts into Ace Queen Jack 10 6th or something. More like that, but that's what he would call it. Make a bad lead like that. I'm still waiting to have them open 2 diamonds multi on my right and have my majors holding looks like King and 1, Ace Queen Jack 10 6th, and I have like a good hand and just jump to 3-no trump and get them to try to find their partner's major and lead the king into my Ace Queen Jack 10 6th. It's going to happen someday against multi. If I ever have majors,
have you tried this?
Zero, because I've never had a major suits that look like that over multi. But if I do, I guarantee you I'm hitting 3-no because I'm ready for it. I'm going to get them to lead that king right into my Ace Queen Jack 10 6th. I'll pick it up no matter who has the king. If it's on my left, they lead it. Partner has the king, it's running. If it's on my right, it's finessable. So 100% chance the suit runs. I'm going to stick with that. So Declare's must be considering different winning lines. I don't think Declare's considering any losing lines right now on this slide of the cards. He has lost 2 tricks, and he has to lose 2 more with 2 aces if the defense wants to take them. He knows that East has something, right? Because otherwise West would have a strong no trump. So East has one of the ace of diamonds, ace of hearts, or king of spades, or queen of hearts. East has, well, not the queen of hearts, he didn't win the jack. So he knows that East has one of the 3 missing controls on the hand. But this is sort of the simple things. Cross the ace of clubs and try to split the diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
It's an easy spade pitch from dummy.
No, I guess the way the diamonds have been played might make Declare believe diamonds are actually 4-2 with West having 4 of them. Because the queen of diamonds on the second round of the suit is not automatic from Hampson Sand holding queen 9 remaining.
So, I mean, if you played the 10 of diamonds and West won the ace of 9 of diamonds next,
yeah,
then you're in trouble if East has the ace of hearts and West has the king of spades. But I think you're in trouble on that lie of the cards no matter what you do.
I agree.
So if you lead the diamond and it goes ace times 9 of diamonds, then you just hope that East has the king of spades and West the ace of hearts, and you can still make your contract with 2 spades and a heart.
Actually, this seems like a really nice line, right? Because as you say, East can only have one of these cards. If the King of Spades was on side all along, now we know the Ace of Hearts is on, and we have an entry to the north hand to collect a couple of black suit tricks.
Well, if you play Ace of Spades, Spade, and they win the King, then you're going to see the Queen of Hearts hit the table next, and or the Ace, or they'll cash the Ace of Diamonds and play the Queen of Hearts, something like that. Some combination of that. So you think you're still in trouble on if that was what was happening. But Declare has made his contract, but it's still a loss against the 200 in the other table that might have been even more on a different lead. The high unsupported honor of the King of Hearts worked out less well the other room. We've seen those high unsupported honor leads a couple of times now. That was this time though. It wasn't the Welland team. This time it was Nickel led a high unsupported honor.
I think Declare got.
Okay.
No, they're right. Okay, plus 90 does seem to be the right answer at the end of play.
Declare lost a diamond, Declare lost 2 diamonds, a club is 3, a heart is 4, a spade is 5, and they get end played in dummy or something to lose another heart.
Yeah. All right. As advertised, Tamsin has a bad hand. It's not nearly as bad as some of the other ones, but it is a 5 count.
It's barely better than Greco's hand. Or barely worse than Greco's hand.
Yeah, so North is happy to hear his partner open. He has 17. 2 hearts, 2 no trump.
So, 2 no's probably just, check on residuals, or maybe they play some form of spiral, which I don't really care for, but presumably South will, if South will probably bid 3 diamonds to emphasize his diamonds, or 3 hearts to say I've got 4 hearts and I don't want to emphasize either black suit, because you don't really want to bid 3 clubs on. Okay, maybe you do want to bid 3 clubs on 10-9 third if that's showing your pattern.
Yeah, I do think South is likely to be patterning out, although there is an alert, so maybe they do have some alternative agreement. But I don't think they're playing spiral because, as we noted on board 21, South did not raise 1 spade to 2 spades with a singleton and 3-card support. So I don't think they ever raise on 3-card support, would be my guess.
That wouldn't be shocking, given that they're a French pair and the French are a little less into doing that. It might have just been the 2 was asking 3 clubs showed a man. Mm-hmm. That would make a lot of sense to me, and be consistent with what I know about their styles, or what I know about conventions and their styles. That 2 hearts promised 4 and 3 clubs then just showed a man.
Yeah, so diamond opening lead. 4 hearts not going to present Declare too much trouble. The trumps split, so you could just pull 3 rounds of trumps and score 5 tricks on the outside: ace, king, queen of diamonds, ace, king of spades, as well as a cross ruff and diamonds and spades for 10 tricks. Making an 11th might be a little bit challenging, especially given that the diamonds don't come home.
For people who are hoping to see, Australian friends who are probably not listening because they're asleep right now, the people who are thinking about maybe Rubenstein Amwals for quarters 3 and 4, which I'm kind of hoping for. Right now, it's an upset brewing with the Amwals team ahead by 25 imps partway through the second quarter. So I think there's a very good chance that we're going to continue to see that match as one of the Vugraph matches, and I'm excited to watch it later.
Yeah, the Rubenstein team has been struggling the first 2 quarters generally throughout the event, I believe. Actually, yesterday they did very well. But in their round of 64 match, Rubenstein was behind early and managed to come back in their final segments. So that could be an exciting one. As you say, the Australian players over there, Wibley and Edgerton, a fan favorite. I think in the past we've seen them preempt on 5 to the 9 in a suit, which is very exciting.
Ro16 is a five-handed team, which you don't see very often. Zach, Brad, and Joe play throughout, and Michael Rosenberg only plays half. And I think it's kind of cool to have a team where you go, well, that Rosenberg clown, he only needs to play half the boards. Everyone else plays them all. That says something about the strength of your team. You can sit out Michael Rosenberg half the boards.
Yeah, Declare is at a bit of a crossroads, but it looks like the 5-2 diamond break is going to cause some problems from here. I think Declare will try and pitch a couple of clubs on the ace queen of diamonds right now.
Wait, he's risking going down by doing that, though?
Maybe club.
Because he had, I mean, if he had drawn trumps in that position, he would have had 10 tricks.
No, because he can't get back to the diamond queen. Oh, you mean if he goes king, queen of hearts, heart to the ace? Yes.
Yeah.
So he would need 3-2 trumps.
But now he's just sort of like trying to threaten both a cross ruff and a. This is a complicated, complex position all of a sudden. So West is allowed to win a couple of clubs and play a diamond through, or even one club and play a diamond through. North could pitch, but then he's got, well, if he's rough something, it actually simplifies things, right? Because now trumps are suddenly breaking. Leading a diamond into the queen 10 isn't really attractive, even knowing partners out of them.
I mean, I don't think West has another option. West needs a diamond to get roughed, and then a club back to his ace, and then another diamond to promote another trump. I will note that this queen of clubs is a huge play defensively. North's hand is North is declaring this. So Declare led the 9 of clubs from dummy, and Greco just put up the queen. And this is really important because he does need that second club entry. So if he had won the ace of clubs and even led back the 5 of diamonds to give Hampson a trump promotion or something, Hampson might not be convinced that he should be underleading the king of clubs. But now that the queen of clubs is held, Hampson knows that if he was allowed to rough this trick, he would be able to cross to his partner's hand.
So he did lead a diamond as the queen 10, and North has roughed it high.
Mm-hmm.
So North may be preparing some sort of cross. Well, North can rough a spade in the south hand for his 7th trick, and then play ace of hearts, king of hearts, jack of hearts for 8, 9, and 10. Or North can rough a spade and then exit with another club. And I think that's the strongest thing, is because now he doesn't really have to worry about or exit a club right now, and basically play this on cross roughing lines, hoping to maybe rough a club low and a spade high. If another diamond comes back, he's going to have to rough it high again, I think. So he roughs that high, roughs a club in the south hand, roughs another diamond high, and then plays a spade to. His hand's gotten complicated.
He's getting all of the match points, I think is what you're saying. He's eventually going to have a trump finesse against East for an over trick. King of hearts. So first East has to find a discard on this trick. The king of clubs pitch will set up Declare's jack.
So I think the queen of spades is the pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Which also sets up Declare's 3, weirdly enough. But at least partner's not following to the spade if Declare leads it.
Right, yeah, that's the important thing. If you pitch the king of clubs, not only does it allow Declare to lead the winning jack of clubs, and you might have to rough, but it'll show off the entire club position. If East pitches the queen of spades and then Declare leads the jack of clubs, East plays the king, and Declare now doesn't know if West is out in the club suit.
And we can see Declare can safely score the 7 of hearts on the jack of clubs.
Right.
Declare can't see that. maybe declare knows it, but I mean, West did play the queen of clubs and an ace. That's consistent with ace queen doubleton, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I think with king doubleton of clubs and the single and queen of spades, East would have pitched the spade a lot faster, because there could be no advantage to pitching the club.
Actually,
I think there's no
club, right? If East had king doubleton of clubs, East would have just pitched the low club here.
Right.
It's still one of these positions where the best players defend so accurately that they force you into these positions where you have to guess. Like, Declare is not in a state where he can claim 10 tricks at this point. So he's going to need some sort of luck or some sort of good guess in the trump suit about which finesse to take. You wouldn't have expected that originally holding king, queen, jack fourth, opposite ace, nine, fourth, that Declare was going to be taking trump finesses.
I mean, there are weird things he could do here that also work. Like, he could play a low heart to the ace, ruff a diamond with the jack, and then play a black card out of his hand towards the dummy.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think anything is safe completely, given what Declare knows about the hand at this point.
No. No, if you go jack of hearts, heart to the ace, and the trumps happen to be 4-1, you go down. But that line of play would make against 3-2 hearts. You can just exit the queen of hearts and someone roughs. Or queen of diamonds. And East will get his 10 of hearts. But the line for all of the match points would be club ruff, diamond ruff with the jack of hearts, and then take a trump finesse against East 10.
That would be one imp into Welland if he does that. Every imp counts. And imps made that way should count double. Be like a committee that says, all right, well, he found like a really weird twisted line to take an extra trick on some hand that no one else could have figured out how to do, so let's give him two.
Yeah, leading the three of spades, hoping to pitch the queen of diamonds if East doesn't rough is possibly a... Oh, he does rough the club.
He's doing it. He's doing it. Jack of hearts coming up.
Wow.
Under rough.
Mm-hmm.
Under rough with a 10. That'll help. That'll speed the last two cards up.
Yeah, I think we're about to see a claim. So, well done. 11 tricks. 1 imp to Welland.
All right, I'm still going to petition that counts as 2. All right, let's see board 24 hit the table.
Yeah, it feels like this match has had a lot of flat boards. We see a ton of pushes, maybe a couple of win one or lose a couple, but then there have been these big 10 imp swings.
It's truly a war, right? It's a whole bunch of sitting around and waiting, and followed by moments of sheer terror.
The quote from, is that Chris Ferguson, poker player?
It does sound like a... I know that's... I know I've heard that about, like, war is sitting around waiting, followed, punctuated by moments of sheer terror. And I could believe that Chris Jesus Ferguson would have said anything. I believe he went to UCLA around the same time I did a million years ago.
Well, diamond to spade and no trump. North has a 13 count.
So this looks to be moderately friendly for North-South. The 10 of hearts, like if you're going to play a hand for the 10 of hearts, finessing into the where you can pick it up, it's more likely to finesse East for it. Clubs break. The diamonds can't really be attacked properly by either side because of the diamond 8 being with the ace.
Yeah, in the other room, Nickel and Katz, South decided to treat the hand as invitational. It is 12 opposite an opening bid, but 2 jacks,
Wow,
so it might just be...
kind of shocking.
a stylistic thing, but one way or another, I mean, North appears to have a full 13 with a couple
with
of
a couple of
tens.
tens. Yeah, no jacks, a couple tens, and nickel does not go out of his way to open light. He's a really down the middle kind of slightly conservative bidder. So I'm surprised that Cats didn't force game with the south hand opposite one of nickel's minor suit opening bids. When a
That
diamond
means
is spade,
Welland is going to pick up another game swing on this one.
yeah, I think so. I think 3-0. How are we doing? Well, the 9 of hearts. This is a good start for Declare. 9 of hearts forces the ace. You've got 3 hearts. You establish 4 clubs in a moment. You have 2 more aces, and the king. It's like starting life with 10 tricks. Even if you weren't lucky in the heart suit, you'd start life with 2 spades, 2 hearts is 4, 4 clubs is 8, and the ace of diamonds is 9. The defense doesn't even have anything they can attack. Whether you have, I guess you have 2 aces to knock out if they lead spades, and spades break badly, and the aces are in the long hand. They could successfully attack spades while you knock out the aces of clubs and hearts to defeat a 3-0 trump occasionally. But I would sure like to be there.
Okay, 2 rounds of hearts. Declare will set up clubs, and there's no squeeze for an 11th trick, so Declare will come out with 10, but that'll be another 6 imps going the way of Welland.
There's sort of, I mean, if Declare wants to play it out, he can sort of try to get a position where like the diamonds are frozen, right? We've talked about this before. Let's say West had Jack of diamonds, and East had the king of diamonds. Then you run all your clubs and hearts. West has to keep 2 diamonds, and East has to keep 2 diamonds. So then you can just exit with the 3rd round of spades, and whoever wins it has to break diamonds for you and give you a trick. And that's a pretty play, and it's not a hard play to find. So although wait, the Queen of Hearts squeezes the south hand.
Yeah, South is just going to pitch a diamond, then
cash right,
all the clubs.
A 1 loser now.
Yeah,
so
it's just a 1 loser position.
You end play the opponents when you have a loser, only 1 loser. You can't gain the trick back on the end play that you already had. So again, that position, I point out that position for no good reason, because it would apply to a completely different set of hands than this one. So he's playing for a diamond, maybe like some sort of crisscross squeeze in clubs and diamonds, but it's not happening. Spades and diamonds.
Yeah, he would need an opponent to have 5 spades to go with the king of diamonds, and then there would be a squeeze here. But it doesn't work out. Although this was something that you were talking about earlier, or we were talking about the other day, where Declare can just run the clubs and look out for the diamond king. He doesn't need to worry about whether or not that 7 of spades is high at the end of the hand, or count out the spade suit. The squeeze happens automatically in this case. If the king of diamonds doesn't show up, then you just play ace king of spades and hope that the 7 is taking the last trick.
This was put in as 460. I think the score is actually 430, which I do think is an imp difference between 6 and 7.
Yeah, it is an imp difference, and I also think that it is 430. So 6 boards to play in the first half of the match. Welland getting the better of nickel so far. They're up by 18. North gonna pass. East also probably going to pass. I mean, in their precision style, they could open light. I think if the vulnerability was flipped, East might be very tempted by 1 spade opener on this hand, despite the 9 high card points, but not red on white. I don't think so. So South has 20, gets to open 2 no trump.
So it was suggested in the other room on that previous. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
And the other on the previous board that the 2-no trump might have been intended as an artificial portion adjunct to a check back, where some people play 2-no as a puppet to 3 clubs. And I don't have it on the card for a number of reasons, not the least of which is I don't want it to go 2-no all pass, because I will forget it. I will forget it, and it's a completely unnecessary convention. So I really dislike that one personally, but I keep it. Even when I don't agree to play it, my partners still think we're playing it. So it's frustrating.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I really don't know the nickel cat system all that well, so
There, you can always show a club invite through your two-way check back at 2-no trump anyways. It's it doesn't actually gain anything on any hands, best I can tell. So I think, and the convention didn't used to exist back when I was playing bridge regularly, and I came back to bridge and people were just like, so after you rebid a no trump, 2-no trump's a puppet to 3 clubs. Like, don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so back to this hand. I interrupted your analysis.
No, I was just going to talk about the auction a little bit. 2-0 from South, 19 to 20, I believe, for them. And then after transfer auction, they get to 4 hearts in the 5-3 fit. So a spade goes around to the queen. Declare cashes the ace of hearts, and now the club suit's likely to have 2 losers in it. Declare's best plan to play the club suit for 1 loser is to take 2 finesses against the east hand, running the queen and then running the 8 on the next round.
So if East wins this and shifts to a club, I'm not sure whether the declarer might change their mind and pop the ace of clubs.
Yeah, that's an interesting point as well. Although 1 club rough doesn't sink the contract.
So this may actually make things easier on Declare. Declare was going to eventually drop the Queen of Hearts.
Right.
So
yeah. Declare would have picked up the Heart Queen. I mean, this can be scary if East roughs with a small trump in this case, because Declare would still have to worry about the Heart Queen. But here, now the clubs are set up, Declare can just pull trumps and claim.
Yeah. All right, so 4 hearts just made. Why the cards was a little bit of sabotage, but not quite enough. Queen of Hearts was in the west hand. Declare would have gone down, but Declare was probably going down anyways.
Mm-hmm.
On his own steam. That west hand, 3 2s, 2 3s, a 5, 3 6s, and a 7. If you're playing an ace low hand,
12 count though. And
yeah, so it's a decent hand for a lot of games.
Yeah, West will get first crack at it in 3rd seat.
What time do you want to leave?
So 2 passes are going to go around to probably a diamond from Greco. Precision style diamond. North will decide if he wants to overcall heart or not.
Yeah, I'm not. Opposite a passed hand, I don't have a strong preference for a heart lead over a spade lead. It can help for competing for the parts score, but it can also help us get too high by partner taking me seriously. South kind of has a pretty good hand here. At least the 1-no trump bid might scare him a little, but he probably would have bid 2 diamonds if East didn't bid 1-no trump. Maybe he's changed his mind because of 1-no and has just bid 2 hearts.
Yeah, 2 hearts by South. So North-South found their heart fit, and major suits over minor suits.
So it looks like they lose off. They're off the first 5 tricks with 2 clubs, a diamond, and 2 hearts. The defense can negotiate a spade ruff as well, I believe.
Yeah.
So let's say you win that and threaten to pitch a club by playing the king of diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
But the diamonds are blocked. They can win that, play back another spade, and negotiate a spade ruff. I think the defense has the ammunition to come out on top here if they get it right.
Yeah, and this 10 of spades lead is going to make things a lot easier as well. So oftentimes it's just going to be right for Declare to try and pull trumps and hope that the doubleton spade has a doubleton heart in this situation.
Now, it's not really a disaster because if you passed 1 diamond with the north hand, East would have bid 1-no trump, and that would have probably ended the auction unless you had some way to back in to show the majors. And if that ends the auction, the Declare is going to take 4 clubs, 2 hearts, and a diamond for 7 tricks. So So it's like 100 versus 90. We actually just see the result came in from the other room of one no trump making. So so you're kind of in a good position here. If the defense has to get it right to push the board, and if the defense gets it wrong, you can win a swing. But I think this 10 of spades lead is very likely for the defense to get it right from here.
Yeah, so 10 of spades to the ace. Declare is just going to start pulling trumps. Oh, Declare does play on diamonds.
So threatening to build that club pitch, and also maybe knock out an entry for a spade ruff. You kind of can see they have infinite entries in clubs, but they might not realize that.
Yeah, this gives up a little bit
Actually, West ducking the ace of diamonds was death, right? Now they Declare can win the... Oh, no, it's not death, because Declare can win the king of spades and play... You have to cash 2 clubs now, and then play a spade. But now it's much harder.
A lot harder for the defense to do the right thing at this point, but they still can. 2 rounds of clubs and then another spade, as long as East...
West knows he has trump control, so West found the good club shift.
Right.
Knowing there was no rush to put the second spade on the table, and he needed to partner up something good in clubs.
Now, I will point out the American style here of just leading attitude. Greco switches to the 2 of clubs, and now neither Hampson nor Greco have a count in the club suit. Well, Greco probably does at this point. The 8 of clubs came back. But it might be necessary for them to cash a 3rd club. And if Greco had, for example, led the 5 of clubs through Declare or some sort of count card, then East could have cashed the queen of clubs, cashed the king of clubs, and then switch back to spades, which he knows is the right defense.
So I suppose it's still possible that Hampson had led the 10 of spades from 10-9 small, assuming they're not playing Rusino, and that would leave Declare with 3 spades and 1 more club.
Right.
If he leaves that 10 of spades as top of a doubleton, he has a count that North has shown up with 2 diamonds, 2 clubs, 4 spades from the lead, and 5 hearts is all 13 cards. My math does get better by the end of the second set.
Yeah, so I was going to point out that Declare trying to steal a diamond trick or make one of his club losers go away has given up on the possibility of playing East for a doubleton heart honor as well as the doubleton spade, which would have been a legitimate way for him to make the contract from the beginning of play. Because now the defense actually can get a ruff in that scenario as well. Sometimes. But the defense has worked out what to do. They've cashed the 2 clubs. Even in this scenario, if Greco does play back a club, the defense can still come out on top. It's a little bit more complicated, though, because the club will get ruffed, Declare will be in hand, will lead a low heart towards the jack, and Hampson will have to figure out to fly with the king of hearts to put another spade on the table, preserving his partner's ace of hearts entry for the spade ruff. So club does come back.
So yeah, East has to pop the king of hearts, play a spade, and you still can do everything. And I suppose West knows that East has the king or the queen of hearts from the 1-0 trump call. So this was kind of 100% safe regardless, because Declare's hand played in hand.
Yeah, that's a good point. As long as Hampson reads it, he'll pop up with his heart honor and avoid himself in spades.
It certainly wasn't an example of building a fence around your partner to make sure they can't do the wrong thing. If his partner's hearts are the queen, then popping up with king of hearts here blows a trick, but not the contract, which was already making.
Yeah, but I think this is just kind of a artifact of Greco and Hampson not necessarily having the club count on the hand. If they knew that they were only cashing 2 clubs, as some other pairs might have, depending on their defensive agreements, then it would have been easy for Greco to abandon clubs and switch back to spades.
So Hampton won the Queen of Clubs and then led back as original fourth best club, and I think that should have been a count card.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Greco should have gotten this right, and now East has ducked it, and
Oh
there is no entry
no!
to the spade rough anymore. So well, I'm not sure. I'm not so on board with just oh no because Welland's winning a swing. I'm not sure which these teams I'm rooting for, but it was it is 5 imps to Welland when it was supposed to be when it was or 4 imps to Welland when it was supposed to, could have been a push. It's 195. Double check my imp table. 195.
Yeah, 195. So a bit of a slip up. I thought that 10 of spades was gonna clarify the defense a little bit, but the way that Jerome played on the hand forced the defense to be fairly accurate, and they just weren't on this deal. So Welland picks up another 5. We got 4 boards left to play in the set, and then the players are going to have a bit of a break, as will we on commentary, and we'll be rejoining everyone in about an hour and a half from now for a 4 p.m. start time, 4 p.m. local time start, East Coast, USA and Canada.
All right, so we see a natural diamond, and they might play reverse Flannery, which would be a diamond past 2 hearts, showing 5 spades, 4 hearts, and a minimum hand, of which South would love that option. We do see that. So do you think South bids 2 spades or just bids a 6-card diamond suit? So it could be 6 spades, 4 hearts, 2 hearts. In some cases, it could be 5-5 in the majors too. A lot of those hands just all bid reverse Flannery when they're weak and hope that you find the right fit.
Yeah, it's a good question. Knowing that it's a misfit, oftentimes it's right to just get out as low as possible. So 2 spades by South would be the way to do that. But there is some potential that you could have a 9-card diamond fit. So South does bid 3 diamonds.
This is not the poster child for reverse Flannery.
No.
Standard diamond, a spade, 2 diamonds pass, ends a level lower, and that could easily be a critical level. It's you're off 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, and a spade. So yeah, you make 2 diamonds and you're down in 3 diamonds on accurate defense.
Yeah, West is going to get off to a club lead.
I was going to have to a lead. The Jack of Clubs, I think, is going to hit the table. It's sort of the unbid suit here. Certainly doesn't want to lead a diamond from King 10 third when his partner might hold the Jack. Jack of Clubs looks pretty safe.
Yeah, so this will probably cause Declare to play a club to the 9 later, picking up the club suit. But first concern might be, how do we handle the trumps?
So we do see a result from the other room. Probably when a diamond, a spade, 2 clubs all pass.
Yeah, and that seems like the much better contract to reach. The 7-card fit, 4 3s tend to play better than 6 1s if the 6-card suit is very weak. So
yeah, rough diamonds with the other in the one hand. If they lead spades, then you can just sort of cross rough, score trumps that way.
So Declare wins the opening club in hand, preserving the possibility of hooking the 9 of clubs, and then gets to work on the trump suit himself. Very much would have preferred to lead the Queen of Diamonds from dummy. But
yeah, that has advantages against holdings like King Doubleton in the East hand, where they can't afford to cover the Queen, but they also can't afford to duck it without losing a trick. But when entries are so scarce, you often just have to, take a second best line in a suit. You could have won the King of Clubs in dummy. That blows a trick if the lead was from a 4-card club holding.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, as things are, Declare kind of just doesn't have entries back to the south hand to continue pulling trumps, so he is going to need 3 3 clubs anyway, otherwise the defense was getting a rough.
if you decide that, then maybe you are just supposed to take your best chance in the diamond suit of winning the king of clubs at trip one and putting the queen of diamonds on the table.
Yeah, that
And
seems
hoping
to
to
make a
pick
lot of
up.
sense as well in hindsight. Um,
I don't think it makes a difference on some diamond holdings, but a lot of 4-2 diamond breaks, you'll lose 3 tricks by leaving low to the queen, whereas you might only lose 2 tricks by starting with the queen whenever the king is in the east hand. And does it help against? I guess, yeah. All right. And I'm going to have to leave in just a couple minutes. So I think this is my last hand here.
Well, thank you, Michael. I will carry us through to the end of this set. Nickel picks up 4.
All right, and I will see you all in an hour and a half. I'm leaving you in incredibly capable hands. Enjoy the rest of the presentation with Rob. Be sure to check out his channel on Twitch, which is always good viewing when he's around. Thank you, everyone.
Take care. All right, 3 boards to play. So Nickel, Welland getting the better of Nickel in the second quarter, although it's still a very, very close match. I mean, 19 imps is almost nothing between these two teams. Couple of game swings, and we've seen some pretty big swings from both sides, in fact, the hard hitters in both segments of play so far. West gets to open a diamond, precision style, just a balanced 11, happy to do so, no spot cards, no problem. He spins a heart, spade, and no trump. And this is going to end the auction. North had one opportunity to come in with a spade over a diamond, which might actually have gotten his side a little bit too high. But South feels a little uncomfortable with the 14 count. You always think that when you're playing up against a precision pair and they have an auction that just peters out into a no trump and that you could be getting stolen from. The South leads his 4th best club. So how's Declare going to do? The Jack of Clubs holds trick 1 if Declare chooses to play it. That'll be 2 club tricks. The diamonds don't come home, so there's 3 diamond tricks. You'll probably end up scoring ace spade. But that might be it. And in the meantime, North-South can score 2 clubs, a diamond, 2 hearts, and a spade. Oh. It actually looks like, given the friendly layout of the hardened spade suits, that Declare will be making a no trump on this one. The defense can come to at most 6 tricks on their own, 2 hearts, 2 clubs, a spade, and a diamond. So that means Declare is either going to get a second spade trick with that king-queen sitting behind the ace, or will be able to set up hearts. And Hampson has elected to work on the heart suit, which has gone a-okay. I thought he might play on diamonds. A queen doubleton of diamonds coming down would have meant he doesn't need any extra help at all. He wouldn't need the clubs to split 4-3. He wouldn't need the jack of hearts on side and the ace of hearts on side, or ace of spades on side. But Hampson had a different idea all along. And it looks like his plan is going to work out just fine. Michael had pointed out that I like to talk about card play things, and here's another one. I think Hampson is going to be very convinced that the hearts are splitting. The 7 of hearts from North, followed by the 6 from South. If North happened to have ace 7-5 remaining, North would have definitely played the 5 on the previous round of the suit. Because North doesn't know that Declare's hearts aren't like queen 9-8-6. So he wouldn't want to give up like the free heart finesse. So assuming Hampson reads that North has the heart ace, he's going to be convinced that South has the heart 5. I got a comment about why play for Queen Doubleton of Diamonds since it'll fall later. Well, you still have to set up a spade trick, right? So if the heart finesse loses and the opponent's knockout clubs, the opponents might have just come to 7 tricks. Whereas if, Whoa! Whoa! This worked! This went great for Declare. Diamond to the jack, and South ducked. South was ready with the duck, which is important. You want to be prepared for when Declare leads a suit on defense. Otherwise, you're going to give away the show if you have an honor. But that was unsuccessful. So well done by Hampson. He got a read on the diamond suit, I guess, and went with it. Not so convinced about the heart division, so he instead went after the diamonds, and that just worked. Looks like eventually he came to an overtrick. The King, Queen of Spades weren't going anywhere. So just cash all of his diamonds and exit a club, and eventually he gets one more. Two spades by Hampson. Your classic preempt, 9 high card points. It's not a very good spade suit, but the rest of the hand kind of makes up for it. Cup on opening lead. Does elect to lead a heart. He leads second best from a weak heart holding. And that looks standard for them. So I guess it's kind of like an attitude lead, but against suit contracts. Heart opening lead, North plays the 9, not wanting to cash the ace and immediately establish heart tricks as well as give Declare a communication in the suit. But Hampson immediately fires the heart suit back. Interesting decision from North. I think a lot of players would have been afraid of not cashing diamonds right now. But Rambo, well, Jerome, I shouldn't call him by last name because there's 2 of them, decides to play club back to dummy. So there's heart pitches coming. And Declare was able to shed a couple of losers on the setup hearts. One more diamond and one more spade coming for the defense, but that'll be it. Spade splitting with the jack of spades in the pocket means Declare is not going to have any trouble picking up the spades for just one loser. This will probably be a pretty flat one. I don't think North or South are going to get involved in the other room. South happened to have an 11 count with a doubleton spade, 4 small hearts. Some players might be tempted to make a takeout double with that, but it is... I think it's more prudent to go a bit low when you're vulnerable and partner's a passed hand. Okay, claim will be coming through now for 140 east-west, which means one board to go. Welland barely winning the second segment of play. They had a good first segment, though, as well. They were up by 13, I believe. But they're ahead 23 to 18 in this one. And play will be resuming in about an hour, 20 minutes after, or from now. So maybe an hour and 15 minutes after this board completes. Here's the weekend that we were talking about from Hampson. 3 count, 3-2 in the majors. South has 16. And because they're playing a weak no trump, South is going to have to open a diamond, I believe. Or a club. Greco, interestingly, decides to come in with a 4-card overcall. King, Queen, Jack, 4th of diamonds, very much a lead directional overcall. Negative double from North, both 4-card majors. I think. I guess some players will play that this double, they still play like systems on, basically, over the 1 diamond bid. Double would show 4 or more hearts, a heart would show 4 or more spades, and a spade would be the relay to 1 no. Three diamond preempt by East. So South just bids 4 hearts. He has some extra values and he has a fit. We'll see Greco lead a suit. So the defense has a diamond and a club, at least. That also might be at most. Because the hearts can get picked up, although I suspect Declare will probably lose a heart trick. But maybe more importantly, the spades can get picked up. And there's no reason for Declare to avoid running the 10 of spades from dummy on the first round of the suit. So some line of play, like duck the opening diamond lead, win the diamond continuation, heart to the queen, take a club finesse, because it's convenient to do so. And then put the 10 of spades on the table. Makes a lot of sense. You have... Okay, Declare does cash the ace of hearts, and this will make things a little bit more complicated for him. But I believe he can still do everything. He'll want to take the club finesse now. I'm not sure what West is thinking about. West has definitely played the 8 of hearts. So there's the club hook. West will win. And West will play 2 more... Well, we'll cash the king of hearts and then play 2 more diamonds. So Declare's going to think he's in some trouble. And it might look like there's only 1 entry to the north hand in that jack of clubs to take 2 spade finesses, but in fact, the ace of clubs is just an illusion. Declare can actually rough the ace of clubs with dummy's last trump to get back over there to take a second spade finesse. And he's going to have to do that, because the defense will have 3 tricks in, and he needs to pick up the spade suit for no losers. Much more likely East has the queen jack of spades on side than West has queen jack doubleton, I guess. So I think we'll see just this. King of diamonds, jack of diamonds, Declare roughs, club to the jack, 10 of spades, East will have to decide whether or not to cover, first of all. But Declare will then have the Ace of Clubs ruffed with the Five of Hearts to get back to the north hand. We've seen a couple of unusual things in the card play from this North-South partnership so far. I guess I wouldn't be surprised if South decided to play for a slightly less likely layout of the spade suit. But now it looks like he is playing a club to the jack. 10 of spades. Hampson does decide to cover. And now the Ace of Clubs ruffed is the only way home. Feels like we're seeing a claim right now is what's going on. That's why play has stopped. I mean, Greco's definitely just following with a low club on this trick, but Declare's showing his hand and stating his line of play. And that's 10 tricks. Well done. So thanks for tuning in. We're going to have about an hour and 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for the third quarter action. Make sure you go check out the other table, where they're still playing the last couple of boards in the set. See you all in a little bit. All right, chat. I was a bit slow on putting in my lunch order today, which means it's going to be a little bit slow showing up. Oh yeah, it's going to be like 20 minutes or so. Okay, let's head to the other room. What all has happened? 2 no trump in the north. Down 2. Welland didn't open on the east hand. What are we having for lunch today? It's some smoked salmon and rice. That's about it. It's nothing like super fancy. But I do like my salmon. I also think I got a notification from YouTube saying that my channel is no longer being copyright struck, which is nice of them. Thank them for letting me know. A smoked salmon cream cheese bagel? No. That is not what's happening. Although, yeah, I have had that for breakfast. Also, someone explained to you why the I in salmon is silent. That never made any sense. Yeah, good question. They could call it Simon. The L? What was the Olympic International Committee doing copyright striking the channel? Well, I played the Olympic, like, trailer yesterday during the stream. And apparently that is, like, a big no-no. Wait, did Norwegians call it salmon? Okay, we'll have to make sure not to put up any like copyrighted video or something from the Olympics, but we should check out the Reddit. to know what's going on. Have there been any other scandals? Someone let me know. What is this meme? Hold on. What is the... Wait. Okay, is 4 hearts an interesting contract? Yeah, so this line of play is much better than what happened in the other room. You lead the queen of clubs first before cashing the heart ace. Now we're not going to go down a million tricks if one of the spade honors is offside. It'll just go like diamond, diamond, rough, club to the jack, run the 10 of spades, and then we can pull trumps. Okay, no one cares about that, but someone has to care about this, right? look at this. Who is Kelsey McKinney? Is this some Irish person? Where's Matt when you need him? Matt, you know everyone who lives in Ireland, right? It's a small enough country. So I assume that you know Kelsey McKinney. I am yet again asking the Olympics to simply let a regular non-athlete person, that's like a type of person, do the event first so that I can understand how good these people are. Nice meme. And it's just like a dude holding a beer. It's like an overweight guy holding a beer. Google thinks Kelsey McKinney lives in Philadelphia. Is that like all Kelsey McKinneys? There's just like a large collection of them that are all grouped into Philadelphia. Do you think they can form their own country? She's not wrong. Hold on. All right, let's look for more solid memes about the Olympics. Oh, shit. Someone got a huge record in archery. Hello. The entire comment section on this thread is talking nothing about the accomplishment of the athlete who got a world record. They're all just like, wow, I didn't even think the Olympics had started yet. The opening ceremony isn't till tomorrow. Remind you which nation is most obese by a mile? That would probably be the US. I have to believe. I very much underrepresent the country. I probably single-handedly shrank the average weight by the country by almost 1/10 of a pound. Darts is so much better than archery. That's such an Irish thing to say. because for archery, everyone's like outside and was there a discard that happened? What's going on? 9 tricks, 10 imps to Welland. The fuck happened? Bro. I wasn't watching. We were talking about archery. Snooker is also one of your specialties. Well, you're picking all the sports where it's like socially acceptable to just have a beer while playing. Like for the darts world championships, they're literally held in bars and the entire crowd is like drinking heavily. So yes, very Irish. What the hell happened on this hand? Okay, I need an instant replay because I am lost. any minute now. We're going to get an instant replay. A no, 2 clubs, blah, 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 blah. Okay. King of diamonds lead. Yeah. I like ducking this trick, but winning is fine. Heart to the queen. Queen of clubs. This line of play looks great. Queen of diamonds. Diamond ruff. Ace of spades. Oh no. That's not it. That was not it. So Katz decided he didn't like his chances in picking up the spades for no losers, and instead put all of his faith in being able to guess the heart suit. So ace of spades, club to the jack, spade, ace of clubs pitching a spade, and now we exit a spade. And a diamond. Well, there's nothing Declare can do from here. No, this is just over. You can't guess hearts wrong? No, I mean, this diamond back, like a club back, would have been just as good. There's nothing Declare can do. Okay, we ruff with the 9, so West discards. And now what? Would you like to lead the Jack of Hearts? I am going to play the King. Yeah, they can discard. So, Katz just took like a nullo. I mean, he effectively played for West to have started King Doubleton of Hearts. So it's not really a nullo. No, I mean, he just needed the King of Hearts to drop under the ace. Well, is this good news? Yes. Notification. I have food. I have food. BRB. Huge, by the way. I'm really excited about this. I don't think I've ever been more excited about food in my life. They didn't give me anything to eat with. So I could either use my hands, which is probably undesirable. Oh, in case anyone cares, this is what we got. It's like salmon and stuff, and some rice. But I think I am going to need to find some utensils. And also make sure that I'm not making a huge mess. Is it salmon? I don't think it's that variation of the fish. I think it's just salmon. But I could be wrong. Okay, BRB. I'm going to get like a fork or something. Are there other matches going on? Maybe I can put something up while I'm away. Rubenstein and Moyles. Nope. This match is already done as well. Okay, I'll just be back in a sec. Fork acquired. Okay. What were we going to do? We were going to look at... Oh, yeah, this thing. Boom. Here we go. So this is the article. Lim Si-yan shatters world record in women's archery ranking round. So, I don't know what any of this means, but this... Holy crap! Did she hit the bullseye on like all of her shots? That's crazy. Look at all those arrows sticking into the yellow. Anyway, if someone's familiar with archery, hopefully this is impressive to you. But like, look at all of the comments. It's not even the opening ceremony yet. First world record already broken before opening ceremony. The world record was broken even before the opening ceremony. Huh? They haven't started the broadcast yet for that sport. Ooh, here's some actual information. Everyone fires the same number of arrows, and the results set up the bracket for the individual and team knockouts. So 72 arrows each, 720 points max. Okay, let's go back and look. 694 out of 720. That's crazy. Darts is better because you have to switch up where you go. What was the previous record? Okay. The world record was 692 from 2019. So 694 is only a little bit better than 692, but the Olympic record was 680. So yeah, this is like super impressive. Only 2 men in history scored higher than Si Yan, a 700 and a 698. That's pretty nuts. There's video? Hold on. This is NBC News. Wait, am I going to get banned for showing the video of NBC News? I want to pull this up. Okay, you all can find this. It's on the Olympic thread on Reddit. Our Olympics. And then you can check out the article. There's a video of the thing if you care. Link it in the chat. Okay, I can link it in... Whoops. Oh god, what am I doing? I can link it in the chat. There. On Twitch it would be fine, but YouTube's more pedantic. Yeah, Twitch hasn't issued me any sort of like takedown requests or anything like that, so I haven't had a problem. Also, Twitch deletes all the VODs after a while, so it's, once again, not really an issue. German surfers... I'm sorry, is this real? I have to upvote just because of title, even if not real. There's no way. Oh my god, I also just read the next article, but what the fuck? This is such a classic surfer thing. I don't think this is German at all. I mean, it... This just feels like surfers do this all the time. Hold on. I'm trying to eat some food. I will, we'll get to the article in a second, but just look at that gnarly picture. This sounds like someone we need at a bridge tournament. I think you're right. Well, we don't have any shit like this anymore. You know, back when there were a bunch of cheaters playing, we would have articles about how Bobby Levin punched them in the face and then had to get arrested. But now that we don't have as many cheaters playing in the nationals, it's hard to have that kind of press. Like, Bobby is not going to go around just like punching innocent people. I mean, he might. All right. I was ready to make a joke like, oh no, not forcing you to party, but putting a speaker playing party music on a string and swinging it down to a competitor's balcony is a lot closer to actually forcing people to party than I was imagining. Wait. Yeah, where is the actual article? Oh. There's something called Bro Bible. This is what I was actually looking for, a real article about the thing. Okay. German surfers won't stop wreaking havoc on other countries by forcing them to party at Olympics. As the Olympics get underway in Paris, a group of 28 athletes who qualified for the surfing competition are living it up in Tahiti. Tahiti? Why Tahiti? Team Germany in particular is really getting after it. The Germans are bringing the vibes to the first ever floating Olympic village, even if it's at the expense of some other team's tranquility. Believe it or not, there's a pretty large surfing community in France. I believe it. They border a giant ocean. And the waves are known to be on par with the rest of the world during specific portions of the year. The World Surf League Championship Tour, the WSLCT. Yeah, that's not a very cool acronym. Stops annually in Saint-Oise, Cap Breton, and Hossengor at the end of September. However, the swells are not up to standard during the summer, so Olympic organizers had to outsource this year's competition to iconic Tahitian wave, Tihupo'o, despite a major environmental controversy. Oh my god, it just keeps getting deeper. Tahiti is a French territory if you didn't put the connection together. I figured that out. Thank you. In lieu of the traditional Olympic Village in the City of Light, surfers are staying on a cruise ship anchored in the South Pacific Ocean with breathtaking views. They might have it better than the more traditional athletes, many of whom are sleeping on cardboard beds without air conditioning. Yeah, I hear that, like, Olympic Village is crazy. Or at least it used to be. Maybe it still is. Really poor conditions for the athletes. There's only one potential issue with the accommodations for the surfing competition. The Germans. Oh my god. Yes. No further elaboration necessary. Tim Elter and Camilla Kemp turned the Olympics boat into a party boat. They're having more fun than anybody else on board. Well, that doesn't seem fair. Maybe they should share the fun. Oh, there's a thing. In an effort to get other countries in on the action, Elter put his speaker on a leash, swings it over the side of the boat, and lowers it down to other rooms. It forces everybody to embrace the energy whether they like it or not. Although some people on the boat are not down with the shenanigans, Team New Zealand matched the energy. Way to go, New Zealand. Yeah, I can watch the TikToks. I'm not going to put them up, though. The Germans and Kiwis teamed up to turn up. Boom. Also, it seems like my computer's not doing a good job playing videos. The internet connection's real poor. Tim Elter and Camilla Kemp might be in Tahiti, while the rest of Team Germany is in France, but they don't seem to mind. Surfers at the Olympics get to shred one of the best waves in the world on one of the world's most beautiful islands while jamming out on a cruise ship. Pretty sweet gig. Hell yeah. Okay, this feels bad. I'm not going to read the article. Opening ceremony attire for Malaysia. It's kind of hot. They only have 5 athletes competing. in the whole Olympics, or maybe this is just a portion of the team. It looks like an airline crew, a little bit. Yeah. All-time medal standings. Well. In case you were wondering who the best country is for the Olympics, look no further. Yep. Although Australia's on the list, look at them go. They're in 10th. That's not bad. Hungary is on the list. Hungary's in 8th. Is Soviet Union considered not Russia? I think it's just Russia. Have we found out how the US got the most medals at the 1980 Olympics when they didn't compete? Not yet. Oh my god, look at this. What a great title for an article. Let's read this one. Have been in Paris, so this is by someone from the US. Have been in Paris for a few days now. It is so gorgeous, and the Parisians are so nice to us uncultured Americans. Crying, laughing face. So they went to watch the football. They got pretty close, actually. These are nice seats. They're almost like right up behind the players' booths. Backside of the Eiffel Tower, the Olympic rings. Although they don't look as pretty from the backside because there are no colors. You think they could have like made it double-sided for the colors, right? Is this archery, maybe? This looks really pretty. That lawn. Soviet Union is not Russia. Eiffel Tower all lit up at night. If you haven't been to Paris, this is what you'd be seeing in the skyline. There's the Eiffel Tower with the rings. These also don't have colors. What the fuck, Paris? Hello? I heard a lot of locals left Paris to avoid the craziness of the games, but I've been to Paris, and it's funny because people had said they aren't nice to Americans. That is a fact. French people in Paris hate Americans. I've been there. I found that quite untrue. It is a beautiful city and have nice people. In my experience, it's more English people they don't like. Ooh, drama starting. I found them quite rude until they realized I'm Scottish and not English. The tone changed instantly after that. I think it's because they realized that you were not American that the tone changed. It's all stereotypes, LOL. True, it's all stereotypes. They fail to realize that the French hate everyone. That's also kind of true. The English make a lot of French jokes. As all Parisians have been asked to leave Paris for the games, you surely only met us provincials forced to stay and work there. Paris people are the absolute worst. This from someone who literally is French and lives there. They understand. They understand the pain. But there's different sides. I lived here for about 10 years, had the same preconceived ideas than most of the people about Parisians before realizing that it was all made up. Yes, Parisians can be harsh while commuting to work, peak hour in public transports, but I have delightful moments on a daily basis with my fellow Parisians, way more than in my hometown or in the town where I studied. So basically this person's just saying, like, the rest of France is shit and Paris is cool. Paris travel guide. More than happy to have you all in France, in Paris, and to share this amazing moment. Upvote. Maybe. I don't know. They were like somewhat positive. Oh, speaking of somewhat positive, we were going to talk about like what commentary probably should be and like what makes good commentary. Like, I think really bad commentary is when you push your own agenda in the commentary. So I don't like it when people talk about like their own system, like for bridge specifically, right? But this applies to other things. Like, talk about your own stuff, your own bridge books, your own ideas or whatever. You should be trying to get inside the players' heads and present what they're thinking about and the decisions that they're making. You shouldn't go out of your way to criticize decisions that they've made, because that makes people uninterested in like watching. I mean, there's a small group of people who want someone to like just talk shit about all the players and be like, wow, I'm so good and all these players are so bad. But in reality, the players are trying their best, and most of the time the players are actually like doing something intelligent, and as a commentator it should be your job to figure that out, as opposed to try and like think that only your ideas are right. You don't want to be closed-minded as a commentator. You want to be thinking about the players' decisions and why. So the one thing that I like to ask myself as a commentator all the time before I like convey my thoughts on a hand is like, why is what the player did correct? And if I can answer that question, then I try and provide that sort of commentary, even if I don't agree with what the player did. Instead of being like, oh, they did something really insane, I would never have thought of this, and this is therefore bad, this player's dumb. Like, people, I don't know, people like drama, but I would rather make the players look good, which makes me look good, and also, you know, makes the audience happier about what they're watching. I mean, sometimes the players do something completely boneheaded and stupid, and I'll point that out, but for the most part, I do my best to try and make sure that I give the players a fair chance. I don't think Michael and I are on the same page about this, but that has been my experience with commentary. I've talked a lot about it with Craig, and Craig and I share a similar philosophy, mostly because we've discussed it a lot. So we have a good kind of mesh when we do commentary together. But I do think a lot of the other commentators on BBO tend to like push their own agendas and also just like assume that if the player does something that they disagree with, then the player is at fault and not themselves. No, I understood your comment. I just didn't want to like spend 5 minutes getting into a discussion live on air about it. So I would rather like have the discussion while I'm off air. I agree. I mean, if someone does make a mistake, I like to try and dive in and explore the mistake. Not in like a making the player feel bad that they've made a mistake way, though. I think that's kind of a mistake in the mistake. It's like a really meta mistake. If you make a mistake about someone else's mistake. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. All right, back to Olympic stuff. Another one on the archery. Oh, this gives like a little breakdown table on how they did. Mistake. Some things are red light, like when the sponsor makes a mistake. See, that's also a bit of a problem. Now, I feel a little bit protected by this because I don't plan on playing on any of these sponsored teams. So if the sponsors hate me, I don't mind. So I don't really mind being like, wow, that sponsor is a fucking moron. How could they have played the hand this badly? But I think a lot of other commentators are probably hopeful that one day in the future they're going to be playing on a sponsored team. I have no idea what any of this means, but it looks like you can only score 8 or 9. And so some X's. Actually, I have no idea what any of it means. But anyway, there's some X's and stuff. Yeah, the score depends on the ring the arrow lands in, but also I don't understand the X's. And it's not like bowling. I don't think this is a strike or whatever. How much do sponsors pay for an event? I mean, it completely varies depending on sponsor. I did a... X is like bullseye. So X is a 10. I see. Got it. It's a Roman numeral 10. I see. Archery women's team knockouts. Archery men's team knockouts. Okay, so these are the brackets. Ooh, we got USA in here. Go US. That feels not bad. Just making it to the quarterfinals. We're probably not going to win. And the men's team, no US. It's starting to sound like Korea's the 1 seed in both of them, though. Oh, here's the guy again, carrying the torch. In the round of 16 that hadn't happened yet. That's my guess. Yeah, I don't think it's a combined team. Let's look at the halftime scores for Oh no, is stream dead? I hope stream's not dead. Is it? What the hell? Why did my stream die? Dude. Not cool. YouTube is working, but Twitch is messed up. This is very unfortunate. Should I restart the stream? I'll restart. But I'm not sure what to do about the internet. How is YouTube? Is stream live and working? Albeit there's a giant black screen. Okay. Well, wait, you can win an iPad? Oh, look at this. This might have been the thing that Michael was too scared to read through. Coming July 29th to 31st, the Jungle Race open to all players. It's time to roar into the Jungle Scratch Race. From July 29 to 31, the ACBL World area of BBO will play host to a massive bridge safari. Open to everyone. You don't need to be an ACBL member to play. Will you finish up the King of the Jungle and take home the grand prize? Or you always want to have sentences like this with an or afterwards, just so that people know what they're working to avoid. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. About the ACBL Jungle Scratch Race. You don't need to be the best to be king of the jungle. You need to play consistently. Every win, no matter how minute, it says minute, but it also says minute, earns you a scratch. These scratches, even as minor as 0.01 master points registered. What? Yeah, my Twitch is redlining, which means the bitrate is dying again, and I will try and let everyone know when Twitch is back up. But for now, it is still redlining. Maybe someone who's on Twitch and is just holding out can let us know as well. Finish first to win an iPad and finish in the top 30 to take home 10 BB dollars. All right, what is this thing? How to participate. Play in any ACBL games in ACBL World from July 29th to July 31st. Do your best to earn master points. Each time you earn counts as a scratch. Every scratch you earn will be automatically tracked in the scratch race. Frequency of your wins rather than total master points will determine your position on the leaderboard. ACBL owns the trademark for master points, I see. everyone's like, yep, I'm in, count me in, love BBO, thanks BBO, no thanks. What is this? Express reward? Only games... Oh. Responding to something else. No thanks is the only correct response. So what is ACBL World? Here is a shortcut. Oh. That is not helpful. It also linked me to the exact same thing, which was not useful. I assume it's like somewhere here. Is it just ACBL Master Point? No, it's probably not that. What the hell is ACBL World? Whatever. I'm over it. So no more Olympic controversies, huh? Is it on the screen? It's a featured area. Oh my god, I found it. ACBL World. So wait, you have to pay like $2 to play in the thing, and the top 30 people get $10? But surely there are going to be people who play, there's going to be a ton of people who play like 20 tournaments or whatever. So you have to pay like $40 for a chance to win $30, is the way it works. I guess you could also play ACBL events and get master points, but yeah, one iPad. Like, if they made all the entry fees free for those 2 days, I think this would make a lot of sense. Or if they make the entry fees like 10 cents. Okay, hold on. Marketing idea. If the entry fees were like 10 cents, it would make a lot of sense for it. Like, people would play, right? Because it's not just the one iPad. It's also the $30 BB bucks. So you could get people who play like 20 events, pay $2 to play 20 events, and they'll try and get win the $30 prize. I think they would make a lot more money doing that. Maybe. I'm not sure. If you really need an iPad, playing all tournaments could be cheapest. You'll have to compete with the likes of Leo Lasota. Yeah, $30 not exactly a great prize. Okay, ACBL World, we found it. There's also ACBL Clubhouse. I wonder what that is. Holy shit. $6 entry fees? What is this madness? Oh my god. What the hell is this? Okay, did I pull up the scoreboard? I didn't. So is Twitch back and working, at least for the time being? Rosenberg up by a lot. Welland up 30. Zimmerman's on top over Lean, and Zimmerman is coming out. It's not good news for them. This match is close. We could see an all-Italian table. Street against Jerley. No audio on Twitch still? Damn. Hammond is getting slaughtered against Leonardon, and now Leonardon is out. Amoyles Rubinstein. This was the match that everyone wants to watch, right? Because we have the Aussies playing. We'll watch that one. That sounds good. Yeah. Rubinstein and Moyles. We'll try and get to the table with Zach and Michael for the Americans. Well, I guess we'll watch the Australian pair. Caleb keeping the legacy alive. Reynolds match against the Italians. You play the blue team club against them. Said he'd give you insights on the system after he beat you, but decided better of it. Next time he'll be able to beat you once again. Okay, we got like 20 minutes. I'm gonna try and eat. Let's play a, whatever the free thing is. While I eat. That is not a very good dummy, huh? Feel like I'm gonna go down 2. I feel like I was always gonna go down 2. Man, 3 clubs? What the fuck? What was 3 clubs? Nice bid by East. %36%, huh? Really? What? But they make 3 clubs. Okay. Cool. What strange defense. Some people open to no Trump. I mean, maybe, I guess. That's generally the winning strategy in these events, just to open no Trump on every hand. I'm super tempted by the King of Hearts lead. I think I'm gonna do it. Okay. Now what? You have sound now? On Twitch or on YouTube? I think YouTube has always had sound. Okay. Partner decides not to continue hearts. The Ace of Hearts just wins. And partner's like, nope, good here, not continuing that suit. Have we worked out what East shape is? Has anyone worked out what East shape is? East is like 4-6, right? All right. Plus 100. Four, 7. We got a 94%, by the way. In case anyone was curious what our score on that last board was. For what? I led the King of fucking Hearts, man. What do you mean for what? um All right. Well, we're not taking very many tricks on this hand. So wow. Brutal. A club, 2 diamonds. A double? A 3 now. Okay. Yep. Uh-huh. Man, we got a 20% for 2 hearts making 10 tricks, where we literally didn't do anything. Alright. Okay. Kind of a shame the club suit's blocked, huh? Maybe West will pitch a diamond. Oh, I see. Shame. Made 3. Half the players at the club would have claimed making 10 tricks. And half of them would have just accepted. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Whoa, partner. Hello. Queen Jack 10-6? What was the auction? A heart, a spade, 2 clubs. Yeah. Okay. I think this is going better now for our side. Plus 90. Feels like we might have missed a, maybe something resembling a spade game, but that's okay. We want plus. All right, last board. I don't think the robots understand 2 spades followed by 3 hearts. Dude, we have like no tricks. What am I supposed to do? Don't do it. Oh, they switched to a fucking spade. I hate these guys. Spades were 7-1? How? Oh my god. Oh, what a hand. Okay. Three now on the previous one. 3-0 might have gone down worse. We got 15% for getting to what looks like, honestly, not a bad game. If they don't lead diamonds, we might be able to set up with clubs and use the ace of diamonds entry. Pitch our losers. What are the YouTube emotes? I don't know. That's a good question. No, man, on a spade lead, 3-0 is pretty bad. When the opponents establish 6 spade tricks and still have the king of clubs to get in. But yeah, it was not a great contract. I wonder what went wrong on 4 in other rooms. Like maybe if South doubles a no trump or something. I mean, 2 spades is down 2, north-south. At least 2. We're vulnerable. Maybe if we have a different auction, declare plays differently. I suppose. Okay, we got like 2 minutes until the thing starts. I'm like halfway through eating. So I need to do better. I'm also confused on board 1, but one no opened on board 1 would be weird. The hand's like way too good. But I guess it's possible. Yeah, maybe you just get to play a no trump. Audio back on Twitch? Great. That's what I like to hear. Okay, I'm scarfing down as much food as I can, and I'm probably gonna need like 3 or 4 minutes. So it's a good thing Vugraph isn't starting on time. I can almost plan for this in my schedule even. So we want a Moyles, right? A Moyles is the team. We'll stick around and hopefully they'll pop up in a second, but I'm going to clean up and use the restroom, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. What am I missing? Yeah, waiting for a Moyles is going to be the plan. Are they up? They're not up yet. Perfect. Good timing. Or we could watch the Italian table. DeFranco and Mano against Bocchi and Brenner. I guess Brenner's not Italian. I assume Bocchi's Italian. I think he is. Oh, we got another match. Rubenstein and Moyles. Let's go. So Rosenberg and Grossack against Hans and Hung? Or should we watch Whibley and Edgeton? Let's watch Whibley and Edgeton against Grew and Moss. This is going to be an action table. Alright, one sec.
Oh, my tile ceiling. Why don't you see me instead?
Alright, welcome on in, everyone. Third quarter of action. Moyles against Rubenstein. Moyles is up by 12. But this should be an exciting match and a very exciting table. If Edgeton and Whibley are sitting here, there's going to be a ton of action. The North-South partnership is well known as one of the most aggressive, probably in the entire world. They'll preempt on 5-card suits. They open a lot of 8 counts. And East-West, especially non-vulnerable, might not be preempting 5-card suits, but they'll also be opening fairly light. So expect to see a lot of swingy actions at this table.
I would use the adjective dynamic to describe Grew and Moss. They're capable of anything at any moment. You have to be on your toes against them. Do they play precision just when they're not vulnerable, or do they play precision just when the opponents are?
When they are vulnerable, they play precision. No, sorry. When they're non-vulnerable, they play precision. Right. When they're vulnerable, they play 2/1.
The idea being that, when you're vulnerable, the opponents can take a lot more liberties about jumping around your auction because they're jumping around versus your red game or slam. Whereas if you're not vulnerable, then they're much more likely to be hesitant about, or you're much more likely to be able to punish them if they get out of line.
Yeah, interesting lead choice here from Moss. He didn't really like leading away from an ace into this auction, so he selected his Doubleton Jack of Spades, and that's just going to help Declare pick up the spade suit.
Yeah, I think that was probably one of the cards in his hands that was one of the worst cards in his hands to have an effective chance of beating the contract. Probably a heart or a diamond would have been best.
Yeah, and this layout in particular.
Right, because I was being double dummy.
Right. Well, so Declare picking up the spades is going to have 3 spade tricks. Declare can score a diamond on his own. That's about as far as I've gotten in terms of tricks Declare can take. It might be difficult to score more than that.
All right, so Declare has 1 in, has 2 more in the spades for 3. Has no more fast tricks after that, and no obvious suit for him to attack. So I think he's going to take 2 more spades, ending in dummy, making East have a few uncomfortable pitches, and then decide whether he's going to play on hearts or clubs, depending on what East has done. Not like he could get to the long heart or club easily in either hand. But if he doesn't play the last spade to preserve an entry to the 4-card suit, then that's awkward too. I mean, he could just switch to the king of clubs or a low club right now, keeping that 9 of spades as a late entry.
Yeah, a club switch from Declare makes a lot of sense, as you say, preserving an entry to potentially a long club, but also stripping the spades so that you can force the opponents to play a suit for you. If the diamonds and or hearts were a lot friendlier, then the opponents would have to play a red suit and possibly give Declare an extra trick that way.
I thought he might have started clubs with the king, figuring that would give him a better chance of just having the opponent's duck it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could almost just like win the opening spade leading hand, put the king of hearts on the table, it might hold. Put the king of clubs on the table, it holds. Go back to spades.
Yeah, so it does look as if East-West are eventually going to be forced to break the heart suit for Declare here. Declare can cash a spade, and both East and West can discard hearts. Eventually, maybe. And Declare can exit a club or a diamond to force them to cash a couple of winners, but then West will be on lead at trick 11 or trick 12 and put a low heart through. Declare will have a guess.
Yeah, he'll have to decide. I mean, if East had queen 10, or queen 4 of hearts, 2 aces, and jack and a spade, he probably would have let a heart. So maybe, normally you play for the aces to be split around, but I think in this case, you do play for 3 aces in the same hand.
Oh. Did Gru actually pitch the 8 of diamonds? That would be a weird play. Yeah. So diamond goes over to the 8, and yeah, as Michael says, a lot of credit can be placed on the opening lead of a jack from Jack Doubleton against a no trump. I mean, that's just such an incredibly weird lead that you have to imagine the rest of East's hand is so strange to lead from that, and the only real case for that would be if East has all the missing aces.
Right, and we now know East has the 10 of hearts, so if East would have had queen 10, 4th of hearts is a very attractive lead against one no trump, especially with 2 outside aces for entries. And if a partner has any of the ace, the king, or the jack, you've not blown a trick, and you've done something progressive for setting up tricks for your side.
Mm-hmm.
So queen 10 is one of the holdings you like to lead from. Not that it's never going to blow a trick, but it's if you have to choose things, it's a lot less likely to blow a trick than jack and 1. Declare may not be reconstructing the hand completely here. Maybe just double checking things, especially since Declare's entire name is North. If we knew who he was, then we could say something intelligent about his bridge capabilities. But
I think it's Wibbly. I believe Wibbly sits north in their partnership, but I think they could sit in either seat. Either way, the biggest red flag for me here was that Jack Doubleton of spades lead. So he does guess the hearts wrong. And is going to go down an extra. Down 3. Not the end of the world. I mean, if this was match points or border match, that might be a little more costly of a third under trick. So pass around to south. Strong no trump.
So if West has an ability to show clubs in a major through something like 2 clubs or double, I would expect he would do that. 2 spades in a minor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he found the spade fit, but that's a 4-card suit at the 2 level. That's something.
Yeah, as Michael's kind of referencing, a lot of the times when you make these overcalls over a no trump, your partner's just going to pass. So you tend to want to bid your longer suit if you can. But Gru here feels like he wants to get into this auction, and spades is the master suit. His system only allows him to do this, so you gotta play with what you have.
What West really has is a takeout double of diamonds.
Yeah. But they never transfer. Like every time you have a singleton, they never transfer to their minor and just play in 3 of a minor.
So North has made a fairly aggressive negative double, and East has made a very aggressive raise to 3 spades.
Mm-hmm.
East has a lot of losers.
Yeah, East does have a lot of losers. But he might be hoping that his partner's 5-4 the other way in the black suits.
3 diamonds would have been touch and go north south, 3 spades east west. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like it's going to lose 5 tricks with 2 hearts, a club, a spade, and a diamond.
Yeah, as long as the defense gets hearts going fast enough. Otherwise, Declare might be able to set up the clubs and pitch heart losers from the east hand.
There's some troubles potentially for Declare too if the defense is able to force Declare in like if they play 3 rounds of trumps, Declare could be forced in diamonds, and then they have a diamond winner.
Mm-hmm.
Cash. In fact, there's no quick entry to these. Like if it goes a spade to the king and ace, now the defense plays diamond, diamond. Don't have an entry to finesse the club. The west hand's been forced. You give up a spade. You give up a club trick play. So you guess ace of clubs and a club. South can win. Cash the ace of spades. The west hand has no more spades, and cash a diamond. And play another diamond, forcing the last trump out, and then have the ace of hearts to get in to cash a diamond. There's potential for down 2 here, I think.
Yeah, it's really difficult to play these sorts of hands when you have no entries to the dummy to take these finesses, especially through the no trump opener. So
and I think Egton has done very, very well to cover that 9 of spades with the 10 rather than the ace.
Mm-hmm.
He is playing keep away from the board. Like he's waiting for that king of spades to be played to play his ace. Now, if Gru has the jack of spades, he's going to have to decide whether to win it or to let Declare have an entry to the board. Whether to duck, to try to deny the entry or win it.
Yeah, and I think he might have been somewhat on to something where if Edgerton had ducked, considering he has control of all of the other suits, he's going to be able to pull a 3rd round of trumps later when he gets in, and it would force Gru to lead out of hand. But he goes ace of hearts, heart, trying to set up the heart tricks, which is going to
and
work
this will
out.
definitely lead to a set.
Yeah.
Declare's a pretty good idea. The queen of hearts is offside on this defense. And probably doesn't want to see diamond, diamond happen, but he's just trying to make it.
Yeah, he's non-vulnerable. If he was vulnerable, he might be a little bit more concerned about potential roads to down 2 or down 3, like if a heart comes back roughed, for example. But being non-vulnerable, I think Gru is happy to concede extra under tricks if he has a chance to make the contract.
So, do you think North knows what West's minor is? I don't think he does.
Probably not.
The partner could be 2-4 in the minors right now. Although maybe that would be not enough cards. Well, Declare could have another spade, too.
Mm-hmm.
Declare didn't have to have only a 4-card spade suit.
And it almost looks like West has a 5th spade because South didn't continue a 3rd trump. So yeah, as you say, 2 rounds of diamonds would put a lot of pressure on Declare, and I think he might end up going down 2, king of diamonds, diamond to the jack.
I just don't think they're going to defend that way because North is concerned that his king of diamonds might be the setting trick as long as he doesn't shift from it or lead it. I suppose if West has 4 diamonds, it's safe enough for him to lead a low diamond from the king here, because even if Declare has ace jack, 4th of diamonds, his king of diamonds will still score trick late in the day. But it may not be, it's certainly not going to be obvious to him what to do here. You can safely continue with the 10 of hearts. Doesn't have to break new suits.
Yeah, well, Wibbly is thinking about this. But as you say, it does seem as if Declare is going to be able to maintain trump control and be able to get a club finesse in before his fourth spade gets knocked out.
Looks like they're only broadcasting 3 matches. Only 3 are up so far, but we have the match that we want. Street Gurley is basically tied at the half. This match is of a lot of interest because the players are fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, all of the players that are currently in, very exciting, but I think this table specifically will provide a lot of action. And
as we can see just from the choices on this hand, West spinning the 4-card spade suit, North making with a negative double with 6 count, East 4 triple 3, 11 or so losers raises to a 3-lot. That's 3 bids in a row I wouldn't have predicted. Edkin just sitting there with having done the normal thing at every turn. He's like, why am I out of this?
He'll get his opportunity.
Just wait till the next board.
Yeah, don't worry.
I'll be right there with you in a moment. So North may work out that it can't cost to shift to a diamond, and if West suits clubs, then a diamond shift is probably best. And I suppose if West has ace and 1 diamond, then a diamond shift could be very expensive. The player would have to guess it right.
Now, is there any hope for Declare on 2 rounds of diamonds? You rough. Let's say he masterminds and exits a low club from the West hand. I mean, I don't even necessarily think that's masterminding.
Yeah.
I guess if another diamond tapping him, he gets stuck in hand and has to give the 8 of spades a trick.
Right, because he could play the ace of clubs, dropping the king now, but he's club tight.
Yeah. Okay, well, Wibbly, after much thought, decides not to break either the diamond or club suits. He does just play back to heart, which is safe. He probably worked out that this was almost always guaranteeing down 1, and that's something you would like to do at Imps. And now Gru tried to drop the Jack Doubleton of clubs. King Jack Doubleton, I guess.
Right, so it's actually a small win for the Rubenstein team since they went minus 120 against 1 no trump at the other table, and only plus 50 against 3 spades.
Yeah, I'm going to take a quick look at the play in a no trump. What a beast. Zach Grossack, that guy is a player. He hooked the diamond. Well done. So he picked up the entire diamond suit.
He didn't, but...
Okay, 2 passes go around to North, who has a strong hand, opens 2 clubs. 22 count.
I think that's going to shut Moss and Gru up, despite their propensity to bid. It's the 5 level on nothing against opponent's strong options. This time they won't.
So 2 clubs, 2 diamonds.
North. So this is a hand South would like to not be playing Puppet Stam, and South would like to be able to be playing Smolin so that they could bid 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts to show 5 spades and 4 hearts. But we don't know whether they're playing Puppet or Smolin.
Yeah, I think Smolin has become a bit more popular in the past decade or so among a lot of the top players for this reason, that these 5-4 hands are a lot more useful to be able to show, and it looks like they're able to do so now, than being able to utilize Puppet Stamen specifically over 2 no trump.
So North has an opinion that neither major is the correct strain for their side, and will just bid 3 no trump.
Okay, Moss on lead. This time he doesn't hold aces and three suits.
You can see the 5-card diamond suit. That looks like the most promising start for the defense. So that looks like that 9 diamonds must promise the 10 if his suit is 4 or longer with the sort of a normal Rusinau agreement.
Yeah, it could contain a higher honor. So it could be ace 10 9, which is what Gru is going to be hoping for.
Declare doesn't know the location of the queen of diamonds when the king holds. If West, oh, I think Declare is going to play the 10 of clubs off dummy after the. Well, I mean, Declare's options, right? Because the 10 of clubs could be a re-entry back to the queen of hearts. He doesn't. If he plays the 10 of clubs, he's never seeing the dummy again.
Yeah, I think the line of play probably. Ooh. Communication's a little awkward. I was going to say you could unblock the ace king of hearts and go queen of clubs, jack of clubs. And if someone ducks the king of clubs twice, then you can run the club suit. And if someone doesn't, the 10 of clubs is an entry to that queen of hearts. But there's no way back to the north hand. Oddly enough, with 22 highs, you just run out of entries. So I think you're right.
Yeah, you run out of entries to the good hand.
Yes.
So how do you, if you have 4 club tricks, because first hand the clubs aren't sitting properly, 4 clubs to go with 2 diamonds is 6 and 2 hearts is 8. You need to get one more trick. You'd like to get that queen of hearts as a trick. But you also can't afford to get shut out of the north hand. Ugh. This is actually a harder problem than at first glance, where it just looks like, you've got 4 clubs, 3 hearts is 7, 2 diamonds is 9. The diamonds behave nicely. You might get a 10th trick there. He's playing a low club to the queen. He could. It's unclear what he's going to do for an encore now.
Well, this. Yeah, so I don't know actually what he's going to do.
He could actually cash the ace king of hearts and exit a low diamond, which is really good whenever the queen of diamonds is on side, because now the opponents are going to have to do something else for you. Not so good when the queen of diamonds is offside.
Well, I was thinking still ace king of hearts, queen of clubs. This might combine. No, I don't like this anymore. No, this is bad. This is gross. No, someone make it stop. Because if we cash the ace of clubs, we're kind of. That's cool. The king of clubs has fallen, but we still can't afford to play a club to the 10 because we have no re-entry to the north hand.
It's crazy that you have the 2 club opening bid hand might have no entry.
I have an idea. And Wibbly probably already thought about this when he played a low club to the jack and has now unblocked the hearts, and he's just rechecking. We can go ace of clubs club. So they're going to be in. If the queen of diamonds is onside, if the king of clubs falls, that's great. If the queen of diamonds is onside, that's great. They'll play back a diamond. Even if it isn't, the jack of diamonds loses, a diamond comes back, we run the clubs and exit a diamond, and we might be able to score either the queen of hearts or the king of spades. They might be unplayed into leading spades for us.
After ace of clubs club, the defense can continue hearts.
Yeah.
Instead.
Okay, here's my. So this is where it comes in. We win the queen of hearts, and then we play back another heart, and now they're gonna have to lead into the north hand if the hearts are 4-3. And once we've scored the queen of hearts, we don't need the jack of diamonds anymore. So on 2 rounds of hearts, we can just pitch the 3 of diamonds, jack of diamonds from the north hand. If they ever play back.
Wait, they could just play a diamond back and take 2 spade tricks in the hand.
Right, but then we've scored our 9th trick with the queen of hearts. We'll get 4 clubs, 2 diamonds, and 3 hearts. So this seems to combine a lot of chances.
To play it. But there's also what I was saying, Declare could exit with a low diamond in this position.
Yeah.
keeps the communication in the clubs open and does put the opponents on lead.
Right. Yep. And you're hoping that the king of clubs is on side because the club hook won, which it probably is. It's hard for Brad to duck that king of clubs in tempo there.
It's sort of interesting if you exit a low diamond, they win and play back a heart, giving you your queen an entry. What you pitch from the north hand is another problem.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are a lot of possibilities, and none of them strike me as clearly best. You think just ace of clubs club and keep exiting and whatever they keep putting them on lead and hoping that they have to do things for you, which seems like an approach that's reasonable. Or you may have like no entry to either hand, but if both hands are high, then they have to give you one of them, right? And at some point, West is just going to have you forced to lead a spade, and Declare is going to have to guess it.
Right. I mean, one of the big bonuses is like the king of clubs might just fall under the ace, and now we don't have to worry. We can just cash our 9 tricks and be done with it.
No, we still can't.
Well,
I guess we have 5
tricks. If the king of clubs falls, we just play queen of clubs. Yeah. We don't care about the queen of
hearts.
Yeah,
abandon them.
Yeah, there's a question all the way back at trick 2. Why didn't Declare run the 10 of clubs? I mean, that would have been a reasonable line of play as well.
Yeah, that was my first thought, was to run the 10 of clubs, but it really is unclear to me that the hand is more complicated than it looks at first glance. But as a card, as someone who is playing carelessly, I might have just run the 10 of clubs at trick 2 and just been fine.
Yeah, through 2 clubs with the king on, you would just claim your 9 tricks and move on to the next deal. It does take a lot of foresight to understand that you actually have more chances on this hand than...
I think I'd take 10 after that, because I think I'd wind up scoring the jack of diamonds eventually. I think I'd establish the clubs and probably exit a low diamond and then wind up scoring a trick with the jack of diamonds in the end. So the queen drops.
Well, the fact that Declare is thinking now tells me that Declare was being a bit short-sighted in the planning. Because once the jack... You kind of expect this to happen. The jack of clubs wins. It's not as if you got a ton of information by going ace king of hearts. Everyone followed low. So he is going ace of clubs and another club.
Rosenberg is in a similar tank in a similar position, but he's done it before cashing ace king of hearts. But he's been in the tank for a very long time after winning the diamond and winning a club finesse.
Got it. Yeah.
The hand's sort of easy. If you take a club finesse and it loses, the hand's over. Right? You've just made it. You want that club finesse to lose.
I mean, kind of. A club back actually messes with your communication once again.
That's true.
But that's kind of an unusual play for East to make. All right. So 3rd round of clubs, and now it's Moss's turn to think.
So a discouraging diamond seems right. I guess he could also pitch the jack of hearts, which isn't doing him any good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the jack of hearts is actually a really helpful pitch to Joe over there, who would then know that Declare is out of hearts. I mean, he might suspect that Declare is out of hearts, because if Declare had the jack, he could have overtaken it and then taken another club finesse.
If West wins the king of clubs and plays back a heart, and East plays the jack, Declare can actually duck it. and East is dead.
Yeah. Although that would look real bad if East then exited a heart to dummy's queen.
Thoroughly squeezing the north hand. Now you would use ace of spades on side. But it'd be an awesome play. I would really appreciate the artistic merit of ducking the jack of hearts after like you're just ducking all the tricks you could win in order to get to your 9. It's kind of like a cool hand. You gave up a club when you could have just run the clubs. You gave up a heart when you could have just won the heart, and you still come out on top.
So did Grew and Moss play Smith signals?
So Hans has found a good defense. Michael Rosenberg, I think, finessed the Queen of Clubs, and I think he continued the Jack of Clubs, and Hans played a 3rd club back to blow up the dummy.
Mm-hmm.
So Declare is in a bit of a bind here at that table as well.
Yeah, so Rosenberg, sitting north, declaring 3 no trump, I think he's going to be backed into the winning line of play, which is just to exit a low diamond after running the clubs. And he will have to guess the spades, maybe.
Yeah, it's interesting that if he cashes the Ace King of Hearts before exiting a low diamond, he doesn't have an entry to his hand anymore.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Moss's diamond discard after a long think probably will put Grew onto the defense of continuing a heart. Nope. Continues a diamond.
Now, diamond finesse, we'll see Declarer home. It's not so clear to Declarer where the Queen of Diamonds is.
Yeah, and I guess he actually still has chances. If the Queen of Diamonds is an East hand, he could rise the Diamond Ace, cash 2 clubs, and exit a diamond. And again, the defense might be end-played into giving him a spade trick.
Now, if Moss had kept all of his diamonds, then that would be less attractive play. Right. Guessing is not done here. He has kind of. If this is the lie of the cards, then Grew and Moss have made an error by leaving the hearts blocked and having West continue diamonds, giving you a chance to take a finesse that you couldn't have taken on your own. Grew
a big concern. I mean, certainly the biggest concern here from Declare is if he takes this hook and it loses. It's not that Moss is going to continue diamonds. Moss is actually going to switch to hearts and stick Declare in dummy, and then he won't have an entry back to either the Diamond Ace or his 2 club winners. So that's why he's thinking for a while. I'm actually pretty confident he's going to win the Ace of Diamonds, cash 2 clubs, and then just hope he gets a trick in the endgame.
Yeah, so when the Queen of Diamonds is actually in the West hand like it is here, he's fine. He's fine with a successful spade guess,
right?
Because East didn't keep enough diamonds to be able. East can pitch. Let's say East could pitch a heart and a spade on the club winners, but it still has to have 2 spades left. Had East pitched a spade or a heart earlier, keeping his long diamond, then that would be more dangerous for Declare. Now, Grew knew that Declare had the Jack of Diamonds because Moss, I assume, would have led the 10 of Diamonds from Jack 10, 9.
Mm-hmm.
So this, I think this diamond, especially after East pitched a diamond, I think Grew should have put Declare on the Ace Jack of Diamonds and not done this.
Yeah, I mean, he might have, but he might have also just decided that there was nothing better than putting Declare to maybe a potential diamond guess here, whether to fly ace or stick in the jack. The other table's result has come through. I'm going to take a quick peek at what happened in the play over there after 2 rounds of clubs.
So the diamond lead, club to the queen, jack of clubs, I thought, club back, blowing up the dummy. 2 rounds of clubs, east, they pitched down to 2-2 hearts, which sort of seems fine, but it's not. It means they have to, after the ace king of hearts and an exit, then they have to play something for declare. Or exit the king of spades.
Yeah, and so Rosenberg actually got quite lucky in the other room that the queen of diamonds was on side. I mean, maybe he knew from their carding, but in the end position, he would have been down if Hung happened to hold that card. So it seems like Whibley has ended up in a more advantageous position where he can still make even if the diamond queen is off.
What if after the opening lead you just said, "Oh, I've got 4 clubs, 3 hearts, and 2 diamonds, 9 tricks next hand"?
You think they would accept and move on?
It might have been Declare's best chance. I have a story from my uncle John, who's a bridge player from Florida, but back when he was in a intercollegiate in the representing McGill on a very good team with like Eric Kokish and Joey Silver. He said he and one of my other uncle were playing a 3-0 trump contract, and dummy came down and he just claimed 9 tricks, not noticing there was a critical blockage in a suit, and the defense just accepted it. And at the other table, the declarer noticed the blockage, struggled mightily throughout the entire hand, and went down a trick. His teammates asked him how he made it, and he said, "Just claimed." What's the problem? I got tricks.
The claim coup.
You do sometimes have to check the claims. Usually at this level, they're pretty accurate, but I blew a claim too at this Nationals when I was there for one day. Mm-hmm. Fortunately, it was just an over trick.
So Whibley does fly ace of diamonds after some thought. Pitches a spade. He's now going to cash his club winners and just exit a low diamond.
Defense will disembarrass themselves of hearts at this point, since those are definitely bad cards for them to hold. Or maybe not.
Well, it's a really nice spade pitch from Gru if he knew that he was going to have to discard it eventually anyway, because that early spade pitch might cause Declare to misguess the spade suit.
But Gru knows he can't ever play a heart.
Well, dummy gets squeezed. Maybe.
I guess, yeah, keeping it as a threat against dummy.
Mm-hmm.
But Moss needed to keep a third spade if you wanted dummy to be squeezed.
Yeah.
Although Declare could always play low. I mean, Declare would have to. I think they both needed to keep 3 spades to give Declare a chance to guess wrong, because dummy was going to be squeezed down to 2-2. So in this position, Gru needed to hold 3 spades, a heart, and a diamond is too many cards. So I guess in a sense, Gru was squeezed on the last club.
Well, Declare can still go wrong from here, because if Declare pitches a heart, then his hand gets squeezed on the 10 of hearts caching, and he'll go down.
Well, Declare's surely going to pitch a spade in this position. He can't afford to pitch a heart.
He probably will.
It doesn't seem like either defender's kept 3 spades.
He pitched a heart! Now the 10 of hearts does squeeze him. What a defense.
I'm not sure if it's a what a defense. It's a what a hand, though.
Yeah, this was a really hard fought battle, but Gru and Moss come out on top this time. Wow. And I don't think Brad's going to misread the position.
He's going to keep winners, throw losers.
Yeah.
Brad
10
just claimed it.
imps. So Rubenstein off to a hot start now against Moyles.
Like, Declare, did you have any chances at all to make that? He would have done better by just trying to claim 9 tricks right away. That would have been the path to victory.
I mean, if he knew the result was going to be down 1, that would have been a better attempt, yes. I am surprised he threw the Queen of Hearts, but...
Just the simpleton line of just running the 10 of clubs at trick 2 would have just simplified that hand so much. It might not be right, but it would have made it very easy. Right. It's attractive to take a club finesse and hope it loses, but as you can see, Rosenberg's line Queen of Clubs, Jack of Clubs works against a doubleton King of Clubs, but not against a tripleton King of Clubs on side because they were able to blow up the club entry. It's a complicated hand, a very interesting one. It could be talked about for a long time. So we have a good 4x1 opposite an above average 10 count with good spots. That 10-9-8 cluster of diamonds is pretty sexy. Sort of like a constructive diamond raise here from south. So maybe some sort of inverted or mixed raise.
Yeah.
Or maybe they'll just hit no trump.
Right. So let me see if I can get
Heart is pro no trump.
North-South convention card to figure out what they might do with this hand. They can bid 2 diamonds as like an invitational hand with diamonds. Now, I don't know if the South hand would qualify opposite some of their opening bids as invitational. But South does bid it. 2 diamonds.
It says 10 plus 4 plus diamonds. So that's 10 plus with 4 plus diamonds. Qualifies. I was half expecting him to respond in like 1 or 2 no trump just to try to leverage the value of his doubleton Queen of Hearts and 10 of Spades. Sort of like good stoppers on the outside, the positional hand that wants to grab the no trump. But, you know, given the hole in the spade suit and diamond suits, I'm not sure any game is good because you have your clubs, you have all your cup runneth over with your spots in the diamond suit, and you really would like a spot more on the club suit to give yourself better chances of making whatever you bid.
Yeah, now how
locked?
How is 3-0 on the North-South cards? You said the spades are blocked. That's what I was going to focus in on here.
Yeah, I think you make it because of the spade blockage. If you make sure you lose three, I mean, you probably lose 3 spades, a diamond, and a club anyways.
You can probably make it double dummy. You can lead a low club towards the jack, steal that trick, and then get to work on the diamond suit.
And then pass the 10 of diamonds to east.
Yeah.
You could take 3 diamonds and 2 clubs is 5, a spade is 6, and 3 hearts is 9. The defense can only ever take 3 spades because of the blockage. And they can't, if they pop up with the king of clubs, it's for double dummy now, right?
Yeah. Then you have 3 clubs, 2 diamonds,
clubs,
3 hearts, and a spade.
Spade is 9. So yeah. So 3-0 is in fact cold.
Yes, cold is a way to describe it. Now, even on this heart lead, I think Declare is going to have some difficulty because of the 4-1 club split.
He hasn't been gifted a spade trick at trick 1. So he actually has a lot of work to do on a heart lead. I don't think this lead has done him any favors.
No.
He's probably relieved he didn't get a spade lead, but on the other hand, he's like, I still have a ton of work to do. He's thinking favorably, club finesse works, I've got 2 clubs, I can knock at a diamond, is 5. I've got the ace and queen of hearts is 8, and then hopefully the spades give me a 9th trick. So I think he's going to win in the shorthand and take a club finesse.
Yeah, that seems most natural. You do need both clubs and diamonds to provide tricks to get up to 9, unless you get a miraculous queen jack doubleton of diamonds, for example. So club to the queen, just in case we catch a lucky king doubleton on side. But now Brad's going to switch to spades. So spade to the king and ace. Spade return. Gru returns his 4th best 5 of spades.
He's just hoping that 2 of spades is in Brad's hand.
Mm-hmm.
It is not. He can see that the only spade lower than his 7 is the 2 right now.
Now, Declare might hope that he's on his way home, because if the clubs provide 3 tricks from here, he would actually have enough. He would have 9 at this point.
Yeah, sort of like a variation on the steal a club trick line, because he'd still have 3 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3 hearts, and a spade.
Yeah.
Declare is actually feeling pretty good about things. And I think he can get home by, playing a club to the ace, getting the bad news, and then giving up a diamond trick while the spades are still blocked.
Well, that would be the 5th defensive trick. He can't duck a trick from here. If he was able to somehow duck a club trick without them cashing...
What? Declare did not claim 10 tricks.
No. Now, what was Gru going to do on 2 rounds of clubs? He can just pitch 2 spades. So it does sound like down 1 to me was pretty likely. The other table made 3 now.
I'm kind of curious. I mean, they probably wound up on one of the lines we were talking about. They probably led a spade. No, oh wait, I'm on the wrong board. Yeah, they led the queen of spades. The defense tried to unblock the spades by ducking the second round. That didn't help. Lost a club finesse.
Ah, yes. Okay. So yeah, as it's been pointed out by a spectator, we have once West gets squeezed out of all of their spades, you can safely establish the diamonds because West doesn't have a spade to cash.
Maybe the defense was just to keep plugging away at hearts. I think that would have succeeded.
The heart spots in dummy actually could set up for a trick. So
Yeah.
I think double dummy, you can always make it. Well, we've already established you can always make it, but even after this kind of single dummy line of a club to the queen.
Oh, yeah, all the cards are green. After the club to the queen.
All right, board 5. So Rubenstein picks up another 12, and we can just kind of see the ferociousness of the front 4 of the Rubenstein team.
I do want to point out that 3-0 Trump on the previous board has been adjusted to 3-0 down 1 from 3-0 making 4.
Yeah, so that explains the 27-0 score line that we have through 4 boards of this third quarter.
So Wibley and Etchen went down in 2 very close 3-0 Trumps on back-to-back boards that were made in the other room through some combination of better declare player or better defense, or luckier declare player or luckier defense, but some combination thereof, and that has swung a tremendous number of imps in a close match. And now we see.
Yeah, so
I don't think what Trump doubled was making.
So Moss and Gru playing their precision style, East was happy to kind of double, showing a maximum or some extra offense on the 6-4 in the majors, and that's how they've arrived at 2 spades.
Although I guess 1-0 is only down 1 because they have 5 clubs and a spade.
gonna be hard for you to convince me that West should be passing opposite a limited opening bid.
No. I'll go with Joe's judgment of not trying to defend 1-0 doubled when it might be making a red over trick or two.
So North-South have missed their club fit, which I think they would have preferred to have ended up finding.
They're off 3 diamonds and 2 aces, and that 6 of clubs is almost big enough for a trump promotion on the 4th round of diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
Very close.
So in 2 spades, looks like the hearts kind of come home. You can drop the stiff king and then lead up towards the 10 a couple of times. So Declare just needs to pull trumps and then get to work on the heart suit. Oh,
But
actually,
you can just pitch hard on the diamond, too.
You have a discard on the 3rd round of diamonds as well.
So Declare can afford to basically lose a club, 2 spades, and 2 hearts, some variation of that. So he doesn't even need to pick up the spades.
Yeah, it's just a friendly hand for East-West. It fits really well.
You can just rough it and play ace of spades, jack of spades, and now he's basically, I think he's 100%. We need like the 2nd round of diamonds to get roughed, but he's going to play a 3rd round of trumps anyway. So as soon as he gets on the lead, I guess 5-0 spades would be a problem for him, or maybe even 4-1.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, it could be reasonable to play 3 rounds of diamonds pitching a heart and then lead a spade towards the east hand.
Sure, and that would get him an overtrick. I'm just saying that he can do other things and still make the contract because he's in good shape.
Right. Yeah, so Brad's thinking about all these bad trump splits because when you're in a good contract and it looks like you can never go down, you always want to take your time and consider, well, what if everything splits badly and everything's offside?
I think there's a first mover advantage to viewership on BBO because we saw that the Zimmerman match was the first one they put up there.
Mm-hmm.
And Owen versus Klukowski, that room has 760 kibitzers. That was the first room that went in. And then our sparkling personalities have only brought us, less than half that number of people. It's around 300.
Well, I think
But
a lot of people.
Lucky ones.
I mean, I think a lot of people also are big fans of Owen as well, or Michal Klukowski.
I accidentally opened us up in the kibitzing window and got echo. Sorry about that.
Jack of spades, Wibbly decides to exit the King of Hearts, leading your singleton through Declare.
And you can just duck this too. It's not like there's any danger of the King of Hearts being overtaken by the King and a half.
Yeah, and especially because South has promised hearts in the auction from the takeout double. It's not going to go King of Hearts ducked around, Queen of Hearts, Ace rough.
Although similarly, you could just win the Ace of Hearts, play some diamonds, and take a spade finesse.
Right.
They're all sort of variations on the same theme.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's been thinking that he likes keeping that 6 of spades in dummy to prevent against a force if the clubs are really bad. Right? He's lost 1 trick, right? He's lost 2 tricks. He can't afford to lose 4 more. If he won the Ace of Hearts and played a heart back, and then offense played heart rough, he might have to guess whether or not that rough, if North had the King Queen of spades, whether or not that rough came from a 4-card holding, or whether South had a double and spade on her.
Yeah, now, if Wibbly had exited a club...
I'm not trying to pronounce their names either. So.
Yeah, so if he had exited a club, I think Brad's line of play would have been to rough, cash the heart ace and 3 diamonds, and then play a 4th diamond, planning to rough again with the 9 of spades.
And then just sort of exit and wait for the Ace 10 of spades.
Yeah. But he doesn't really have the entries to do that because the club didn't come back. Okay, he wins the ace of hearts. I mean, we could definitely see something similar, but no. He just decides to play it somewhat safe, cash the ace of spades. As long as the spades are 3-2, there's no problem.
He can check around for a triple and jack 10 of diamonds, which will let him pitch 2 of his hearts.
Mm-hmm. So I think we're seeing a claim right about now. Other table been made 2 hearts on the East-West card, so they got to their 4 forfeit instead of the 6-2. North-South actually stayed out of the auction over there. With Rosenberg passing in for seat, Grossack decided not to get involved despite having 4 cards in the other major and, you know, a pretty reasonable takeout double of 1 spade. Whoa! That's a hand.
Trying to digest how this auction is going to go. I'm still counting the West Ham. It looks like a 2-club opening bid. Assuming Brad doesn't open in front of him, which he did. A red on white 2 diamond, I suspect, for them delivers a really solid preempt. You know, East lacks it in suit quality, but he does have it in hand quality. West is probably visualizing 6 diamonds as a potential contract. His partner having, you know, the Queen Jack 6 of diamonds and an outside, you know, the Ace of Hearts or the King of Clubs or the King of Spades on the outside.
Yeah, now he's going to get some good news and some bad news in response to this 4-club key card bid. Brad's going to show the 1 key card that he's missing, but he's going to deny the Queen of Diamonds.
So, but he has all the keys, and his partner, and he knows that the Ace of Hearts and Jack 10, 9, 6 of diamonds is not enough, I think, for a red on white 2 bid. I think he's going to put his partner on one of the black kings, most likely.
Well, you're right. He bid 6 diamonds. I mean, he's also just kind of hoping that sometimes the Queen of Diamonds drops Doubleton. So even if we get the worst possible hand from partner, which is kind of what he has here, the Queen of Diamonds could fall.
So Declare can make this on a non-spade lead. I don't think he can. Oh, he might be able to make it on a spade lead too. He's got to play clubs. He doesn't have entries to the East Hand to do the things he needs to do.
Yeah, can Declare make this on a non-spade lead?
He can. If he takes 2 club finesses, he can pitch a spade loser. That's a lot less likely.
What entries? Are we overtaking the?
Well, a club lead, he's just made it, right?
Okay. Yes.
Float around to the Queen and cash the Ace King of Diamonds, and eventually take another cross to the Ace of Hearts, take a club finesse, cross back to the King of Hearts, cash the Ace of Clubs.
Yeah. No. I think Edgerton may lead a club. He's looking at what might be a diamond trick, and sometimes it can be aggressive. It can be right to be aggressive at leading against slams to try and set up your second defensive trick on the opening lead.
And look at the actual West hand. I mean, partner could have had Queen 3rd of clubs and not been able to double 4 clubs, or Queen 4th of clubs. It's not really enough to direct a lead.
There is the club lead. Okay, now we still have to pause because Declare could instead decide to play for the King of Spades on side. He could fly the Ace of Clubs, cash the Ace King of Diamonds. If the Queen drops, hopefully we just claim, play a heart to the Ace, Jack of Diamonds, pull the trump, knock out the Club King, and we pitch our spade loser. But if the Queen of Diamonds doesn't fall, we can still overtake the Ace of Hearts and play spade to the Queen, Ace of Spades, spade ruff, maybe, get back to the King of Hearts, and then play a winning spade pitching our club loser as they rough in. It's a lot simpler to just duck the opening lead. I give that to you.
Yeah, because if the King of Clubs is onside, you've kind of made it, and if the King of Clubs is offside, you still have the same hope of the Queen of Diamonds being Doubleton.
Yeah.
The other line of play needs a little bit more, because you also need a favorable spade break to go with the spade finesse onside. South does not know that he's blown the hand yet.
No.
As far as he knows, his partner has the Queen of Clubs, and he's just done a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, South might be really excited about the way that this has gone so far. Whether or not his partner has the king of spades. But
Okay, South is less excited about his choice of opening leads now than he was a moment ago.
All right, 9 of clubs overtaken with the queen.
I think Claire just plays a club back right now.
Probably pulls trump first.
Yeah. Because he can. That Jack of Hearts is actually a pretty huge card. It means he can always afford to overtake one heart without blowing a trick.
Yep. Wow. So, again, I mean, Rubenstein on just a huge roll in this set, picking up double-digit swing after double-digit swing, and now betting to 6 diamonds, which could have gone down on a different lead.
Yeah, I think Moss missed a chance to lead the king of hearts to the ace because aces were meant to take kings.
Just gonna hammer that one home until everyone starts doing it.
I guess he is going to overtake the king. He's ducking the queen of hearts, and then he's going to overtake the king. Okay. All the more credit to him.
This seems completely unnecessary.
I think he did duck the queen of hearts because they undid it, and then he wound up overtaking the king of hearts with the ace and then taking a club finesse.
Okay,
but
so
whatever
tricks,
he did, yeah,
not 13, but it's possible that could be duplicated in the other room. I don't know if Hans and Hung tend to open 2 of a minor on that sort of east hand, or if they even have a 2 diamond opener available.
Oh, I'm peeking at the auction at the other table, and it's not going the same way, but it's still in progress. They've not stopped short of slam yet. I'm going to check what their 2 diamond opening bid is. Their 2 diamond opener is a weak 2, 0 to 10. Could be 5. You think?
Yeah, vulnerable against not, especially.
When first seat non-vulnerable versus vulnerable, new suits aren't forcing. Not a bad idea when you could have absolute airball when you open the week 2. In fact, we started playing transfer responses to when we were playing super duper light week 2s.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You know, you have to save your partner when they've opened the wrong suit on the deal. So on board 7 here, Wibbly is game forced, jump shifting to 3 clubs. He has a 20 count. South is not happy.
Yes, I would like to not respect that game force, but he also knows that 3 clubs could be a short suit with very long hearts. So he can't really pass 3 hearts. So he has 3 clubs. He wants to do whatever it shows the least encouragement that he possibly can, but he can't pass 3 clubs because North would just have game in hand, basically. It would have been this way. In a hand unsuitable for opening 2 clubs.
Right, a big lesson to be learned on these sorts of hands is that while you might look like a hero, I mean, on this hand, passing 3 clubs may well have been the last making spot, if that even makes. But you just break partnership discipline, and your partner's never going to play with you again if you pass bids like that.
I mean, well, Kit is a believer in taking your chances, but if you have a system set where 3 clubs absolutely guarantees clubs, then I would feel okay passing 3 clubs to the south hand. I would actually be worried I might be missing 4 hearts or 5 clubs, but I might think it's percentage to pass it. East is actually sniffing out a double here. Spades are offside, hearts are offside, clubs are offside, but East passed it. But I mean, Brad's got a nose for these doubles. That maybe the thing holding him back is the opponents could have a lot of extra values. His partner could be broke,
right?
In which case would regret a double here, and he's also having a tremendous set. I don't know if that means like he wants to add to it by making close doubles, or whether he wants to just like not blow it by suddenly giving them, a 950 on some normal hand where your teammates are 600 and losing the momentum he's generated on boards 3, 4, and 6.
Yeah, the momentum in these matches is really important, right? Like, no trump goes down 1 at this table, makes in the other room. No trump down 1, makes in the other room. Joe and Brad bid to 6 diamonds. I mean, if he just continues, carrying that forward, then they could have a 60-0 set and almost put the match out of reach in the 3rd quarter. If he allows them to make 3 no trump doubled, then it shifts the other way, even if it's not a costly mistake and only ends up losing 4 imps. He doesn't want to let that happen. Now, South, on the other hand, is still thinking over 3 now. And
I don't understand this. What is that? South has nothing to think about.
I don't. Okay, South bids 4 hearts. All right, this is
Now
gonna get
Brad might get it.
smashed.
I wonder now if Brad hits this. He may pass it for the same reason we're talking about, where he just doesn't want to give, like he's having a fantastic set up until this point. He loves his card.
Yeah, but this is not
Everything
one
has
that
gone right for him.
I don't think this is one he lets go. And so here's what South was probably thinking about. South realizes that he's very light in high cards. And South might have thought that it's possible 4 of a major would offer a better chance with a trump suit, especially if his partner had 3-card spade support. So South once again in the tank, and I think I'm like zoning in on the Edgton psyche now that he might run to 4 spades, which is also not going to do great.
Joe Grew is not going to pass 4 spades.
Nope.
The thing about Moss and Grew is you get too high and they start doubling you, they are going to keep doubling you, and they are going to take all of their tricks on defense.
Okay. Well, South has floated 4 hearts, doubled. Partner.
South didn't leave well enough alone in 3-0, huh? He wasn't going to make it, but he wasn't going to go down 800.
Now, it's kind of interesting. We don't know what would have happened if 3-0 passed to Grew. Grew doesn't have a ton of high cards, but he does have something that he wants, which is a spade lead. And he very well could have doubled 3-0 to get his partner to lead spades, as opposed to blowing a trick in a minor suit.
Yeah, he might have, but on the other hand, he has the same problem that Brad has, where the opponents have kind of, in a mostly unlimited auction, they could still have like 29 high card points on this auction. You double it off with the spades, and you would feel sick if you doubled 3-0 and you heard someone redouble it.
Yeah. That's very
and that's sort of like one test. Like, how bad do you feel if this contract gets redoubled? And I would feel really bad with Grew's hand if I doubled 3-0 and it got redoubled. I would feel pretty bad, but not as bad with Moss's hand. And Moss was like, I think they would have passed it out, but I can't say for sure with Joe Grew, because he finds doubles, he sniffs out doubles, and if he caught the reason for South thinking over 3-0 out of weakness, not strength, then he would have doubled him. Because Grew's table feel is tremendous. This is a bloodbath.
Yeah, this opening spade lead and Grew putting in the queen, I think is actually really nice play by Grew. Not just because it's a somewhat common false card that it could throw Declare off, but I think this makes it clear to Brad that he actually has the king of spades. If he had stuck in the 10 and Declare won the ace and led a low spade, Brad might think that the jack of spades might hold this trick or something. I don't know. But playing the queen, I think it's very clear to Brad that Grew actually has the king. So spade to the 10.
So, I think that 7 of diamonds was an encouraging diamond, and yeah, so Grew has shifted to a diamond, and I think Brad's going to continue the 8 of diamonds to knock out the ace.
Yep.
Claire is really unhappy right now. He's still stuck in his hand. He hasn't gotten around to the trump suit or the club suit, where it looks like he's got, as many as 2 or 3 trump losers and 2 club losers. He has. This is going to be a significant penalty here.
Yeah, so 2 more clubs and
now what?
At least 2 more hearts.
I suppose he could rough a diamond to his hand and play ace, king of hearts, and a heart, and let East take all 3 of his hearts and score the king of clubs in the end.
Mm-hmm.
That would be, you're losing just 4 more tricks from this position. Just 4.
Yeah, 800.
But I'm down 3 feels like a triumph right now.
He's not going to feel that way when he loses 16 or something on the convention card.
I think his north-south rate to go minus in the other room, unless they pass 1 heart, which, it's not illegal to pass 1 heart with a hand like Jack 5th, 10 and 1 in the majors, and no outside controls, and 3 high card points. It's kind of it used to be the tradition to pass one heart, and I still think it's the right call with enough of a heart fit and a bad enough hand, you don't think you can make any game. You just pass one heart. You have a little bit of defense, and you don't want a bit. Spades, you have a lot of defense. One spade was a little busy, and I think this whole hand after a heart pass a spade has been north-south, making a series of decisions they have come to regret.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
North did have 20 high card points. Can't blame him for bidding 3 clubs.
No.
Though he probably is regretting not having bid 2-no trump, which South would have dropped.
Yeah, so declare doesn't necessarily need to end play East in hearts. East can get end played in clubs as well, or trumps later. But I do believe the key play here is roughing a diamond back to hand.
And you could rough a diamond and then play a low heart towards the 10.
Yep.
East plays the jack of hearts. And can, I guess, play the queen of hearts to your ace. You play king of hearts and a heart, they win. Maybe does that get you for 500?
No. It's still always going to be 8.
All right, because the 10 of hearts is doubled. When you win the jack of hearts, that's 1 trump trick, and you play the queen, the ace. You play king of hearts, then heart, you win the 9 and the 3. Right, just trunk.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of people suggest opening 2-no on the north hand with the 20 count.
Yeah.
It's not everyone's cup of tea, but 5-4-2-2 can definitely be open 2-no trump, depending on how you feel about it. My suspicion is that Rosenberg in the other room is also going to open a heart.
I think so. Now, North-South don't play Puppet Stamen over their 2-no trump opening bids. So with that kind of disparity in the majors, I think I just want to bid my heart suit, figuring like I'm not worried about partner responding 1 spade on, jack 5 of spades, 10 and a heart, and nothing else. It's as long as partner makes a disciplined pass to 1 heart, I'm ahead by opening a heart because I'm there, and if partner responds, I'll just jump shift and we'll probably get to the right contract. But it's like north-south in this room, I feel like their heads must be spinning. Like everything is just that could go wrong seems to be going wrong for them. And all of the things that, maybe they could hope that maybe their teammates cover some of that, they're not.
No, we'll have to find out the 6 diamond contract, but yeah, it can be hard to get out of this downward spiral, but it's really important to do so because even though they've lost 27 imps so far and might lose even more on that 6 diamond hand and possibly even more on this hand, they really need to find some solid footing and just get some push boards in. Board 5 was great. They got to 2 spades and made it. And if they can do 1 or 2 more of those, then hopefully they can get out of this quarter. They're not behind by that much currently. Maybe we'll give them another 20 imps on these next 2 boards and they'll be down 35, but it's much better to go into the 4th quarter down 30 than it is to go into the 4th quarter down 60.
Yeah, if this set snowballs anymore, then we're not going to even have this match on Vugraph for our Australian audience. Sorry about that, folks. And if it is up on Vugraph, we're probably not going to comment on it because the match will be pretty much dead.
Okay, so Whibley has done well. He took his time. He roughed the diamond. Now he's somewhat in control. He can actually exit in either clubs or hearts. I kind of expect him to exit in clubs, but we'll see what he chooses to do.
I think one of the things that's probably really important after this board is concluded is for North-South to take a short break, a short bathroom break, whether that's with East-West or not. You may have to have like a proctor because of the screens when you go away from the table, and not talk about bridge. Just spend 5 minutes talking about whether they plan on seeing the Deadpool and Wolverine movie that's coming out or something stupid.
I completely forgot about that one. No, anyway, keep going. You were making a good point. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, for me, this is what helps me. Is because I'm thinking about bridge and I'm like going over every single stupid thing that's happened, everything that's going to keep me up at night if we lose this match. And if my partner takes me away from the table and starts talking about something that's not bridge, catches my interest, and we have like even a short conversation about just something else. Have a little cup of water. Make sure you don't come back to the table too fast. Just come back to the table and you feel refreshed, and maybe you're ready to put it behind you and work on what's in front of you instead of the stuff in the past that you can't change.
Yeah, you have to have a little bit of a forgetful memory as a bridge player so that you can move on to the next board and start forgetting about all of these bad results after bad results in the set. And as Michael says, taking a break is a good way to do that. I know that, like, I've certainly done that at the table. A lot of partners that I played with, a lot of my opponents all the time. And the psychological aspects of the game really do weigh on players as you get later into these long knockout matches, and especially playing against much stiffer competition like Wibbly and Edgton. I don't know how their matches were leading up to this one, but sitting against Gru and Moss, and where they take all their tricks, they double you when you've done the wrong thing. They're playing this hyperactive system north-south. Maybe they're used to just getting away with some of these misfit auctions and escaping minus 300, minus 200 instead of minus 800, minus 500. So Wibbly looks like he has decided that he's going to end play East in hearts, Ace of Hearts, King of Hearts, Heart, and
one of the problems with trying to start the hearts with low to the 10 is West could win and put a club through.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be pretty embarrassing.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Ooh,
6 tricks. Now another trick got lost. I'm not convinced that wasn't really 800. If he played Ace Hearts, King of Hearts, Heart, he was going to escape for 800.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if he had gone like
board 6,
Ace of Hearts, low club.
Yeah, they've just put the next board on the table.
Okay.
I'm a little worried about them.
Well, board 6 in the other room. That was not the auction over there. Unless Hung and Hans have a really...
I wonder if the table crashed because I was watching the auction for a little while and it was very involved.
Okay.
It had started with pass 2 clubs, I think, and they were deep into the auction, and then I just didn't look over there for a long time because the board at this table was very interesting.
Gotcha.
But
well,
it did start with 2 passes.
Yeah, so East-West not getting to the Diamond Slam. I mean, unsure whether that saved them more imps because the defense could beat it, but 6 diamonds making 7 in this room, or 6 diamonds making 6 in this room compared to 4 no trump in the other is another 13 imps for Rubenstein.
Yeah, we think that's actually 1370 here at board 6 versus 630. That's probably not a score break that overtrick.
Oh yeah, 1370 versus 6.
7.
It is
740. It's only 12 imps,
yeah,
right?
It's only 12 imps. Well,
it's right on the cusp.
Yeah, either way, Moyles is not going to be cheering that 1 extra imp when it gets corrected. Okay,
so back here, Joe has opened very aggressive precision diamond because they're not vulnerable. North has made a very normal one heart overcall, and East has probably done a 4 or 5 spade double, and West is showing a weak no trump. East smells blood in the water, but West does not.
Yeah, I'm curious about the meanings of some of these bids from East-West. I think a lot of players would have played that double of 2 hearts as penalty after partners bid a no trump.
Yeah, I sort of play it a hand sort of like what Brad has, a hand that the extra value is willing to defend, but it's not standing on my chair and demanding a defense. Mm-hmm. It's offering partner a choice. I don't think one no trump implied a heart stopper. It just showed the hand type, because otherwise you're just kind of have to do something distorted without a heart stopper.
Sure.
It adds clarity to if West rebid 2 clubs, when one no trump is all your balanced hand, and the 2 club rebid is more clear about being minor suit oriented. So it adds clarity to that auction. And here East has 13 high card points, doesn't realize his partner's open to 9 count, has bid to 3 no trump, and of course the way things are going, I'm assuming there are 9 tricks here, but I haven't actually figured that out. I guess on a spade lead, you're going to have no play for 9 tricks, right?
Yeah, Declare does have issues on the King of Spades lead, but Whibley understandably leads the Queen of Hearts. So there are 4 clubs, 2 hearts, and a spade immediately.
So if Declare ducks the heart, he's giving the defense another chance to shift to spades. And they may do that. I think he wins it and plays a diamond because that's his best chance. He's going to see the 10 of diamonds pop up.
I think he has to duck this heart. Even if he gets 4 clubs, 1 heart, 1 spade, I guess he could score 3 diamonds, but that's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ace of queen of diamonds could be swapped. There'd be no entry to the spades. So that's an argument for ducking the heart. For not only have to find the spade switch, but there has to be an entry to it.
Yeah, this seems a lot more practical because, for one thing, hearts could be 5-2, and North is the one with the entries, and you want to...
And North doesn't know that spades are a source of tricks as opposed to clubs for the defense, or diamonds for that matter. North has no idea where Declare's weak. Declare's probably has more high card points than he actually has. Sometimes that's a problem for the defense, is you try to make a defense that works when Declare has a 12 count, and you miss a defense that works when your partner has an extra ace, and Declare has the right, dribs and drabs on the outside, and you wind up by letting them make a very bad game. Not that that's ever happened to me. So Declare has 2 hearts and 4 clubs is 6, and a spade is 7. If he can establish 2 diamonds, he has 9. But that gives the defense basically 2 chances to get. Well, if Declare plays a diamond to the king and a diamond, he could make it potentially. If let's see, if a heart's continued, yeah. So if a heart's continued, he could win. If he plays a diamond to the king and a diamond, he's made it.
Yeah, that doesn't seem very likely. I think he'll play a diamond to the jack, but again, North is going to have to find the switch to the king of spades. That's probably what the hand comes down to. North
is short on clubs to continue a club attack, so even if attacking clubs is correct, he doesn't have enough ammunition to follow through on it. He needs a lot in clubs from partner for a club attack to succeed. He needs less for a diamond attack to succeed. If North shifts to diamonds, that would just be normal for this set where boards for North-South.
It would be all over if North switches to diamonds.
Yeah. Once the ace of diamonds is out of the South hand, the defense is dead.
Well, I'm a 0 for 1 in my predictions this set. Rosenberg did open 2 no trump on board 7 with the 20 highs.
Well, and that got them to, I'm guessing, 3 spades or 2 no trump.
It got them all the way up to 2 no trump.
I have a lot of respect for Zach's passive 2 no trump. I think bad 5-3-3-2 hands often just want to pass, and that's part of, I like to super accept very aggressively if I've opened 2 no trump. uh, of those transfers. I think to myself, if partner has queen fifth of the suit and out, if I have play for game, even if it's a bad play for game, then I super accept, because partner won't know when to pass when you just accept the transfer, go on when they have a hand like queen fifth and an outside queen or something. They just don't know whether or not they're supposed to pass or bet 3-0. So I'd rather take that pressure off partner and bid game myself if I have play opposite very little, and just hope partner doesn't have nothing.
Yeah, and especially when your partner could have some of these off-shape 2 no-trump openers which have trick-taking power, specifically 6-card minors, that hand plays a lot better in no-trump than it will in a 5-2 spade fit, or even a 5-3 spade fit sometimes.
I just want to point out that I'm going to give North-South some envy, because they probably need some of these antacid tablets at the table right now, but I'm the only one who's getting to eat one.
All right, Wibbly, come on, keep the match close. King of Spades. I mean, King of Spades is not that insane of a switch. It works when Declare has Jack Doubleton as well in the suit. It works when partner has Queen Jack fourth, sometimes.
That's not super threatening dummy. Maybe he just thinks, well, Declare gets 2 hearts, 2 aces. Maybe if our partner has the 10-9 of diamonds, the diamonds are just kind of wedged offside. He can only take 2 diamond tricks. And that's sort of, he gets two hearts, 2 diamonds, 2 clubs, and a spade. Is 7 tricks. He needs to generate 2 more, as long as I don't help him out. That's sort of the path I'm going down, where, partner doesn't need the ace of diamonds. Partner could have the 10-9 of diamonds, and your side gets a couple of diamond tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Partner doesn't need to have the queen jack of spades for our side to be able to stop the spade suit from running. Partner might just be able to have, Jack 10 fifth of spades, and Jack 10 9 fifth of spades, and we can stop the spade suit from running. And opposite those hands that have fewer high card points, you still have good defensive prospects. And so if you decide you're just going to defend passively and try to not give up a trick, it turns out that on just the wrong dribs and drabs like this, Declare can make the hand all of a sudden.
Yeah, now, as you say, I think the defense is going to get a second opportunity if Wibbly does continue hearts. I believe Edgton will either pitch an encouraging spade or a discouraging club on this trick, and Gru will win and play a diamond to the 10, jack, and queen. So Wibbly is likely to have a second opportunity to lay down the spade king.
I wonder if the long pause before continuing hearts more strongly suggests that Wibbly thinks his hand is short on entries to get to these hearts, making it more likely the diamonds are this way than that way when you see the 10 pop up. But do you have enough tricks? Yeah, I mean, I guess you would have 10 king holds, then your jack 9 are. You still have to do things. You have to guess decks at the low diamond, or cross the ace of clubs and play another diamond. King of clubs, clubs, the ace, another low diamond would make the hand, I think.
It is also an interesting question about the 1 no trump bid. If the double of 1 heart shows 4 or 5 spades, which I'm not actually certain that they play that. It's a pretty popular convention in European countries, but not so much in American countries. Okay, Wibbly does continue a heart.
And I think I've talked myself into, you're right, he's going to play diamond to the 10 jack, because diamond to the king, you don't know what to do if you win it.
Right.
At least diamond to the 10 and jack, you're going to lose the trick, so you don't have to worry about what you're going to play to the next one.
Yeah, so Edgton was ready. Edgton's ready with his discard, pitches the 2 of spades, and he kind of realizes that he needs this sort of layout. He needs partner to be able to win this diamond, which would then give him, and then instant king of spades switch. So Wibbly must have been thinking. He was thinking, I'm pretty sure I should switch to the king of spades right now, but I'm just going to play back a heart. Hopefully I'll know what to do when I get in next, and he was ready for it. Nice defense.
Yeah, this would have been a disaster if the ace and king of diamonds were swapped, but But as it is, this is going to be sufficient to defeat the contract with 1 heart, 3 spades, and 2 diamonds is plenty of tricks for the defense.
Yeah, nicely done there. So, Gru gonna continue diamonds. Edgerton can cash out, so this will be down 2. And exactly what they need.
Did North-South have already taken 4 tricks?
They have.
Well, Declare gave up by ducking an extra spade. He still had to knock out the ace of diamonds.
Oh, that sound... yeah, that does sound correct.
I wonder if he Salmonexed Gru.
Maybe, yeah.
A Salmonex coup is when you get a player to misdefend by playing so slowly they've fallen asleep. Salmonex, the name of a popular sleep, it used to be a popular sleeping pill. Okay, so West has some nice shape, but very bad controls. North has a no trump such as it is. Maybe not a universal choice, but given the state of the match, whatever range.
13 to 16, first seat favorable. Doesn't even see 13 plus, so this is well within range.
So given that range, I think South has to pass it, but West does not. So however, West shows a spade 1 suitor, which apparently is by bidding the suit. I hate secret majors, so I really love that he's bidding 2 spades here. We saw earlier that he bid 2 spades on a 4-card suit in a different position. It was directly over a no trump. That was him, right?
Yes.
That was 14. Yeah.
And
so it must be different defense, because that time he had spades and a minor, not a spade 1 suitor, and this time he only has a minor if you move 3 of his spades into one of his other suits, or 2 of his spades into diamonds.
All right, 2 spades, pass, double.
You sometimes collect a number with that, but not collecting a number this time. I think North's going to bid 3 clubs here rather than go for blood. They actually beat 2 spades doubled with heart, rough is 3, club is 4, the ace, king of spades are 6.
Yeah, and I think you're almost guaranteed to find the heart rough because North has plenty of opportunities to switch. Okay, but North-South have stopped in 3 clubs. So they have 3 diamonds to lose, 2 clubs to lose. That sounds like too many tricks already.
And is there? I don't think there's any handling at all, because you could just rough the 3rd spade in the south hand, sort of.
Yeah.
The second one gets roughed. And one of them gets roughed in the east hand, and one of them gets roughed in the south hand.
Yeah, East is just roughing in with natural trump tricks at that point.
Declare can try to, look for Queen Jack Tripleton of hearts to set up the 10 of hearts for a diamond pitch.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know he's off 2 club tricks yet. He might only be off 1 club trick from his perspective. We'll find out he's off 2 club tricks shortly. Like as soon as the king of spades gets roughed, he's lost 2 club tricks.
Yeah, also, eventually, when Declare does play a club to the ace, the king is going to pop up. That would be quite the false card from King Jack Doubleton.
That'd be awesome. I mean, I almost feel like East West could be doing that just to mess with their heads at that point. Well, they just showed like a little chink in the armor going down in 3-0 on board 8. I see the score on board 6 has been corrected, so well done, operator, for going back and getting that right.
Yeah, board 7 as well. They got 800 on the card.
Yes.
So
okay.
4
I'm
imps.
glad the operator was thorough and got that right.
Yeah, Moyles picks up 4 imps on board 8. They're still way behind in the segment, but that is exactly the kind of board they needed.
And also, as 51 to 4 is a horrible score, 51 to 0 is a very similar horrible score, but feels somehow worse that you didn't get anything. feels like more than 4 imps worth. It feels like 20 imps worth that that they shut you out.
Yeah. You never really want to be on that side of the shutout. Yeah, I guess as you say, maybe try and pick up a Queen Jack third of hearts as Declare's best attempt to make this thing. You could play to... See, the thing is, we know that East is over-roughing in spades on this type of an auction. West must have at least 6 of them, so East will always be able to rough at least the third round. Which I think means that I don't think Declare can afford to just try and play Ace King of Spades spade rough and then go Ace of Clubs club up to the Queen. Not to make the contract. That might be a decent attempt to get out for down 1, but if you want to make it, pretty sure, as Michael suggested, Ace of Hearts, King of Hearts, heart rough, hope that the Queen Jack third comes down, use the Ace of Clubs entry to pitch a loser on the 10 of Hearts, and then deal with your third round of spades later.
Yeah, so basically if you decide you're going to rough a spade early and play for just 2 trump losers, you're giving up on Queen Jack third of hearts. It's hard to have only 2 trump losers because let's say you play Ace of Spades, King of Spades, you rough a spade. When you play Ace of Clubs, I guess Ace of Clubs in a club, it's hard to have just 1 trump loser. You play Ace of Clubs in a club, even if it's a doubles, and King on side, they play another spade and promote your Jack of Clubs.
Okay, play was lost, but South is not lost. South has picked up 26 highs, and
it's hard to count that high.
They are... I mean, they're probably making 6 spades because the fortunate Queen Jack doubleton.
It is not a good contract. Because you can't swallow that club loser anywhere, so you need to pick up spades for no losers with Ace King 7 deuce opposite 10 9 6 4, and singleton Queen or Jack, I guess, is not good enough.
Nope.
Cash the ace, they play the Queen. They have Jack 8 5-3 sitting over the 10 9 small. They can cover one of the 10 or the 9, and the 8 stands up. So it's not a restricted choice hand either. Your choices are restricted. Your choices are restricted, not theirs. So 2 close diamonds. This is a Kokish auction, so South showed an extra values 2-0, and North just is really, and with 3-0, a good decision opposite what, like a balanced 25 to just play 2 balanced hands with 30 high card points, just stay low, get your plus score and 3-0 trump. I agree with that. 9 tricks and aces and kings. And a queen. 9 tricks with aces and kings and a queen.
Yeah, the South hands is a really nice 26 count. A lot of the times these 20, like the more high card points you get, the more likely it is you're going to have all of these condensed honor holdings, like Ace King Doubleton or something. So it's not just a bunch of aces and kings, which are all controls, but the worst suit is Ace King Queen third of hearts. You have Ace King fourth and 2 suits. It's honestly a shame that 6-0 and 6 spades are not good contracts.
26 without a jack.
Yeah.
It's a good 26.
It's a really good 26.
Another sort of phenomenon, as your high card points go up, it becomes harder for you to be unbalanced. So if you have like 30 high card points, it's just like really, really hard for you to have a 5 card suit in there. Which is why some of the auctions for balanced hands are actually able to end high enough that you lose your no trump systems, but that's okay because opener is just always going to be 4-3 just about, and they have balance. They have 32 high card points. Not that everyone knows their methods for balanced 32 counts.
Four imps going back the way of Rubinstein on board 9. Two spades ended the auction in the other room, as opposed to North-South finding their club fit and getting to the 3 level. And that contract also went down a trick.
For a second, I thought that Michael Rosenberg had also opened a strong no trump.
No. I'm just trying to lead everyone on into believing he did so.
I glanced over and it was a club. So 2 spades went off and 3 diamonds went off. Is that what happened? So
yeah.
Defending well in both rooms to get small plus scores. So Declare is just going to cash the other high spade, get the good news, and he'll probably, I guess he'll play a couple of spades, eventually duck a club, I think.
Yeah, I think we run the 10 of clubs.
Club.
Running the 10 of clubs will pick up an honor doubleton in the east hand. If the clubs were ace-king 9/4 opposite 10/3, then you would want to cash the ace-king first, picking up an honor doubleton in either hand. But with the 10-9 and dummy, you want to run the 10 on the first round. So 12 tricks, clubs have split. Some potential for a swing there, but as you say, it's pretty rich to get to 6-no or even 6 spades on 31 highs.
Yeah, it's a terrible slam. It's
yeah.
Just lucky. Okay, so South has the hand that we never saw Jeff Hampson have in the previous set.
No.
West has a very normal 2-spade bid, and North, I would just bid 4 hearts over 2 spades.
Yeah, 3 hearts is not forcing. So if you want to be in game, you better bid it yourself.
Possibility exists I wouldn't make it opposite a hand like South's, but then again, East-West are probably making 4 spades when that's the case. I'd like partner to do the right thing when they bid 4 spades. And I feel like if I bid 3 hearts and it goes 4 spades, neither one of us is going to know what to do. Let's do a 4 spades pass. I'll have to double it, and partner won't really know that I've had this source of tricks and hearts so much.
It's just like, going to pass that out. So a small number of imps riding on this decision from South. South, obviously, with no values, passes.
He has a terrible hand, but the only thing he's going for him is he has a heart fit.
Mm-hmm.
I think North just passes. Well, okay, North does not pass 4 spades. I think North probably should pass 4 spades out, having already jumped to 4 hearts on this hand. His hand doesn't really suggest that he's beating 4 spades or that he's getting close to making anything at the 5 level. So I don't, maybe the defense, I think they sniff out a double of 5 hearts, but maybe they don't. Drew has a side eight, the side ace instead of Moss. Oh, okay, Drew sniffed it out. Way to go, Joe. Doubling 5 hearts because of your outside ace.
Yeah, it's not so easy on the East-West hands. I mean, East has a little bit of defense in diamonds, but not so much otherwise.
Yeah, he's totally loaded in spades, and he's got a stiff heart, so it's very challenging for East to double 5 hearts. Or he can suspect maybe he's taking a couple of diamond tricks. He's not sure about that. He's not sure about the ace of spades. But now but West was in there with the double, taking all the pressure off him. And what did they lose? 2 diamonds, a spade, and a club for down 2?
Yeah, so it's a good save against 4 spades.
4 spades was making, so I might not have duplicated all the decisions, but they did well enough.
They reached double dummy par. Can't argue with that.
5 hearts undoubled would have been a triumph for North-South, but Joe's not afraid of turning 450 into 650 by doubling 5 hearts. And not going to let a 300 escape him.
No, and sometimes I will say that really strong table readers like Joe Grew can sense based on the opponent's auction that something could be off. You know, the double of four spades tends to be penalty oriented from North or showing some defensive values. So the fact that South ran, I think, makes it a lot more likely that South is not looking at most of the missing high cards and Brad Moss instead is.
South didn't think they were making five hearts or even bid it the last time.
Right. Yeah.
South didn't think he was making five hearts, and he has extra defense with the outside ace, so he doesn't think they're making five hearts. And that's sort of like what Kit would say about when you run from a doubled contract. He says, if two of the people at the table think we're in trouble and I'm one of them, I run. Like two of the people thought North South were in trouble and Grew was one of them, so he doubled.
All right, so declares pulled all the trumps, and there's not really any way for the defense to have an accident here, I don't think.
Yeah, there's no entry to the Jack of Clubs, so even if the defense tries to do the worst possible thing, which is like cash two diamonds and exit in clubs, the declarer still has to lose a spade.
Mm-hmm.
Although the defense is going to cash two diamonds and cash the ace of spades or play the ace of spades right now. Brad knows there's only one spade in the North. He's going to put the ace of spades on the table.
Yeah, so 300. And I suspect this will be actually a win for Moyles. Small win. Four spades likely to be the final contract in the other room, I think.
10 was a push. I'm looking at the auction in the other room. I won't spoil it, but it may not be going the way you think it's going.
Oh. All right, I think we're seeing a claim right about now. So five hearts doubled down 2. Four boards to play in the third quarter.
Okay, another big hand for North.
Yeah, 20 count.
And only 19 the last time, so he's going inflation. Hand 10, he had only a little bit of his partner had 26. You think that these like tuna trump plus openers are super common?
It's every other board. So assuming North does open 2-no, which I'm just taking a look. Seems like this hand's in range for it. I guess as South you just bid 3-no.
I think you do. Maybe you bid Stamen on the way and hope that your partner is able to bid 2 spades to 3 spades to avoid the lead. But that could wind you up in a 4-3 heart fit if partner has both.
Or wait, even worse, right? You could end up in a 4-1 spade fit.
Not if partners bids spades first with 4-4 in the majors, a style that I actually think has more merit than people think.
Okay.
But at any rate, I think South just bids 3-0 here because maybe clubs are on. Maybe partner's ace king third of clubs. You just peel off 9 tricks, and despite the fact that you only have 5 high card points, you're red and it's a game bonus. Passing is not being very bonus aware. But if East leads a spade, you're gonna have a lot of trouble trying to make 3-0 trump. 4, 5, 6, 7 tricks off the top. So
okay.
Maybe they play like this is how you get to 3-0 trump is by bidding 3 spades, or 3 spades is minor suit Stamen, and that'd be very weird for East South to be looking for a minor. Like 3 spades was minor suit Stamen, and maybe South should be passing this.
Oh man, I mean, 5 of a minor is the making spot, right?
Yeah, 5 diamonds looks like the friendly line, the clubs, diamonds break.
Wow. Okay, this is some momentum for North South.
Well, board 11 just came through in the other room, so now 9 more amps.
What did I miss?
So West did not find the double of 5 hearts on the same auction, and East, as I thought, did not double 5 hearts, but East also bid 5 spades, turning plus 100 into minus 100 when he got doubled there. So instead of it being 5 imps away, it was 9 imps away because they went minus 100 in 5 spades.
Wow. Yeah. Really nice double by Gru, as you already pointed out on that previous board.
He's really thinking about bidding 6 here because he's got all the key cards, and that auction should be slamish, or at least I mean, like, partner's not supposed to be bidding this with 5 high card points. He's just supposed to be bidding 3 now. And so if you think, well, okay, partner didn't have a major suit to cue bid over 4 diamonds, so he doesn't have the major king. So partner must have the king of clubs to go with his queen fifth of diamonds. You know, what's a minimum for partner to have? Queen fifth of diamonds, king fifth of clubs. That gives play for slam.
Yeah, I'm just slowly working through how 6 diamonds is going to play on a trump lead. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I guess you're a trick short.
Yeah, I don't think you can swallow up all of the do all the work you need to do, because you can ruff, like, you can set up the clubs without even having to ruff one, right? And then when the king of clubs, your clubs are good, but you still have to draw the trumps in order to run the clubs. You pitch the hearts, but then you only have 1 trump to ruff 2 heart losers in the north hand.
Yeah.
If you think of it that way.
Yeah, but you're right that
south, you run out of tricks.
Yeah, it does look like Wibbly is thinking about 6 diamonds. One thing that I think should put him off the 6 diamond bid is that his partner could have bid 4 hearts. If all his partner needed was 5 key cards to make a slam, his partner could have investigated over 4 diamonds. I'm certain they have a way to do that.
I thought you were going to say that the one thing that should put him off playing with slam is he's seen his partner bid before.
Well, that too. But, from a practical standpoint, a lot of the times players will look at a hand that has a bunch of key cards and their partner, signs off in a game, and they'll think, oh, this is great. Key cards are good. That's what Blackwood would have been for, so I have to continue bidding and push to a slam. But they don't pause to then think, well, my partner probably could bid key card. If really all they needed from me was this many key cards, then they could have just asked. So partner must need more than just key cards, and that's where North can probably slow down.
Well, but the more than just key cards could be that club control. Mm-hmm. North has that ace and 1 club instead of ace 3, 2 of clubs, much worse holding opposite king fifth.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in favor of a 6 diamond bid by North, which would be funny because I see what's happening in the other room. 6 diamonds down 1, likely be a push.
Okay.
I feel like the way the set's been going, if there's a decision to make, North-South are just going to guess wrong if it's just a guess.
Yeah, they've had a tough time of it.
They've played slightly worse. Their opponents have played a lot better, and then they, like, all the close decisions they guessed wrong, and then you start playing worse and worse and worse as you sort of start doubting yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, yeah, I mean, South's regretting not having raised to 3-0, but if Moss had found a spade lead, that wasn't going to make either. I don't think.
Yeah, okay, for everyone asking me how they would have bid key card, look, I don't know their system. I would have imagined 4 hearts as kickback. 4 no trump might be like a quantitative invite to slam or something. But I really do not know. Moss gets off to a spade lead. Probably a pretty good lead, actually, from the East hand. I mean, he doesn't know what South's hand looks like, and so North kind of took this crazy decision to bump 5 diamonds to 6. So Moss might be thinking his best chance is let's try and cash the 2 spade tricks at tricks 1 and 2.
I'm not sure I would describe North's decision as crazy. I think the crazy runs strong in the North-South partnership in general, and it's unclear at any given moment who is driving that. But South's auction, to me, allows North to bid slam because you just don't bid for 5 of a minor. You might have agreement like 2 no pass 4 spades is just I have a bad hand with both minors, pick a minor. Some players that used to be a very popular agreement. Like you sometimes handles like 6-5 of the minors with 2 high card points, just wants to play 5 of a minor. But opposite a hand like that, North has to play for slam anyways, right? 2 aces to cover the major suit losers, the diamonds rate to have no losers, and just a club. Partner have no high card points and 6 diamonds and 5 clubs. You have an excellent slam.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the hand that North holds, I think 6 diamonds seems like a really reasonable attempt, opposite a lot of the hands that South was going to end up with. I don't believe Brad ducked the king of clubs here.
Yeah,
I also don't really think it matters. Wait, no, it does matter.
If it does matter.
It does. It definitely does matter.
Really duck the king of clubs? That would just be an incredible reversal of fortune, like a 26 imp duck.
He might have.
It's a no, it's not 26 imps because if they beat it, they're just pushing the board against 3-0 going down in the other room, which we've already seen come through. And if it makes, then it's 1470 on the swing, which my handy dandy imp chart, which is hiding behind my Tums, tells me that 1470 points is a funny looking number of 16. And he ducked it. He did duck it, and so did North.
Wow. Yeah, you don't expect your opponent to... But how was North planning to make this if the king of clubs popped up here from West Sand? I don't think North was making it. I think Wibbly needed to play the queen of clubs and hope that the king of clubs was ducked.
He's going to feel like... He probably already feels pretty bad about the way the set's going. Winning the king of clubs, roughing a club, the whole hand would be over. He'd be able to draw the trumps ending and dummy, run the clubs pitching spade losers, and take a heart finesse.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, that feels terrible for Moyles. So they're down almost 50, 48 imps. I mean, this would have been a really nice 16 to pick back up.
16 is a funny looking number on the score sheet. It really feels good when you read off win 16, even if this set where you've got 4 double-digit swings out. The win 16 would take a lot of the pain away from that.
Gru decides he's having no more of this. He splits his king, queen of hearts.
Good choice. So declare rough last spade and dummy high, draws the... well, no. Declare would like to be able to run the clubs, but he can't. This might be one of those funny hands where you have a play against 4-1 diamonds, but you don't have a play against 3-2 diamonds. Or if you could take 1 more diamond, you could start running the clubs through and forcing them to rough, or you could over-rough and draw the trumps, but it's almost there. I don't think it's not quite that way.
All right,
those are always really fun hands where you can make against a bad break, but you can't make against a good one.
So down 1, we do have an amusing push.
Is he down 2 now?
No, he roughs and cashes the heart jack.
Oh, the heart jack's good. Okay.
But, I mean, it would have been really nice if they were able to stop in 5 diamonds. It would have been even nicer if they had made 6 diamonds on this defense from Brad Moss. ducking the club.
journey was they were about to win a bunch of imps for being in 5 diamonds, and they were about to lose a bunch of imps for being in 6 diamonds, and the other result came in. It was like, all right, we're going to push. We're going down in 6 diamonds. Then they were going to win a bunch of imps for being in 6 diamonds, and they're back to pushing it. So West has a nice hand, but his partner does not. That 1 spade is presumably a transfer to no trump. I'm not seeing it alerted. I'm assuming that South is not just psyched with a 9 count.
Yeah, it's no 4-card major by South, so okay. West bids 2 spades.
I mean, I could almost feel like the momentum of the match just being like, South's like, screw it, I'm psyching on every board. But that's not really a winning attitude.
Yeah, that's the thing that you want to avoid doing.
That's why after board 7, I actually went and took a break with my partner and talked about the Deadpool movie.
Mm-hmm.
So
no spoilers.
That's what I haven't seen it. Although Ryan Reynolds hosted Jimmy Kimmel last night. So if you want to go back and watch that, I haven't watched it yet, but I'm told it was funny. So I'm not sure what double of 2 spades shows.
I assume it's takeout. It's like the auction had gone to club, a no trump, 2 spades double.
I can make a case for that double not being takeout also.
Yeah.
Well, South should just be bidding 3 diamonds here because he's got a 5-card diamond suit. This could get him to clubs when, opposite 3-4 in the minors. If partners implied length in both minors and you have a 2-card disparity, I think it's your obligation to pick one. If you had 4 clubs and 3 diamonds, you might bid 2 no trump, figuring partner would only pick diamonds with more diamonds than clubs.
Well, the diamonds are 4-1 this time, so a little bit of luck for Wibbly and Edgton.
Don't. Gru could still bid again, but I don't think he will. And Brad is so happy that his partner stopped bidding.
Yeah. A 12 loser hand.
The only really positive thing about that hand is that he has a fit for his partner's long suit, but that is a really, really bad hand. Turns out the Jack of Hearts is a useful asset for declarer in a spade contract because they can lead towards it and just lose 2 heart tricks, a spade and 2 clubs. So they're actually only down 1 in 3 spades, but let's see how 3 clubs does because it's not a great contract.
I do have the feeling that North-South might do a little bit better in this contract than they did in the other room. Grossack.
Oh yeah,
pulled off one of his
300.
Yeah, pulled off one of his typical. I'm going to bid no trump, even though I don't have a stopper in the opponent's suit, and that got his side to 3 no trump, which had very little play.
Did West give himself heart palpitations by leaving the spade queen at trip 1, eventually blowing up the whole world, but then finding the suit 2-2 anyways, so he was okay.
Hans led the ace of spades at trick 1.
Good choice. Good choice.
And
I like the ace.
Continued a spade.
If you think partner has the entries, there can be a case for leading the queen or the 10 to let partner have, lose a trick while your partner still has the lead. Depending on where you think the king and the jack are, you can choose between the queen and the 10. When you have the outside entry, just lead the ace and then you'll know whether to continue with the queen or the 10.
Right. If the king and jack had been swapped, then declarer could have continued the queen, pinning the jack doubleton in North's hand.
So the defense really is kind of tied up here. Maybe the best they can do is just keep attacking declarer's trump holding by giving them roughs and discards with spades.
Yeah, I think that's what Gru is going to settle on at some... Oh, he switches to the Heart King.
The ace is in money, too.
Yep. I mean, this is going to make declarer somewhat happy, but he's not out of the woods yet. Still has to work on both hearts and diamonds to knock out tricks.
I wonder if he's thinking I need to shift to the King of Hearts and knock out the late entry to the diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, Declare's hand is just going to be he's running out of losers to pitch on the diamonds. He doesn't need any. I think Declare pops the Queen of Hearts here because he thinks he's afraid it's going to go heart rough if he plays low.
Right.
And then he probably plays another heart himself, figuring maybe he roughs a club with the ace and takes a club finesse. Roughs a heart with the ace and finesses something.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually. If Declare ever gives up a heart before pulling trumps, Brad Moss can and probably will give his partner a diamond rough to beat this.
Yeah, so he plays Queen of Hearts heart, East wins the jack, and they get a diamond rough, and Declare's down.
Right. Yeah, so Declare really needs to pull trumps after winning the heart queen and then just hope that the hearts split. And he'll get, actually, he's going to get really lucky, right? Because the 9 of hearts pops up. So he'll know that it's safe to pull trumps.
Right. And when the 9 of hearts shows up, he now knows that he only has one heart loser, so he can just go after trumps now. If the 9 and 5 of hearts were swapped and you went up with the Queen of Hearts, you saw the 5, you would think that you had 2 heart losers. So that even if you pulled the trump, you would still have to lose 2 tricks. Although I guess, and that's down 1, so you would know you couldn't do that.
I'm not sure the long think on this trick. I mean, would Gru really be leading King of Hearts from King Jack third and then continue a low heart away from the jack into the 10 here?
And he isn't the same guy who ducked his King of Clubs against the slam.
Yeah, so I think Moss is ready for this. He's going to play a diamond, not a heart here to give his partner a rough.
Well, Moss knows that his partner has another heart, because otherwise Declare would have started with 5 hearts and had opened a club.
Oh, that as well.
So there's not much hope for the defense other than a diamond rough. Although I suppose that you could try spades.
Yeah, well done by Brad. Finds the diamond rough. Another heart comes through, and Declare can now pull trumps for down 1. Still a 5-imp victory, but...
It would have liked to go plus 110 to go with the plus 300 at the other table for a larger swing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 9
they'd like to go
would have been nice.
At least on the stat. It has slowed down the bleeding since board 7, but I don't feel like the set is still going poorly in general for North-South here. I think those 5 imps feel more like they came from the other table. A good result by Hans and Hum. So all right, so East has, for me, a normal pass, and maybe for them a normal pass. Maybe a 2 clubs, maybe a precision diamond. I don't think it's 2 clubs, but maybe it's a precision diamond.
Yeah, they like to do this. I mean, their style is a lot of 8 counts will open at the 1 level, non-vulnerable. And it really makes it so hard for the opposition to enter into the auction or know when it's their hands' time to bid a game, time to bid a slam.
So I was this set, or I think it might have been the previous set I was talking about. No, it was this set. I was talking about passing a double of a precision diamond with 2 aces and 5 diamonds, 10-8.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was against Greco and Hampson, because your partner often has to double the precision diamond off shape. And here we see that. Partner South wants to get into the auction. It's a 4-3-3 hand he doesn't want to get stolen from. He knows that Gru and Moss are thieves, and they're not ashamed. They're completely unashamed of their being thieves. So South has to get in there with the double, and with this hand type, which means that you're allowed to pass that double more aggressively. the other, I mean, here to go a diamond double pass. West, I think once they probably play like their club system over there, where one spade's a transfer to one no trump.
Yeah, so double by North showing spades, passes back around West, who bids a no trump, and now Wibbly needs to decide what to do. One of the things that I always think is very fascinating is watching players who play a similar style play against each other, because they know how to capitalize on situations that the rest of us might be unfamiliar with. Like, what are we supposed to do when Brad Moss and Joe Grew are opening 9 counts? Well, here's a prime example. South makes the off-shape takeout double, and then North decides to go aggressively for a double of one no trump, showing that his side has values and it's actually their hand.
South did well to not double 2 clubs. As North, I would have just bid 2 hearts over one no trump. Just, I want to get my suits. If we have a game, I want to get there. I don't even know that I'm beating one no trump, but I don't feel like I need to defend one no double, especially in a bad set. I just want to, I just want to have a normal result. As every board I can have a normal result. I want to have one when the set's going badly. I'm not going to try to make it up in this set. I just want to sort of like ground myself and get normal results. And I'd be afraid that doubling one no trump is going for a weird result instead of just bidding my 2 suits. I've shown my spades when I double 1 spade, show my hearts when I double 2 hearts. Partner will probably judge right about the level for our side. I don't know about the level for their side. I'm not worried about that. I just want us to get to either 2 hearts or 4 hearts or spades, whatever our contract is.
Yeah, well, as it was, Brad Moss ran from a no trump doubled with only a 9 count, of course. One no doubled probably would have made if they were allowed to play there. Declare, I think, was pretty likely to pick up the club suit, given the takeout double from South. But 2 hearts, the normal spot on the North-South cards, duplicated in the other room.
So you're off a club and a diamond, and then you have the spade suit, which is a problem for North-South. In hearts. Hearts break, which is nice. You might be able to ruff a couple of clubs in the North hand and establish the diamonds along the way. You might lack an entry to the long diamond if you do that. You're probably gonna. I don't think you're never gonna come to fewer than 8 tricks, but you can just do by drawing trumps and setting up the diamonds. You take 3 hearts, roughening chant is 5, and 3 diamonds is 8.
Well, things could have gotten a little bit scary for Declare if the defense actually attacked hearts, preventing 2 club roughs.
You don't even need 2 club roughs. I mean, let's say you just don't draw trumps. You just go after diamonds right now. You would make it. Mm-hmm. If they won, let's say they won the 2nd diamond and played a 3rd diamond back, you'd win. You could draw trumps ending a dummy, you'd cash a diamond, pitching a club, and then lose all the spades, I guess, because you're gonna get the spades wrong. So anyways, the defense is up to 5 tricks because they've got the queen of spades and the ace of diamonds still.
Yeah.
But I think that's all.
Yeah, Declare seems to be in control. Everything's splitting, so there's no danger with like a 4th round of spades causing some problems for Declare. There's no danger with hearts being 4-1.
I suppose Declare could have guessed the spades better by starting low to the 9, keeping the low to the king in reserve, which would have picked up this actual spade holding for 1 fewer losers. But what he did was kind of normal.
Yeah, it's all a pretty unnatural to play a spade to the 9. You're hooking east for 2 separate cards, the queen and 10, as opposed to just the 1 card, the ace. Okay. East does decide to just force Declare's hand again. But now I believe we'll just see declare, try and pull trumps.
And declare has some concern if hearts are 4-1 that you cash the king queen of hearts, they win the ace of diamonds, and then they tap you again, and they have a long trip. But I don't know that there's anything you can do about that holding other than play diamonds first and find them breaking 3-3. And that risks a diamond ruff if diamonds are 4-2.
Mm-hmm. Well, Wibbly might just be collecting his thoughts for a moment because, as we've been talking about the entire set, the set has not gone well for them. Okay, King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts. Does he overtake? He decides no, which I think is safe. Now he will lead a diamond, try and get back to the south hand. Oh, he does overtake. So yeah, he kind of realized that 4-1 hearts was going to cause too much of a problem. Let's just play for 3-2. And the board is pushed. One board left to go in the third quarter. Then we're going to have a short break.
Nice flat board for the last board of the match.
Oh my.
So this feels like a little strong to open 4 spades, but then again, if I have a way to show a good 4-spade opening bid, I'm just going to do it because, yeah, I have that 9th spade, but I still need a bunch of controls from partner for slam. You show a good 4-spade opening bid. Might North would like to ask you if you have a diamond control. I could imagine the auction stopping in 4 spades on some auctions.
Like 4 spades all pass?
Yes. That is an example of one of the auctions that could stop in 4 spades. You could go 4 spades, pass, double.
Yeah. That's getting blue carded.
Pass,
we're sticking that blue card on the table of South. I don't care that everything's been going wrong for us the entire set. We have 9 solid trumps.
You go redouble. Whimper, pass.
Pass?
Whimper? I don't know. If he pulls it and South bids 5 spades, I mean, it's like North's going to kick it in for 6 at that point. I can totally see the auction ending in 4 spades redoubled, making 2 over tricks.
3 over tricks, right? West is going to lead the Queen of Hearts.
That's true. Point.
Okay, South opens a spade. Wow, the other table got to 6 spades.
So South opened 1 spade. So they North overcalled 2 clubs, and East got stuck in their lead director 2 diamonds, which is, and they still made 13 tricks. They
forgot to lead diamonds once again.
I suspect that East said something like, "Well, would you have led a diamond if I'd overcalled hearts?" When you make a bid specifically for the opening lead and partner doesn't lead it, it always feels like a little bit of a dig. So here, Brad did not stick in a 2 diamond call. South has no idea what to do. I guess 3-0 must show long solid spades for them. And North still needs to know about diamond control, but I guess can find out with 4 clubs.
Yeah, it's going to go... Well... There's no way South risks 7, right? Or North risks 7, right? Because they can have the auction. 4 clubs, 4 diamonds, key card. 2 with. And North will know they're off the diamond ace. And if they don't cash it, North will also know that they're just claiming the rest of the tricks. South bids key card.
South is bidding key card, yeah.
Okay, well this will get him 6.
South also bid key card. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, and South just bid 4-0 over 2 diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
which was keycard and some suit. I guess clubs. Partner showed 3 keycards in response to it. So Rosenberg took it as keycard and clubs. And South bid 5 spades and North bid 6 with 3. Since he had 2 keycards for spades, but that was still more than 0 that he might have had with keycards when he bid 5 diamonds. Showed 0 or 3, wound up with 2, bid 6.
Okay, 5 hearts, 2 without. South does bid 6 spades, and so that's just going to end the auction.
All right, and West here is going to lead the coin. Well, East didn't double 5 hearts, so there's some case for a diamond lead.
Okay, I mean, just North is thinking about bidding 7 spades. How crazy is it to bid 7 spades here?
North given their set? Not at all. I mean, I would expect to go down if I did it having this set, but, you know, it never rains, it pours, is what I'm told.
Gru tries a low heart lead. Probably a reasonable attempt. Figures that even if he's kind of misguessed where a dummy hits with the king of hearts, Declare is always...
Claire has already claimed. Claire's waiting for that to not be roughed. Now he's claiming.
Yeah.
He's not going to painfully play out his 9 spades.
No. Okay. 1460, push board. Well, we might not see this match on Vugraph for the 4th quarter, but if we do, we are likely to be at a different table. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks, Michael. We'll be back in a few minutes for the 4th quarter of action.
A little bit.
All right. What are we doing now? Zimmerman lean is up in quarter 4. Zimmerman has decided that now that he's sitting out, they're going to win the match. I've always felt like Whibley and Edgton are fairly weak card players, which is a little bit unusual if you're playing a hyper-aggressive system. You end up declaring a lot of contracts, and so you have to... If you're going to be successful by being very aggressive, you have to be a really good declare player. And my feeling, having watched a lot of their play, is that they really are not on par with some of these other world-class declarers. Like, they went down in 3 no trump on back-to-back hands where it looks like, I don't know, the inferences were all there for them to make the right decision. They went down in 6 diamonds when Brad Moss gave them a chance to make. They've had a couple of over-trick slip-ups on a couple of boards. So that's always been my impression of them, and I don't think anything's really changed from seeing this set. They're still a lot of fun to watch. I'm not going to deny that. I do really enjoy it. I should put myself back on screen while I'm like talking mad shit about all the other players there. So you know I'm not like cowering in the corner. No, I'm absolutely here talking smack about these guys playing in the round of 16 Spingold. But yeah, they're a lot of fun to watch because they have all these wild and wacky auctions that sometimes end up in redoubled contracts, along with, I think, most of the other Australian players. Super fun. But we noticed it in the Bermuda Bowl that they went down in a couple of contracts they shouldn't have, and we're seeing that again here. 64-9, my God. Rubenstein has picked the right pro squad and the right seed to make their way through the bracket. So here are our scores. Rosenberg way up over Rippey. So basically this means if Rosenberg wins, they've beaten Fleischer. Welland dominating against Nickel. Oh my God. Goldberg way up over Rosenthal as well. And this doesn't look good for Team Rosenthal because I think Rosenthal was sitting out the first segment and they lost that one. So they're way behind and they might be expected to lose the 4th quarter as well. Street is doing okay. Delimpal Tadakis. That was a good one. That was like an A-. Delimpal Tadakis is ahead by 8 over Roman. Leonardon winning, and then we just saw the domination by Rubinstein, 64-9, a 55 imp victory in the set for them. I don't think it's recoverable for Moyles. There's high variance from Edgton and Wibley, and also Hans and Hung, but Grew and Moss play high variance in general, and they tend to do well in that sort of environment. So I kind of believe that Grew and Moss are going to be able to stabilize things at their table and convert their 43 imp lead. Who should we watch? We could watch this match because it's close. If this match is on, I don't know which matches are on. Street and Gerli are on. I get the feeling that they set up the Vugraph in a room so they don't actually move it in between segments. So I have the feeling that Rubinstein and Moyles will also be on for the next set. Okay, quick poll. Because honestly, it looks like all 3 of these matches are not very close. Very quick poll. Oz NZ team, Zimmer or Street. YouTube, you can also vote. You don't know any of the teams? So is the match that we just watched Rubinstein and Moyles? That's the Australia-New Zealand squad. Then there's Zimmerman against Lean. Zimmerman is Team Switzerland. And then Street against Gerli, which doesn't have any of the necessarily big names, although Paul Street's team tends to do quite well in these events. Isn't Zimmerman Lean close on the scoreboard? It says they're behind by 44. They were very close at the half, but then Zimmerman started sitting out. So the front 4 for that team is just like way too good up against almost any amateur or lower tier pro team. You got about a minute left to vote. Mark says, hasn't seen the Street players before. My impression is that Paul Street is a little bit shady and that he tends to hire shady teams. That's always been my impression in the past. I've only played against his team once in an event. I think it was in like a national Swiss. But that's kind of the vibe I got from them. I think I've also heard some rumors about it as well, but I don't know if that's actually true. That's just kind of, I think, the word on the street. Would I have bid 7 spades on the last board? I mean, that's such a tough question, right? It depends a little bit on state of the match, because you know as North that a diamond lead defeats 7 spades. It's probably less than 50%, but if you had the impression that partner had solid spades, which I don't know if one spade, two clubs, three no trump showed that, I think you could concoct an auction as North to get your partner to declare seven spades where it looks attractive for the opponents to lead hearts. Like, you could have the auction four clubs or attractive to the opponents to lead trumps, right? Like, you just have 13 tricks once you get in. Oh, how is the poll? The poll is tied. Oz and Z or Zimmer. Shady isn't cheating. I don't know if there have been any cheating accusations against Street. There might be against some of the players that he hires on teams. But I think they just do like some underhanded things. Like they'll call the directors to try and get like scores adjusted in their favor when like it's clear that there really shouldn't have been a director call. Those sorts of things, which it might not technically be against the rules, but it would, like people don't like you when you do that. Have they started play in this room? Wait. What the fuck? We have... I guess they've started play, but we just don't have both tables. Oh, there's the second table. The table went down. The Vugraph operator's just like putting in final contracts and results now. Okay, I guess we're not watching Zimmerman then, so we're headed back to the Australia match. Fourth quarter. Moyles and Hanlon are in. This is actually a pretty common thing for sponsors who like playing, that if they know they're going to lose, then they'll sometimes want to play the last set. Let's go back to the Edgerton-Whibley table. All right, goodbye, chat. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to fourth quarter action from the round of 16 Spingold. So we're back once again. Moyles against Rubenstein. And I noticed that Les Moyles is playing with Tom Hanlon at the other table, which they're going to try and play and win the match. But oftentimes when a sponsor feels like the match could be over and just wants to get a little bit more playtime, they'll come in for the fourth segment, which I think is what's going on here. So they had a quick comparison, realized that they were way behind, and now have decided to continue playing, but with Les and Tom in. So quick auction to four spades east-west, 2/1 style. At least at these colors for Gruen Moss. There is a diamond to lose, but then Declare is going to be able to pitch both his club and heart losers after pulling trumps. So looks like Declare is going to easily make 5. 650. We might see this segment actually go relatively quickly when two teams are just kind of playing out the last few boards like for fun to some extent. A lot of them are a little bit more relaxed about the auction and play, so less focus on over tricks, less focus on necessarily trying to make all of the right decisions. They're just gonna conserve energy for tomorrow's round of 8 match, at least for the Rubenstein team. Oh, I'm sorry. South won the ace of spades, so there is the potential for... I'm going to cut myself off. If South returns a diamond, partner's going to be roughing error. So it is looking like my original prediction of 650 is pretty likely. But we'll try and do the rest of the match justice, talk about all of the interesting decisions the players have to make, even if ultimately the winner of the match might not be in doubt. I mean, for starters, Edgerton might have some hope that he can actually beat this contract.
Wait, we're back in this match?
We are. None of the matches look all that close. The ones on Vugraph, they...
Let's see, there are 25 matches in Zimmerman, but we can't watch that. 28 difference in Street. I'm okay watching this. We may see like a lot of action. I am... this mug was made by my aunt, who is an artist in Calgary.
Very cool. So, yeah, the wolf looks sweet on the mug.
So I saw she made that mug. I was like, I just ordered it from her website. It's like, that's an awesome mug. I want it.
Okay,
nice
well, Diamond comes back roughed, and this may well do enough for Declare, or do enough harm that Declare actually only makes 10 tricks from here. Pulls trumps, can take the roughing hook and diamonds, but that only sets up 1 discard, so gonna have to try the club finesse. It's offside. Good defense from Edgerton to hold Declare to 10 tricks. He would have been a lot happier if that was the difference between 9 and 10, and 4 spades was actually going down.
Greetings to our friends from Australia. Glad you could join us.
Even if only briefly. Oh! Okay. Wait.
Usually you're onto something when you say that, when you do that.
That's the wrong team. Sorry. I saw 5 spades went down 1 in the other room, and I was thinking there might have been a game swing. And there was, in fact, a game swing. I was right about that, but it happens to be in favor of Rubenstein.
Yeah, okay. So Rubenstein was hoping for a board on the floor. They got better than that. So very sound no trump for this particular pair with 16 high card points and a balanced hand. I'm sure 2 hearts and a minor, fine. West feeling desperate. Does he know? He knows his partner might be in there aggressively, but on the other hand, he does have 4 hearts, the ace, and another honor. Could take a move, but I think North just passes and hopes his part. Well, now that West is double 2 hearts for takeout, North might just bid 3 hearts to jam the auction a little.
Yeah, I feel like the general rule of thumb of if one partner is very aggressive, the other should be more conservative does not apply to this North-South partnership. So South is going to be aggressive with his overcalls, North is going to be aggressive with the game invites, and they're just going to reach game on some 16 high card point fits.
So you can have a partnership where you're both aggressive if the rule is first into the auction is aggressive, something like that. So then either one of them would overcall aggressively, but they would each know the other one's doing that, and they wouldn't invite aggressively. So yeah, Brad has a pretty good hand and nothing wasted in hearts. Bids 3 spades over 3 hearts. South would very much like the auction to stop here, and it does.
Yeah, there's 2 hearts off the top, 2 spades in South's hand, and at least 1 diamond that Declare is going to lose. The mirrored shape is not good for Declare, and the 4-1 diamond split is also not great. This could be down a couple.
So sometimes with mirrored patterns, a technique that declarers try to use is is to eliminate as many suits as they can and put the opponents on lead to hope they have to give them tricks.
Mm-hmm.
And that may save a trick. That type of technique could save a trick here for declaring side. I'm not sure whether with South, with what looks like natural spade tricks, might not lead their singleton diamond. Might just lead the King of Hearts or the Queen of Hearts, whatever their honor lead is from 5. He does.
Yeah, it does lead the King of Hearts and is going to get rewarded, as you say, with the 2 natural spade tricks. If West happened to have the Queen of Spades, then maybe it would have been important to go after a diamond ruff.
Now, if the King of Hearts held, then he could still switch to it.
Right.
So the King of Hearts is going to hold, and he's not going to be at all tempted to play on diamonds. So I think he's going to cash another high heart and then think, what do I do? I suppose he could let his partner win the second round of hearts to have his partner feel like, what am I supposed to do? But his partner has a spade switch they can make at least. And that's probably the thing to do is for either South to lead the Queen of Hearts, let partner and for partner to work out to overtake it, or for South to force North to on lead with the Ace of Hearts.
Yeah, the 8 of Hearts encouraging at trick 1, it looks like. Or possibly even just a count card in the heart suit, given that the 3 heart bid presumably showed some hearts.
Kibitzing the street girly match in the other room where Pacman and Zatorsky have very aggressively doubled off a partial that they're going to hope to nip 1 trick not vulnerable.
So that's how Street keeps winning the matches. Well, Edgton and Wibbly have had their break by now. So their compare, they probably went to the restroom, took a walk outside before sitting back down. I mean, I think Edgton did very well on the previous board to find the line to hold 4 spades to 10 tricks. Here he has enforced that his partner wins the Ace of Hearts so that his partner can play a card throw. 6 of Hearts looks like he's intending for a higher ranking suit, and he's just hoping his partner works out its trumps, and Wibbly does. This is the kind of bridge that we were hoping to see in the previous set. That would have kept the match really close.
So Kibitzer asked our opinion about, like basically what East West have done is a law of total tricks violation by bidding 3 over 3 with, an 8-card fit. But East thinks that he might have 4 spades, beyond for 4 spades, so doesn't really want to pass 3 hearts. It's 2 small hearts. He knows the opponents might have 9 hearts. They have 8 spades. Not a big deal to bid 3 over 4. And if your side's on for game, then you're in a much harder time by passing it. The hands didn't have to be mirrored like this. Partner could have had the Ace King and diamonds and nothing in clubs, and all of a sudden, you have a decent 4-spade contract.
Yeah, and as you say, Gru could have had more in the way of values as well, in which case Gru might have been making that negative double as like an invite, and if Brad doesn't bid, then Gru might have sold out to 3 hearts, and when Brad bids 3 spades, Gru raises to 4 spades, and now they're making a game.
I imagine the West hand is like Jack 10 4th of spades and Ace King 4th of diamonds, and even still mirrored.
I mean, or like Queen 5th of clubs, right? That would be huge. Yeah.
Even more so if the partner has like some 7 count with a stiff heart. They have 10 hearts and a 4-4 spade fit. So you can't always get these things right at the table. You just have to say what's percentage, and one of the things that will lean me towards bidding is if I think on a good day I'm going to be able to bid and make a game, and I'm going to break even most of the rest of the time. So I think that's sort of the case here. And with a big lead here, I think East West don't want to take high variance positions. Whenever they can, they want to put a board on the floor every time they can. Just one fewer board to play.
Right.
At some point, the match just becomes not enough time to make up the amps. It's already 55 amps in so few boards.
Yeah, I had already kind of pointed out that because Amoyles is playing at the other table, that I think they've kind of conceded. Because otherwise they would have let Hans and Hung continue playing in the fourth segment.
All right, so let's see. East could open a precision diamond here. They've opened with worse.
Yeah, he decides not to.
And maybe that's a state of the match thing where he doesn't want to push it.
Right. So a spade opener by South. Grew overcomes
right.
2 diamonds.
You get the lead. If they wind up in 3-no trump, which, you have enough spades to think they're not going to wind up in 4 spades. So you want to sort of make it so that if, they wind up in 3-no, partner's going to lead the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think East will make Cupid 2 spades on the way to 3 diamonds. He has a max pass and a fitting king of diamonds.
Yeah, nothing wasted in spades or hearts either.
Yeah, so Brad does make the Cupid. South does not have much to add to the conversation. We'll see if he chooses to do so anyways. He does like his ace queen of hearts. I'll give him that. There's a case to be made for South just bidding 3 hearts here because he has all this stuff in hearts. He wants to make a non-forcing bid, but he also wants to take away the room.
Right. Okay, there's the 3 diamond bid, so what do we do as North? King 10, 6, 5, 3, 2. If you're getting murdered in hearts, it's not going to be good.
Well, we could almost picture that partner has this pattern on this auction. The partner if partner had a stiff diamond, they either had a 6th spade or a 5th club or a 3rd heart, and with any of those things, I would have not expected them to pass 2 spades. So we think partner has exactly 2 diamonds. He still doesn't have a 6th spade or a 5th club. And what does that mean? That means partner is 5, 2, 2, 4. So I think we just bid 3 hearts here and see if partner wants to bid 4. We know the mesh is kind of awkward. Like if they play 3 rounds of diamonds, I'm going to have to rough in partner's hand. And that might not be great for our side if I have to rough with a high heart.
He does go quietly.
South might not.
Yeah, this is the point where I think if South does balance 3 hearts, he's kind of shown his hand, because having not bid 3 hearts over 2 spades, he's promising honor doubleton in this spot. But he also lets it go.
Has to be more concerned about his partner having a 5-card heart suit, I guess, than North being concerned that his partner has a singleton. I think if North thought it through, he would realize his partner was going to deliver 2 hearts almost all the time.
But 3 hearts doesn't look like it does very well. So they've done great to avoid that contract.
How does 3 diamonds do? It's a lot of work with having trying to ruffle those spade. It's a lot of spade losers in the West End.
Yeah, there's 2 spades and a heart off the top. The club hook is on.
So that brings you up to 7 winners and 3 losers. So we got a lot of tricks in contention.
Right. We could lead spades towards the queen, and I think a lot is going to depend on how the defense manages to get trumps in play.
Yeah, so I think Wibbly shift to a trump here.
It does look pretty natural, right?
So a lot of low hearts you can see.
He switches to a heart so that I guess his plan is partner can work out what to do. If it's right for his partner to give him a spade ruff, he will. If it's right for his partner to play trumps, he will.
Well, some of these cases, the defense wants to actually keep their high spade intact, to give partner a ruff directly with the low one, and keep control of the suit. I'm not sure it applies here because North would be, you're basically tapping the long trump hand. Declare has I think Declare comes out on top here. I think the defense might have had a chance with earlier trump leads, but I don't think they have a chance anymore.
So let's see. We play a diamond round to the 9, and then Declare leads the 10 of spades. Let's just suppose, for the sake of argument, South wins the king of spades and plays back another diamond. How is Declare going to continue?
So let's say Declare wins the king of diamonds, and dummy ruffs a heart, finesses the club, ace of clubs, club ruff, and plays a spade. North can't really help himself by ruffing with the 10, right? So pitches, you ruff a heart to your hand, play another spade. Well, now you're out of trumps, but you scored the 4 and 2 of trumps, you've scored a ruff and dummy, you've scored the ace and queen of clubs, you have the ace, queen, jack of diamonds. So scored 5 diamonds in my hand, 2 clubs and dummy is 7, a ruff and dummy is 8. I'm only counting up to 8 on my fingers and toes. Am I missing something here?
The king of diamonds, maybe.
Well, I still have the queen of spades. The queen of spades is, I ruff a heart to hand, draw the trump. My queen of spades is my 9th trick on that defense. That's the 9th trick. I wasn't letting myself score the queen of spades. That seems like an error. I should probably try to take that trick at some point.
Yeah, so Edgton's kind of like working out that line of play, because I think he has a really good idea of what West's hand looks like at this point, even if he disbelieves that Gru happens to have started with 5 spades and has overcalled 2 diamonds. Partner's ace of spades lead, I think, should make that pretty clear.
Another choice is just to try to get ahead on the tapping game by attacking the West trump holding by continuing hearts. South can rough in with the 8 or 7 of diamonds on further heart rounds, potentially trying to threaten to promote 1 or 2 trump tricks in the North hand. And we also have to work out what happens if South shifts to a diamond, it goes to the 9, they play the 10 of spades, and South plays a low spade, North scores the 6 of diamonds and plays another diamond. I think that's a stronger defense, and that may... Now Declare doesn't get to score the queen of spades. And since we can see that Declare got a spade ruff and dummy even when we went up with the king of spades, we didn't stop this spade ruff and dummy. I think that may be one more trick for the defense. As Phil Clayton was telling me in private chat, that's a stronger defense. I hadn't followed it through all the way, but his analysis is probably pretty good too.
Oh, it's certainly a stronger defense to do that. But Edgton does need to kind of work out if that's what he's doing. And he's going to have to fight through this preconceived notion that when you have a 5-card major and your left-hand opponent overcalls a suit, he can also have 5 cards in your opening major. That's something that, in the back of his mind, he's probably going to be thinking, well, there's no way West has 5 spades, so of course when the 10 of spades gets led, I have to hop up with the king. But as you had talked about earlier, sometimes it's better to not give up your high honor in the suit and instead let your partner ruff.
And the hand, even though West spades spots, like they can force a spade trick with the queen 9-7 versus your king jack 6, it's too many winners for the defense by the time that's happened. Because you've already won the 2 tricks, partner's getting ruff as your 3rd. Declare can't let you score 2 more spade tricks because that's 5 for the defense. So I think the defense can come out on top with a trump shift here. I haven't clicked the double dummy solve, but I'm not sure who comes out on top with the heart continuation. But it may also be the defense, as long as they're careful, because Declare can't just, well, Declare, let's say heart continuation, Declare ruffs. Finesses the club, because he's in the right hand to do that, and plays the 10 of spades. South ducks, we know they can't afford to go up with the king, and North roughs it. And let's say North continues the heart attack, and South roughs with the 7 or the 8. Now we're getting into complex territory.
It doesn't seem that complex. Declare can always rough a third club low, and then he'll just have high trump. So here's the 7 of diamonds. I'm sure that Edgton has already thought about what he's doing when the 10 of spades gets led. So we'll probably see him play either the king of spades or a low spade relatively quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you can't shift to a trump here and not be prepared for Declare playing the second spade off the dummy. You had to know exactly what you were doing in that case.
Well, I guess we can put it this way, as Al Hollander says, he's okay with the first tank, but not okay with the second tank.
Yes. So they did nip the double part score, a non-vulnerable trick in the street match.
Street is too good.
5 imps more for street. Would have been 4 without the double. So it's like you double the part score. You're giving like win 1 more if you're right, lose this whole bucket of imps if you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You just that's a lot of odds to be given up. Okay, so we're going to see the 10 of spades, and I think we're going to see South duck it. Oh, no, we're seeing a heart. All right.
Okay. So
this
Gru,
is the third trick to Declare.
So Gru probably realized that it was somewhat likely the 10 of spades was getting ducked and roughed, and he probably already worked out that he was going down if that happened. So I wonder if he's now going to try and run the 9 of clubs, hoping that North has both the king and jack.
It could be a really deep dummy reversal. Club to the queen, heart rough. Club to the ace, heart rough, or club rough. Still the king and jack of diamonds. What is that? You have 2 in, 2 clubs is 4, 2 roughs in hand is 6, 2 more trumps is still only 8.
Yeah, it's only 8 tricks.
He's playing a second trump. This line of play seems... He's just exhausting, wants to draw the trumps and just get South out of hearts and then play spades and force South to keep leading things for him.
Yeah, what's going to happen now? Okay, so now we lead the 10 of spades. If South flies king...
I think maybe now we do see some of that, the fancy dance with the spade spots. North has only taken 2 tricks. Let's see that. Does the 9 of clubs help the like if South? Let's say maybe South just ducks the 10 of spades.
Yeah. So is it possible for Declare to overtake the 10 with the queen and play back the 9? That's probably not good enough.
Declare's going to need to play on clubs himself at some point, I think.
Right.
South actually pitched a spade. South was actually kind of squeezed on that trick, right? A club pitch would mean that the long club was establishable. Declare could like duck a club and then finesse the club later, or South was going to have to lead into it.
Oh, yeah.
And now, that was a funny squeeze.
Yeah, these squeezes without the count are always relatively difficult to spot. I mean, Gru probably was thinking for a long time, since he figured Edgton would find a diamond switch, about exactly this line of play, but it seems as if he spotted a plan that...
I didn't even consider. I was like, all right, I'm going to try to rough my loser in the shorthand. That's as far as I got. I wasn't like like thinking deeply into this end position of stripping South out and creating a position against him. But can't hurt him to overtake it. To overtake it, fire a spade back, and
yeah, it's just I think it's.
I guess he has a hard time enjoying his long spade. Anyways.
It might be too difficult anyway for him to get home from here. I think it is, sadly. But it would have been very cool if it worked. I wonder what Joe was playing for. Like, what layout would this have worked against? I'm not sure.
Wait, what if declare lets the 10 of spades hold and leads the club to his 9? South has to duck it, right? North wins the club. If North plays another heart back, South is squeezed. South squeezed. Yeah, South is. So it'd actually just be end play to lead away from the Jack third of clubs.
Yeah, South would get strip squeezed on.
If he plays a club to the 9 and the king and a heart comes back, South is squeezed on that trick.
Yeah, South gets strip squeezed there, but North can break it up by switching to clubs.
Yeah, North plays back a second club, it breaks it up.
Mm-hmm.
So I think does he just pass the 9 of clubs here? And South can just win and cash 2 spades for down 1. Maybe he cashes the ace of diamonds to put pressure on South. But South basically can pitch a club without any worries. Assuming his partner has the king. More oolong tea.
I guess he's probably still fine if North has the king jack of clubs from here, right? Well, I guess one way he would be fine is just to take 2 club finesses, but it looks like North might also get suicide squeezed if he had the king jack of clubs.
Something happened.
I claimed.
So I'm missing something about this position because it seemed, I think. So see, he wins the queen of spades and exits a spade. South's on lead.
And switches to clubs.
Switches to clubs. It goes.
It just goes to the king and ace, or king and low. It doesn't matter as long as North plays back clubs. All right, this is what we signed up for. This is why we watch this table. 3 clubs in the south, jack 6th. We're past the 3 diamond hand. Don't even care. I'm sure it was down 1, but this is the more important board.
What do you think about West's decision over 3 clubs to bid 3 diamonds and not double it?
I think that West had a hard problem, and I support Joe, and I think that he just needs a back rub. That's my feeling.
After that last
time. In terms of actual analysis, I don't know. It's tough. Double feels like you're aiming at the highest highs. If your side is making a slam, you definitely want to start with double.
I'm actually not sure which is better at slam finding because the key to the slam might be a diamond fit. But I think double would be a popular bid in a bidding contest, more popular than 3 diamonds. Now, North is going to raise clubs. East would bid 3 no trump if North didn't raise clubs, but I think North's going to bid past 3 no trump at this exact moment.
4 only clubs, king, queen, 10, 9 in support, favorable.
Well, yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to go for like 800.
Yeah, because partner with ace 7th of clubs would have opened at the 5 level, right? So
now West is looking for slam because, and East is not so keen on slam. So they've done some maneuvering here. If North South weren't so active, I think East West just wind up in 3 no trump, and that has that might go down. You have 6 diamonds and 2 aces is 8, and your defense has the king of spades offside and
Does
the ace of
North
hearts
need
to
to
get
lead the ace of... Does North need to lead a heart to beat this?
what?
Because...
I mean, that may be true, but that's so weird. Let's see.
yes, that's how I feel too.
Um,
No, I guess not. I guess not,
you
right?
ever get 2 heart pitches from the West
Yeah,
hand?
you only get 2 heart pitches. It was close.
In fact, the ace of hearts lead. Well, I guess ace of hearts on a heart continuation, you are going to beat it because you
Yeah.
establish a second heart to get it whenever you take the king of spades. I don't think the ace of hearts would be on anyone's short list of natural leads.
No. Probably not.
It wouldn't be my 13th choice of leads with the North hand, though.
All right, Gru roughs the opening lead.
So he's thinking this is a pretty bad spot. But
Although
hey,
he might win 3 imps for for finding the diamond fit.
oh, I just glanced over, and Zatorsky and Pac-Man have doubled East-West in another partial into game.
Is this one going down too?
Let's see. It looks like I'm not sure it's going. They've got a bad trump break and a finesse offside. So I bet it's going down 1 trick also. Let me see how many get tricks Gib takes. So I'm not analyzing. It's going down 2 tricks. All right, their plan of doubling the opponents into game and beating them is going to be effective.
Okay,
So,
note to self: playing against Zatorsky and Pac-Man, always have your bid.
so he's not eliminated the clubs before playing on spades because I guess he knows that North's going to have a safe exit in spades anyways.
He also just couldn't eliminate the clubs, really. All right, king of spades.
He felt very foolish if the king of spades was doubleton onside, giving up in a contract he was otherwise making. Well, he'll make it now if the ace of hearts is onside, with 2 pitches on the long spade and the ace of clubs, and then the heart finesse.
Yeah, now, because Gru has pulled trumps here, Wibbly has a full count on the distribution, so he'll know that he doesn't need to panic and cash hearts, try and score 2 heart tricks immediately. He does just safely exit a spade. Gru claims, asking about the ace of hearts. It's offside. Down 1, but still 3 more imps to Rubinstein.
It feels rough when you push the opponents up to the 5 level, beat at a trick, and lose 3 for your efforts.
Yeah. The other table actually didn't have as much trouble, but Hanlon and Amoyles either decided that 5 diamonds was too much and just elected to try the 4-3 spade fit, or didn't really know what was going on in the auction for how many cards they had in spade suit. So played in the 4-3. It didn't work out. 2 down. 2 passes to Brad, who opens a heart. 2/1 style in 3rd seat here. South gets to overcall spade with his 16 count.
So does West raise hearts without a heart honor and only 4 high card points?
I would say no. I think, again, this kind of follows along the lines that Gru and Moss tend to be much more solid when they're vulnerable. But Gru
I
is
suspect
thinking.
if Gru's hand was more like king third of hearts and two small diamonds, he would be more tempted to raise with the fitting honor and partner's long suit.
Oh, for sure, right? That you call it a cover card can be very helpful, and it's always going to be useful in a heart contract, whereas the king of diamonds might be worthless to your partner depending on what their hand looks like.
So the North has shown a long suit that he didn't preempt with. So I guess that means North has a good hand.
Yeah, their preempts are like 0 to 4. So this shows like 5 to 9.
The North South can actually take a lot of tricks in no trump. But they have this heart stopper where it's queen and 1 opposite jack 10 third. It's a little hard to diagnose unless someone just, decides to bid no trump with half a stopper, or you somehow have an auction that like begs half a stopper. Like South bids 3 hearts here, I think North's going to bid 3 no trump. But with spades, the clubs aren't working for Declare, but the spades are as friendly as can be. Maybe they don't have a lot of tricks. They only have 3 spades and 3 clubs is 6, and a heart is 7, and a diamond is 8. You sure like to be in 3 no trump North. So I think you have 6 clubs, a diamond, a heart, and a spade. As long as all you need is clubs to break.
Yeah, even if East West find the miracle king of diamonds opening lead somehow, Declare can just duck it and still preserve the ace of diamonds entry.
South is thinking. South certainly has a good hand, even in the context of having Q bid 2 hearts on the second round. If he passes 2 spades, I think he stands to pick up a small swing because game goes down. I think they rate to bid it at the other table.
Yeah, now if South does decide to continue on, a lot of the times the way to diagnose these half stopper opposite half stopper scenarios is you like once again make a Q bid. South could bid like 3 hearts. North could once again like deny a stopper by bidding 3 spades, and South could then bid 3 no and say, I wasn't willing to bid 3 no on my own, but now I'm thinking it could still be the right spot, and then North could pass with Queen Doubleton. That's the way to end up in 3 no with Queen Doubleton opposite Jack Doubleton.
I mean, I think South could have even bid 2 no over 2 spades, having previously bid 2 hearts, and it's sort of a similar thing.
Yeah.
South could also bid 3 clubs over 2 hearts, which would get them to a better contract of 3 clubs. Because I think that's, just looking at the North South cards, you'd rather play 3 clubs than 2 spades. I think they're not going to have. I think they're going to make 2 spades on this slide, although I'm not 100% convinced that's true. They do have work to do in 3 spades. 3 clubs is lose a club and 2 hearts, and probably not going to lose too many diamond tricks.
No, Declare might kind of be end played into picking up the diamond suit on this hand, because
or if you're playing in clubs, at some point you take a spade finesse, and then you suddenly realize that you have an extra spade winner to pitch a diamond.
Yeah,
an extra heart winner to pitch a diamond. So they'll rough one of them, but
yeah. So I think 140 is somewhat likely. East can win this and switch to a singleton club, hoping to get a ruff, but then Declare will win the club ace, play a diamond to the ace, play a spade to the king and ace, queen of spades, the jack falls, 10 of spades, and he'll be locked in hand to lead a low diamond away from the queen eventually.
So he'd lose 2 hearts, a spade, and a diamond.
Yeah.
The defense can do better maybe by threatening uppercuts and hearts. So I think the defense does better with king of hearts, ace of hearts, heart.
it should still come out the same. I mean, diamond to the ace, spade
Yeah,
hook.
he has no entry. He has no entry to play another heart.
Right. I mean, it's possible Moss switches to a spade, trying to prevent a heart rough and dummy in case his partner's led from jack third. That's also going to make Declare's life pretty easy.
Well, this gives Declare a chance to pop the queen of diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks Brad Moss is his best friend ever. And maybe he could be away from the bridge table, but as an opponent, I assure you he's not on your side.
It certainly doesn't look as attractive to run this around to the ace-9. You figure Brad would have led the jack of diamonds from jack 10 if he had it. So maybe this is the defense to hold Declare to 8 tricks, and it is. Queen of diamonds.
Brad is so good. He plays like that, and I think, I must be a terrible bridge player, because like, I wasn't even thinking of that. Well done, Brad. And shame on you, South, for thinking Brad was your friend.
All right, diamond goes to the ace, and Brad tells everyone the good news, at least for his side, that he still has the diamonds locked up. Declare's pausing on this trick because he's trying to decide which spade to play when East follows low on a spade lead from dummy. And he's going to be surprised that East does not follow low.
So he's not confused by the French cards here because they're not using them. Sometimes you don't know which honor they played if you're in another country.
All right, the 9 of spades doesn't fall.
So he's got to lose a diamond and a spade and a heart, and that's 5 tricks for the defense, but that's a +4 for north-south, which is good enough.
Yeah.
Maybe he thinks the 9 of spades is going to drop under the 10.
Well, the jack dropped under the queen, and the king dropped under the ace, so it'd only be fair for the 9 to fall under the 10.
Okay, so North is going to open the bidding with 13 high card points, maybe with a no trump, maybe with a club. I have no idea. Given the state of the match, I could believe a no trump. If he opens a no trump, he's going to get to play, maybe he gets to play his 5-1 heart fit. Maybe South transfer to hearts and bids 2 no trump. I'm just trying to get in the head of someone who is behind by 60, who needs to generate some swings against a team full of sharks who are just not giving you anything. Well, they did pick up 7 imps on board 20.
Yeah, that was Rosenberg and Grossack reaching the excellent 3 no trump contract.
Yeah, 3 was a very good contract, but not on this slide of the opposing cards.
No.
So he's gone for the normal club, and East is bid 1 spade at favorable on a hand that he might have, the north-south pair, if they were east-west, probably would have been 2 spades.
At least. So negative double from south and no trump from west. That is a heavy 1 no from Joe.
Yeah, Joe's just like, I still have the best hand of the table. I've had it the whole time around, and I'm just going to go for the no trump partial.
He knows what Brad likes to overcall on. 2 spades.
Did 1 no trump imply a spade fit for them?
He does have a spade fit, so actually maybe 1 no is like a strong bid and is forcing. That would make a lot more sense than 1 no just being natural and passable with 13.
When I played a highly aggressive overcalling style of the opponent's minors, where we would be in on this hand with, if you made the queen of spades the 4 of diamonds, we would be like overcalling a heart, that aggressive a style. The one no trump advance showed something like a weak no trump, something like this, because you just couldn't afford to advance it with less.
Gotcha.
But I don't think Brad Moss is that aggressive that he would be overcalling a hand any worse than this. Because North is thinking about like bidding 2 no trump or something, trying to contest the partial at the 3 level, but thinks better of it. The defense might well, the defense is entitled to 2 spades, a heart rough is 3, and 2 clubs is 5. They could potentially take more than that, but it's going to be a challenge. Say if like what is South leading here?
That is a good question.
Heart kind of feels safe-ish.
Yeah, heart
low
to
spade
jack 5th makes a lot of sense.
4 spades to the ace, spade back, you win your jack. Partners able to draw the 3rd trump, but no, the hearts come in and I guess that defense could lead to down 1. Well, what did I say about a spade to the ace and a spade back? I think Brad puts up the queen anyways on a spade back. Like, is South really leading low from jack and a spade or king and a spade? I mean, it could be a singleton spade though. So
yeah, so Whibley decides to get that singleton heart out of his hand, prep the heart rough.
It's almost like, I guess North false carded with the ace of spades because he, like I, just, like automatically false card there. But the honest king of spades, I think, is a more likely to get Brad to guess the next round wrong, because you could potentially lead a low spade from ace and 1, and you're more likely to lead to North still is in play for ace king jack small if the king is honest.
Mm-hmm. But I would point out Edgerton's low spade lead from Jack Doubleton. A lot of players just treat the trump suit as the same as every other suit and lead their normal count card or honor. And generally, you want to preserve these high trumps from Doubletons. So, like a holding of 8-3 Doubleton of trumps, you often want to lead the 3 of trumps and not the 8.
I think the defense actually wanted to continue spades because they wanted to actually just get those cards out of their hands so they don't get thrown in with them later. North doesn't realize that he actually doesn't want a heart rough with what he's hoping is his partner's natural trump trick. But Declare's a little tied up here. Maybe he just wins the king of hearts and passes the jack of diamonds.
Yeah, that's a good try.
Claire's not certain what's going on in the heart suit. North could have queen jack. North could have queen and 1 heart. North could have singleton queen. But he thinks the North has 1 or 2 hearts.
Queen Doubleton doesn't feel like a lead that North would make. Switching to that Queen Doubleton is so likely to give up trick. Looking at ace 3rd.
North might even lead low from Queen Doubleton of hearts, just to for the same reason that South leads low from jack and 1. It's a suit the opponents have more cards than you, and it might be important to preserve your high 1. Maybe stop partner from being end played later. Like if you vacate your Queen of hearts, your partner might never be able to lead the heart suit again if partner had like jack 9 of hearts. Whereas if you lead low from queen and a heart, partner can lead low back and has a safe exit still. These defenses can get rather complicated.
Yeah, I like your suggestion. King of Hearts, Jack of Diamonds makes a lot of sense. Um, it's possible that North actually has the Ace King of Clubs, and then you might need to set up a diamond pitch to get rid of a club loser.
Right, so South should be covering this.
Mm-hmm.
And now North's in the dummy and will lead a spade. And North will presumably play their 7. Actually, North might play the ace trying because they want to get a ruff with their king because they're trying to get a ruff with their 7.
Yeah, I'm sure North is going to play the king and then try and get to partner's hand and clubs for a heart ruff.
If his partner, I mean, that's only 5 tricks for the defense, right?
Yeah, only 5 tricks, but it doesn't look like there's...
His partner might have a heart trick. I mean, his partner's hearts could be Jack 10.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I think by the time you've, crossed your partner with a club, gotten your heart ruff, Declare can now establish a club with the ace of hearts as an entry.
Yeah, but it's not enough, right? He gets one
Right,
with this
just one
card.
pitch, I guess. Yeah.
So it is true, if Edgson's hearts were Jack 10, then this would be enough to beat the contract. Eight of clubs to the king. Just trying to clarify to Edgson, please don't lead back clubs. And the last decision for Declare, if he flies ace of hearts here, he's going to go down. That would be playing North for Queen Jack Doubleton to begin with. But I think the defense strongly suggests that North began with Singleton Queen of Hearts.
He hasn't decided yet.
I mean, it's also just safe to play the Eight of Hearts. The only way you go down is if the Ace of Hearts gets roughed and you still have another heart loser to go with the club ace. If you play the Eight of Hearts and North wins the Jack, there is no heart ruff. So you'll still make it.
Right. Yeah, because, I mean, even if the 8 gets roughed, even if somehow you didn't have a club trick to establish, you could just ruff your heart loser and dummy because only one trump outstanding at this point.
Right. The other table got all the way up to 3 spades. We saw the same 1 spade overcall, but in that room,
West couldn't take a joke.
no, East was the one who...
East couldn't take a joke?
East couldn't take a joke.
I'm like looking. Wait, East did again. 1 spade double, 2 spades pass, and he's like, I'm going to jam him here with 3 spades, make sure they get to 4 hearts where I can snap them off like King 10, 9, 4 hearts. Wasn't expecting partner's 13 high card point raise to 2 spades. He thought the opponents must have had a game with 6 high card points. All right, so Brad got it right. 4 amps more to Rubenstein, who is starting to...
well, this
even though
looks
there's a lot
like
of boards last
fun
time,
hand. 7 clubs, huh?
Slam alert.
Yeah, 7 clubs is an excellent spot. You
Oh,
just
yeah,
need
sure
3-1
is.
clubs.
Yeah, it's like no finesse is needed. You just need to not have zip split and you actually have pretty good chances even if clubs are 4-0.
Yeah, the spades could rough out.
Rough a diamond and dummy, and I guess you have to decide which way to play spades to be the clubs to be 4-0, because you could pick up 4 clubs in the west hand because the Jack 9 4 of clubs could be picked up with Ace Queen 8.
Not while also roughing a diamond, though.
No, not while also roughing a diamond. But so you're probably going to start with the ace of clubs because it's more convenient to pick up 4 clubs in the east while roughing a diamond.
All right, a club, a diamond, showing 4 or more hearts, a no trump by South.
Sounds like that must be a weak no trump for them since that's what I'm looking at. Although, for all I know, that should have been open to a strong no trump.
2 diamonds.
Wait, check back.
Yeah, check back. So
If 100 no trump already denied 3 hearts, then 2 hearts probably shows a good doubleton or nothing else they want to bid. But at some point, someone should bid clubs in a natural sense.
yeah, North might want to bid 3 clubs now to show the game force in clubs.
And South should not be embarrassed by his hand at all. He's got a 5th club. He's got 2 aces. The Queen of Hearts is opposite partner's length. All of South's stuff looks like it's in the right spot. So South should be cooperating however he can if North bids 3 clubs. And if North bids 2 no trump here, I think South should bid 3 clubs himself. North has bid 2 spades, weirdly enough. I don't know if that's artificial or not, but I would have thought North would have either bid 2 no trump to get something natural out of South, or would have bid 3 clubs to let him know about the side 4 card club suit. So no one is really willing to name clubs yet. I hope they get around to it eventually, because they can take a lot of tricks with clubs as trump. They can take a lot of tricks in no trump, but they can take more tricks with clubs as trump. Maybe there's some weird squeeze to make 7 now, but
I'll look at that in a second. There.
Suits are blocked in 7 now, so it may be trouble. West guards the diamonds.
No.
East is the only one to guard each major, so but East discards. Oh yeah, the hearts are blocked.
No,
so you cash the ace of spades, 9 as a threat, but then you can't overtake the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, 7
It'd have to be like
no good on best defense.
Yeah. You figured it out already, huh?
Yeah.
Like okay. If I just looked at the north-south cards and figured a second and double dummy solver, I'd feel like most of the time it would say you could take 13 and no trump if you just knew exactly the way to play it, but not on the slide of the defensive cards.
No, yeah, not this on this layout. I mean, if we flip the East and West hands, you can make it. But
so, yeah, because then it's a positional squeeze.
Mm-hmm.
3 clubs, 4 clubs. They finally have gotten around to naming clubs and agreeing them by the 4 level. So, good job, north-south.
Yeah, and I mean, North has this hand where it's like North just kind of wants to bid keycard, right? North has all these controls. Tell me about the ace of diamonds, ace of hearts, king of clubs.
And that should be, it's often fine to have keycard at 4-0. Like, you don't need to have that Blackwood substitute lower. North doesn't care if 4-0 is asking for aces here. His safety level is 6 clubs. He's looking for 7. This extra steps saved by having Blackwood substitutes are seldom important. Not that they're never important, but they often just don't matter. I mean, if like this just feels like a keycard accident waiting to happen. If 4 hearts is an ace ass, but hearts have been sort of bid a couple of times. I just very scared. North showed hearts the first time. South showed some heart support at 2 hearts. South doesn't know the intent of North, the extent of North's slam interest. Unless 4 clubs itself was ace asking, 4 hearts just feels like an experiment in terror. But they're experienced experimenters, because 4 hearts went past 4-0 trump like a shot. So they knew it's not past 4 hearts. So good on them for knowing that.
Okay, pass 5 spades. So the other table, we see the result in 6 clubs making 7. I'm going to take a quick peek at their auction. Yes. They got there in 5 bids.
Yeah, Zach isn't one for long auctions.
This one was Michael.
Michael.
Michael just said pick a slam, and Zach said, okay, I choose clubs.
As he South opened the hand, what he considers to be a strong no trump.
So 5 spades from North. This sounds to me like 4-0 was keycard and clubs, and North showed 2 with the queen. South is going to show all of the keycards by bidding 5 now. And you often always want to do this when your partner can be unlimited in slam auctions, because sometimes if you promise your partner all of the key cards and the trump queen, they can just bid some of themselves.
Now, North doesn't know about the Queen of Hearts, which
Nope.
is functionally the 13th trick, because it allows there to be a spade to be discarded on the King of Hearts.
Mm-hmm.
The Ace of Diamonds getting a pitch is not functionally helpful, but the Queen of I mean, if the Queen of Hearts was in diamonds, it would be allow two spades to be pitched from the north hand.
Yeah, any of the queens would be useful to North. Queen of Spades, Queen of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds. And South doesn't need that for the opening bid in their system.
In fact, I kind of thought this was in range for a strong no trump from South. So South probably isn't supposed to have Ace of Hearts, Ace of Diamonds, King of Clubs, and a Queen on the outside. At least not with 5 clubs.
Yeah, according to their card, I mean, they play 15 to 17 no trumps. So,
Well, South just bid it himself.
yeah, 7 clubs.
Well, we're going to see this match tighten up a little bit here with the slam swing going to the Amal's team. There's nothing to the play here. Declare is going to win the opening lead, cash 1 high trump and claim.
Yeah, 11 imps. So nicely judged by North-South, getting to the club slam. Was missed in the other room. Oddly enough, with South showing a stronger hand in the other room than he held, opening a strong no trump with only 13, they weren't able to get there. But when you have these natural auctions, where South was able to presumably pattern out by showing natural and long clubs, that made North a lot more excited about investigating for the slam.
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact meaning of their bids, but I have to think that at some point South was able to imply the clubs, and they must have had good enough agreements to know that 4 hearts was forcing, because oh my god, I was pretty scared.
They've been playing together for a while.
I've seen people who've played together for decades wind up in their 4-2 fit on these options.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they're averse to accidents and playing in a splinter every once in a while, but less likely than others.
They reached their legal limit of accidents in the last set, and if they had another accident, they'd be over the limit. They'd have to break up the partnerships for the rest of the tournament. All right, so King and Diamonds going to hold. Declare is going to play the Ace of Clubs at trick 2 and lean forward and play.
Yeah, Brad's going to discard a spade on that trick, and Declare is going to be sad. Just kidding.
That'd be a cool trick by Brad. I don't think he would revoke against a Grand Slam.
No.
The off chance that it fools a Declare.
There's the Ace of Clubs, and now, as mentioned, we can just rough a diamond in the north hand and claim.
All right, so the set's tied, actually.
Yeah,
after,
20 to 20. Just imagine what could have been if that third quarter had gone a little bit differently. South has a strong no trump again.
I generally don't like 5-4-2-2 strong no trumps or maxes with a 5-card major, but I think the 10-year high card points being in your 2 doubletons really pulls this to not only being in no trump class of hand for me, but it's also a downgrade of a high card point enough for me that I wouldn't, if it went 1 heart past 2 hearts, I wouldn't actually feel comfortable with making a game try. So for me, this is a no trump. But they're no trump, but not for this pair.
So heart, a spade, 2 diamonds by South. 2 no trump by South. Okay, so South decided to upgrade. rather than treating this as a 15 to 17.
I don't think it's by high card points necessarily out of range. For me, that's supposed to be a decent 17 to 19. You're sort of assuming an extra point for your 5-card major. 3 clubs is probably some sort of check back or a puppet to 3 diamonds, maybe just a transfer to diamonds. I'm not sure what's going on with North's stuff at the 3 level.
Yeah, they have, I guess, a couple of conventions that they've come up with, so I'm also not certain what's going on in the North-South auction, but seems as if North was able to show something in the majors with 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, 3 hearts, and South bids 3 now. North didn't find what he was looking for.
So now 1-no North-South is an excellent contract and would probably make.
You think so? There's only 6 top tracks.
Yeah. I think to establish a diamond trick, and you may establish a second diamond trick. You don't really have a ton of entries, but the ace comes down while they're leading a diamond for you. So they're up to kind of up to 8 tricks now at this point because they have 2 diamonds, 3 clubs is 5, ace, king, ace is 8. The hearts are not cooperating. The spades kind of are. But you have entries now with diamonds. If you cash the ace, king of spades, you're gonna you actually have a chance here. If it goes diamond, well, East isn't going to continue diamonds. It's probably going to go ace of diamonds club switch, trying to disrupt the entry, or ace of diamonds spade switch. What does East do? Maybe he sucks the jack of diamonds because he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, that seems
sometimes
like
you don't
a play. I think you're right that a club switch makes a lot of sense to disrupt or cut entries. Like, if Declare happens to have Jack Doubleton, then you can actually start setting up club tricks. Your partner has Queen 9/3. You need to lead it from your side.
If South wins the king of diamonds and plays a low diamond back, West got a duck. It's queen. Or it could be Declare could have 3 diamond tricks to make it. So East did want to be on lead to shift to a club.
Yep. Okay.
So Declare, I think Declare is going to establish his communications in diamonds right now. The king of diamonds and a diamond. That just sets up a trick and gets him off lead. But in order to make it, he may have to actually cash the ace king of spades first, so that when they play a club back and he's in dummy, he can exit a low spade, set up his trick. But Declare, a more likely way to establish tricks is the long hearts. Hearts are 3/3. We can see they're not.
Right, yeah, he could have 3 clubs, 2 spades, the king of diamonds that is already set up, and then all he needs is 3 heart tricks.
Yeah, if hearts are 3/3, he just loses 2 diamonds and 2 hearts.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like the most straightforward way to make the hand.
Yeah, now the defense might still need to be a little bit careful. Is that true? I guess they're going to score 3 hearts and 2 diamonds before Declare has his 9 tricks established, but...
Yeah, East doesn't have an entry to his clubs. They won't need it. And the other table, they're also in 3-no Trump. You see the result having come through already.
Declare elects not to cash the club ace, and this seems like a fine decision.
He can get back there late in the day, right?
Hmm?
He can get back there late in the day in diamonds.
Yeah, so if the hearts did come home, he would now kind of only be up to 8 tricks, but then, as Michael's saying, he could establish his 9th trick in the diamond suit itself. So
Well, Zach Rossack has never seen a 17 count he didn't like. He opened a heart. West overcalled a spade, if I'm reading that correctly, which I guess is the act of someone who's incredibly desperate. Westover called a spade on a 4-3-3 hand with 4 hearts. Went. It must have gone a heart past a spade past 2-no trump. There's no way it went a heart a spade past 2-no trump.
Yeah,
he would just
Okay.
1 trump.
That makes more sense. So the same auction that we saw at the Sable, a heart a spade, 2-no trump, and North just bumped to 3-no.
I think it's much funnier that it's in the record that way, but
that Westover.
I disbelieve it until I see evidence to the contrary. I can imagine hands that you want to psych on. That is not in the list of psychs that I would make. That I would even occur to me to make. It's like all downside. And if it went a heart of spade, East wouldn't pass it either. East would raise 2 spades. 4-card spade support, at least 2 spades. So North had to win a spade.
You solved the puzzle.
I did.
Well,
as far as
Diamond Pass, 2 hearts, 5-4 in the majors or better, weak.
That's pretty strong for weak. I think some people who play 2 hearts play it like they were maybe like 3 levels. Like one of them is invitational, one of them is weak, and one of them's like 3 levels of like minimum. I have something, and I have an invitational hand. It's never game forcing.
Yeah, I think their strong club starts at 15s for this partnership. So Gru is limited to like 14 high card points for the diamond opener.
South is not to be stolen from. He will not be trifled with. So this could push them up to 3 spades where there is some danger. I think Declare is would wind up making it because of the double, or he might not have picked up the spade suit without it.
So poor match point double is what you're saying.
Yeah, North I think is just going to bid 2-no trump to ask for maybe North bids 3 diamonds here, figuring South actually has diamonds for the delayed action. The double must be for the minors, so South has a preference. Doesn't want to just... If North bids 2-no, presumably pick a minor, then South should pick diamonds anyways. North has longer diamonds, picks diamonds. And I think West bids 3 spades here because of the 9 spades and the maximum nature in context. Brad may be tempted to try to punish them by bidding 4 spades here now that he thinks maybe his partner doesn't have much wasted in diamonds and the mesh is better than it really is. I wouldn't put it past him. Unless North doubles 3 spades, in which case he won't.
I mean, it does look like this is probably going to end the auction. I mean, Brad might be a little bit worried and could bump to 4 spades, but I think he's just going to check it out.
And what if partners diamonds are like, Jack third, or if partner has the ace of clubs, ace queen jack of clubs instead of the king jack of diamonds.
Yeah.
3 small diamonds, ace queen jack of clubs. All of a sudden, you lose a diamond. If the club finesse is working, you might make 11 tricks on a good day, but you'll probably get one of those key finesses to work to make 10. I'm a 4 spade bidder. The opponent's showing diamonds has sort of made me change my mind about signing off. All right. Brad likes being pushed to game 2. Good boy, Brad. I'm totally with you. I love when they push me to game, although I'd rather do it much earlier in the match to get them shaking their heads more.
So this is probably not going to fetch. There's 2 clubs and a diamond off the top, and a heart trick will come eventually to South.
Well, maybe South leads a low diamond and lets it make. Oh, no, North's on lead.
Yeah, North is going to lead a diamond to the ace, and South is just going to switch to club.
Yeah, the East hand is on the table. So South, his club switch is safe from South, and he does see that he's got the hearts well held, so he should find this defense. But if he does not shift to a club goes on a high diamond, and then Declare can actually take 10 tricks if they find the queen of spades. So it is essential that South switch to clubs or declare can make the contract.
Yes. And while sometimes it can be productive to try and tap dummy, I mean, this looks like a Michaels type auction, right? It's as if North has opened a minor and East has bid Michaels, showing 5-5 in the majors, and West has gone to 4 spades. There are situations where you do want to start tapping out the long hand to prevent the heart suit from scoring. Here, it's a little bit less attractive because Gru has basically promised a large spade fit on this hand. So you're never really going to force East to rough too many times and then lose control of trumps.
2 spades could have been sort of a reluctant spade preference, but 3 spades was a real one. So you're the card play expert. Which diamond does West play to most obfuscate the diamond position from the defenders?
God, it's really hard with the 10. If we had a low diamond, we would like to play low, but
because if North had the Queen Jack, they're presumably leading the Queen. If they had the 10-9, the Jack 10, they would have presumably led the Jack. If they had the 10-9, they would lead the 10.
Right. I think you just play the 10, but I don't have a strong feeling on this one.
South is thinking about this.
The South is thinking about what to switch to, I'm
yeah.
sure.
That's what I was thinking about the whole hand.
Because South is definitely winning the diamond ace, and then the question is just which club to switch to, the low club or the king of clubs.
Although Gru right now is just hoping that North has underled the ace of diamonds, and South was thinking about whether or not to put up the queen.
Yeah. That would have been great. Maybe he makes 11 tricks then. Diamond roughing hook.
They also got to 4 spades at the other table. And it's not a good contract, but I think a lot of auctions are going to wind up there. This was my favorite because it was a balance. They balanced them there.
Yeah, I think all 4 players' bids make a lot of sense in context.
So like the earlier segment where I had to leave a little bit early, I'm going to have to leave a little bit early this time around 8:40. We're not done to pick my daughter up. I dropped her off the last time.
Sounds good. I will bring us home. So Wibbly taps the dummy. Ace of spades. Is Declare going to pick up the spade suit?
I think he's going to play ace of hearts heart first.
That might be a little bit too slow, but he may well do it. Because Edgerton can then play the king of clubs and North sheds his last heart.
Oh, yeah, that's well spotted. So he's done better here by doing it this way.
I assume he's done better.
I know. West could still do this, right?
Well, so...
Oh, except the hearts.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wait,
Edgerton has flown the
South
king of
didn't need
hearts.
to go up with the king of hearts. South could have docked the king of hearts, but that would have... Wait, what happened? So East led the 3 hearts from hand, and South went up with the king?
Yep.
Okay. So that happened.
Well, Edgerton was just cashing out to beat 4 spades a trick.
Right.
I don't blame the guy for being a little bit frightened that Joe Gru had ace-10 doubleton of hearts and he might just make the contract.
Right. I forgot which hand was the closed hand.
Yeah.
And it's not like his partner could... If his partner won the heart trick, then he couldn't lead another club to get his partner to pitch the heart anyways.
Right.
All right, so good timing saved a trick for Moss and 2 imps to his team.
6 boards to go. Diamond opener from North. South will bid a heart.
I think West may double. No. West doesn't mind being stolen from sometimes. Sometimes you got to let him steal because your hand's just not the right shape to get involved.
Yeah, no 4-card spade suit, so in fact, north-south are the ones with the spade fit. They also have the heart fit.
Um, North 3 hearts is a lot of hearts. 12 I go.
Well, when a 4x112 count is like significant extras in your partnership, you got to show it somehow.
So you lose a club, a diamond, a heart, and a spade. It looks like a trick in each suit because the hand is relatively friendly with hearts breaking and spades on side. Defense can threaten a spade ruff, but declare can cash the ace king of trumps and knock out the diamond. So I don't. The defense may be better off doing this, and well, they can't actually continue a club attack either. So I think 3 hearts is going to fetch. I don't think 4 would have had much chance. I guess Edgerton has seen his partner's jump raises before because he like passed it like a shot.
Hey, like I said, I mean, this is like well within range for their 3-heart bid. There's an aceless 12, but a singleton.
It's just like a 2-heart bid, except with the willingness to bid 3 hearts. Basically. It's the same range, just one level higher. And Al Hollander says in the chat, 4 spades seems to punish partner for bidding 3 spades. I completely disagree.
I don't.
The constructions where 4 spades make, or is like on one of 2 finesses, are just. I was coming up with them and I stopped because it was too easy to come up with them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of resulting, right? Like, turn that king jack of diamonds into the diamond ace, and now declare really is on 2-2 trumps to make 4 spades, or guessing the queen of spades even, maybe.
Yeah, if either minor ace, the king jack of diamonds is the ace of diamonds or the ace of clubs, either way, 4 spades is a good contract. Even better.
Look at this switch from Joe Grew. The 6 of spades from ace queen third.
Like open player's going to pop the king.
Yeah.
Because who would underlead the queen in this situation? So you might as well pop the king. You're trying to avoid a ruff. You don't want it to go like jack queen and load the ace ruff on the way back, right? So
God,
but then again,
he can make it if the spades are blocked like that, right? He flies king of spades, and then we knock out the diamond ace. And then assuming the defense can't cash 2 spades, we pull 2 rounds of trumps, play diamonds, pitching our spades, and then cross rough clubs and spades. This might beat it.
Wow.
What a find.
These guys are just too good. And
They really
it sounds like it's just like a nightmare. Like whether we were watching Bathurst and Hurd and those guys, and those, they're just like tough as nails. And I was saying like how, it's like a dream and a nightmare at the same time if you were like going to play like hundreds of boards against these guys, because the level of bridge that you'd be watching is incredibly good and it would be so rewarding to play it. But I would feel just like, it's so hard to win. I like to win sometimes too, and it's very hard to beat these guys in a long match. They're really talented players. These plays like also, one after the other. We keep seeing them make brilliant plays.
I would like to point out something that Fleischer might be a little bit upset to hear at this point in time, having been knocked out. Grew and Moss played on Fleischer's team in the U.S. team trials. They won the U.S. Open team trials, a very strong event. Grew and Moss played on Fleischer's team in the Vanderbilt earlier. Did they win the Vanderbilt? They did really well in that event.
Yeah,
now Grew and Moss are playing on a different team. They're making the round of 8, it looks like, unless something goes horribly wrong for them these past few boards. Fleischer knocked out in the round of 32. So Marty, if you're out there, maybe you should consider putting these guys back on the team. I think they've earned it.
So Fleischer was upset in the very end of that Rippy match we were watching yesterday. Not like Fleischer had a bad team, but it looks like he replaced them with one. He's playing with their Versace, Samantha, Lorenzini, and Bassis are his teammates now.
A very strong team.
It's not a bad team. They did not make the round of 16 that we're in right now. They lost the round of 32. Grew and Moss, very strong pair too.
I'm just trying to get some love for my American partnership here, and
I hope I've been showing them enough love because these guys are. I've played against them enough to know that they're just hard to play against. They always know what's going on, and they're quick too. Their ability to analyze a hand quickly, and to think through very complicated end positions that like we're like forcing our way through them, and they already have them, and they only see half the hands.
the other table did make 3 hearts, so this is a very pivotal decision for Edgton.
6 of spades, man.
Yeah, I mean, this would be the natural spot card to play from ace 9-6, right? And it would make a lot of sense for West to lead a low spade from that holding because he's hoping that his partner has queen and 1. It goes spade, misguess, queen, spade to the ace, spade rough.
I really think he's going to get this wrong. I think I would get it wrong. I think I'd pop the king of spades and go for the block spades and the trumps breaking and just knocking out the ace of diamonds.
He does fly king of spades. Oh my god, what a player. This Joe Grew guy.
We're going to see big things from him later. I predict it.
One of these days, you think
One of these days, he's
grow
going to win an event.
Yeah.
He's paid his dues. He's going to win something.
Yeah, and so now, kind of as mentioned, Declare can just knock out the diamond ace. The spade suit's blocked. And he can play on cross rough lines, but Brad Moss is going to expose the...
I was like, oh, he's like, I'm feeling so sick right now. He's won the ace of spades and then played the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that bastard, Joe.
Yep. We'll probably see the jack of clubs discard... Oh, now Moss pitches a diamond. I was thinking the jack of clubs to confirm the club honors.
And he knows everything's good, so he might as well just play the ace of clubs and attack the trumps as best he can. There's no way he can steal another trick, right?
I don't think so.
So when an opponent does like something like that, what is the appropriate thing to say to them? Something like, because I know I used to play teams with someone named Webb Ewell and Kent Hartman, and Kent actually made the 3rd day of the pairs this national, so congratulations to him. But Webb and Kent were playing against Grant Bays. And Webb made a play like that. Webb made it just like a great play. It was something kind of unexpected because he's never made a name for himself in bridge. And Grant turned to him and said, "You dirty dog." Which I love. I just love that story because it's just such a great, exclamation from a well-known, world champion or national champion expert to someone who's, like at the time was, in Flight B events. Who just nailed him on his card play.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at this board because we finally got another hand with 12 cards and 2 suits. I mean, we had gone almost a full 24 hours before seeing a hand like this. I was starting to think the shuffler was broken. 2 spades past. Is that real?
The thing is that West can almost make slam in his own hand, so there's no way he's bidding a natural 3 hearts. West has a 3-loser hand. He's not afraid of the opponent's bidding 4 hearts because he can bid 5 clubs and maybe make it.
Okay, now imagine if we were in the room and we were seeing the expression on Wibbly's face as the board gets passed under the screen to him when his left-hand opponent has opened one of his 5-card majors and his right-hand opponent has made a forcing bid in his other 5-card major.
And if he's really been a natural 3 hearts, Webb is on this cast, and I hope I hope I have not done him wrong with my recollection of this story, but he has corrected me. He said Grant Bay said to him, "You dastardly dog."
Same connotation.
So shout out to you, Webb. I'm glad to see you're still sticking with Bridge.
Okay, it sounds to me like 3 hearts was not natural, given the 5 club bid from East.
Yeah. 3 hearts must have shown something with clubs, and South has a lot of hearts for his partner, having doubled the artificial 3 hearts.
Yeah, so South bids 5 hearts.
West can't stand this, right? I could see that the winning path for East West is to defend 5 hearts, which you get a diamond and a club.
But is that also winning? Is this just not better?
Oh, yeah. I guess a diamond on 2 tricks doesn't actually defeat the 5 level contract.
No, it really doesn't.
I've come full circle on my math, because if you remember, this morning I wasn't able to add up to 13, and apparently I'm back to that.
Yeah, so West bids 6 clubs. I mean, generally at imps, if you don't know who's making something, then it's probably right for you to keep bidding. So
yeah, you guys see 12 cards of 2 suits. It's like, I want to declare.
North has a problem. Okay, North decides to pass 6 clubs.
I think North is just, his head is spinning around in circles right now, because he can't believe this auction is actually happening with him holding those cards. Yeah, it's just as well.
17 count.
And if South bids 6 hearts, do you think West bids 7 clubs? Okay, so South has doubled 6 clubs. So this is we've achieved par, I think. Assuming Declare gets the clubs right, he'll be down 1, losing a diamond and a heart.
Yeah.
Even if West leads the Ace of Spades, you don't have enough entries to do the things you need to do to rough down the Ace King of Spades.
No. No, I was going to say, I think North probably going to respect his own decision to make this forcing pass of 6 clubs, despite holding a club loser. And he's just going to sit for the double.
You think his pass was forcing?
Do you think South would double if it wasn't?
Well, he has an ace.
Yeah.
South might have just not been sure whether it was forcing, but I'm not sure if North considered it forcing. If North's thinking about bidding, he might have thought his pass was non-forcing.
Well, can we imagine North not doubling 6 clubs with that hand?
Yeah, basically, like if South had the same hand with the King Jack of Diamonds instead of the Ace Jack of Diamonds, they were going to wrap it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is going to come down to the club guess, right?
Well, if South tries to give his partner a diamond rough, he's going to be very sad.
Okay, yes, that's true. I believe you.
But I think South should not play East to have a heart void. Even though North could easily have 6 hearts, Ace King to have doubled, and then all North did was double 3 hearts. Wow.
Yep.
The only action North took was doubling 3 hearts.
Yes, with the strong no trump over there. I think South is going to switch to the Queen of Hearts.
I just double select the auction to make sure that was the only thing the North did. He made a lead directing double of 3 hearts. Okay, then. I don't think you can continue a diamond. It's just, that's putting like all your bad eggs in the. Yeah. Okay. I might have switched to the Queen of Hearts just in case partner actually had a singleton diamond and the Ace King of Hearts and could let me hold the Queen and give him a diamond ruff. Where else are our tricks coming from?
Yeah, that looks a little bit more natural. But either way, Declare is now at the position where he's going to have to guess the club suit. Other table also reached 6 clubs, doubled down 1.
Well, you just cannot get water from a stone against these guys.
No.
Maybe their best chance was to bid 6 hearts confidently and get Gru to take out insurance and 7 clubs. He might well have done that. 7-5 hands don't grow on trees, and he doesn't want to defend with them.
Okay, he's in the east hand. 10 of clubs.
I think he pops. Well, no, I'm okay. I think North would have bid with I don't know. I'm so conflicted. I think Declarer is too. I mean, North didn't do very much. I mean, the King of Clubs isn't really an asset that pushes you to double 6 clubs, right? Because
Nope.
it's finessable anyway. So you're not really looking at the King of Clubs like I'm likely behind the ace and it's a trump trick. So I don't think that's the double is an indicator that the King of Clubs is in the south hand. I think one of them might have bid 6 hearts if the clubs were 2-0. Not only that, they might make it if the clubs are 2-0. So I think that's an indicator that maybe you should just go up with the ace of clubs, figuring that if clubs are 2-0, maybe your teammates didn't make 6 hearts anyways.
Yeah, you could, although they might have a spade loser, right?
They might.
Spades could be
Spades
4-3.
Or a second diamond loser if we don't do we know for well the count probably indicates that diamonds started like 4-2. North could have, from Declarer's perspective, North might have a 6th heart. If North was like 4-6, 2-1, and they do have a spade loser.
Yeah, there's like a small inference that the defense didn't need to leave you on lead in dummy with that 10 of diamonds. Obviously, Gru could have roughed a diamond to get back over to the east hand. So...
Not that they would have then uppercut with the King of Clubs if they did that.
Well, right. So that's kind of the reason that it might make sense to just play the ace here, is that they didn't have to let you take the club finesse.
It's almost like you should have covered the 10 of diamonds with the jack to make Declare work for the club finesse. Then he's more likely to take it. You're like, oh, they're trying to stop me from taking the club finesse, so it must be working, so I should rough a diamond over there and take it. Whereas it's sort of like a poker game is broken out of the table.
Yeah, that's
also,
kind of what we're talking about. So Gru does take the club finesse. He's going to go down 2.
So that actually is 7 imps into the Amol's column, but they're still stuck a good, healthy 40 imps right now.
Yeah, 40 imps.
They're ahead on the set. Oh, no, they're not.
They are, in
yes,
fact,
they are.
barely ahead on the set, 30-27. But it's really hard to make up this 40 imp deficit against a team like this. Gru, Moss, Grossack, and Rosenberg. Really, really solid partnerships all around. They get to almost all of the right contracts. And they find all of these, board 25 really should be written up in the bulletin tomorrow. Hopefully it is for the event, because that was a beautiful defense from Joe Gru.
But the other thing they do is they find all of these close doubles.
Yep.
We saw that in the last set where they're just sort of like they sniffed out a double and collected a number out of air. They have really good table presence. And every once in a while, they'll double you off and you're going to make it. And they're willing to take those chances. And I think they're right to gamble more doubles because their defense is really, really good. So if you're defending at that level, you can afford to make more close doubles because you're going to beat the close contracts anyways. All right, club of spade and no trump. I guess the North hand judged his hand too good for 1 no trump.
Yeah, 5 card club suit.
Oh, their range is probably 13 to 15 or something. Because remember, they opened with like an 8 count.
No, they play a
And that
15
was
to
the night.
17 no trump. Obviously, in third seed, it could be a little bit lighter.
So I think North's betting 3-0 here
Hmm.
because his partner freely bet a no trump and he's got a good hand. And this should come home. You probably get the clubs wrong, but you have 4 diamonds and 3 spades is 7. A heart is 2 hearts is 9. Club could be 10. You're to go heart to the queen, heart, you win. Probably just play ace diamonds, jack of diamonds. Set up your tricks. You could play a club first through east if you think east has the ace of clubs, and then play a diamond to the jack ace of club, jack ace of diamonds. All sensible lines, and they all work.
Yeah,
But
it
against
looks
these
like
guys, I'm sure maybe I should be trying to think of the sensible line that goes down.
there might be some sensible lines that could go down on other layouts of the cards, but I don't think so here. The hearts being 6-2, it's going to take way too long for East to establish spade tricks. So heart to the queen. I assume Moss is going to switch to spades because he can see there's no
You could
future
just
in the heart
continue
suit.
hearts. Just as it doesn't really feel like there's a future in the spade suit either when you bid spades and partner let a heart anyways.
No, but playing back hearts will give Declare a second heart trick. Okay, he does play back hearts.
And I don't know what sort of signal they're expecting with the king of hearts, but I do think actually you were going to play a club to the queen first because in case West had like the ace of clubs and if like East had a third heart and West had the ace of clubs, you get a chance to knock out that ace of clubs.
Right.
And when the queen of clubs hold, now you take a diamond finesse into the East hand.
Yeah, we can
But
always hook
you're worried
diamonds into
about
the safe hand.
there's some worry, right, that East has the West has the ace of clubs and East has the king of diamonds. In which case, well, I mean, I guess as long as diamonds break, you would still have 2 hearts, 3 spades, 4 diamonds is 9. This way, also, you got to take a club trick first, and it's safe, right? I don't think you can go down by playing club to the king now, and it's much better if diamonds don't break to start working on clubs. But I don't think you make a big play in the club suit, like floating the 10 or something. You're not going to do that. You just play club to the queen, and that holds you switch over to diamonds.
Right. That seems like the plan. Well, Edgerton has gone ace of diamonds, jack of diamonds. And this is going to work out just fine.
Yeah, this makes it most of the time. Also, it would be the other play would have worked better in some cases where like it was where West had 4 diamonds, and so had 2 diamond stoppers, but the clubs were friendly. So I mean, kind of be like West would have to have the king 10 of diamonds and the ace of clubs as extra entries. He was probably almost always going to make it no matter what he did.
Yeah, I mean, if East had 3 hearts and king 10 9 fourth of diamonds, he could go down here. West would then have the ace of clubs as an entry to the long hearts, and the diamonds wouldn't have been set up. But with diamonds splitting 3-2, there's no problem whatsoever.
So Claire now has the luxury of playing clubs however he wants. He knows he's got the diamonds running. He has 9 tricks.
He just needs to knock out the club ace. Jack of hearts pitches a club.
Although he can run his diamonds pitching a couple of clubs from dummy first, and East is going to have to pitch a couple of spades to hold on to 3 clubs. Now he can just play all of his spades too if he wants to, but he'll be in the wrong hand if he does that to play East for the jack of clubs.
I do not believe we're going to see another card played. He's just going to claim 10 tricks.
Uh, well, he may make more than 10 tricks if the club jack is coming down.
The defense will still have 3. They've taken 2, and the ace of clubs would be a third.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Yeah, there's the claim.
Okay.
Math is hard. Yeah.
The beginning of the day and the end of the day, math gets harder. It's a bell-shaped curve. Math is much in the middle of the day.
I've got you from like 10:30 in the morning until like 8 in the evening, and on either end of that.
It's like math just fails. So I think one club promises all the 4s in their partnership.
That's the agreement?
Yeah, that's why they don't open it very often.
So club take out double by east, a little bit off shape. But 4-4 in the majors.
Kind of got to do it. And I think 1 no trump maybe by south, or one heart or 1 no trump. I think 1 no trump.
Redouble? I mean, I don't know if we can treat 10 as like a strong hand opposite the things partner opens.
But they probably play transfers here, so redoubles probably shows diamonds or something anyways. So I suspect we'll see actually wants 1 spade to transfer to 1 no trump, or 1 diamond to transfer to hearts.
Oh, there's the
or
rewind.
Redouble.
10 count. He's going for blood.
Okay, I guess redouble is not transfer to diamonds and shows values, and West has a 4-card spade suit and names it. And I suspect North passes this because if partner wants to double 1 spade, North's okay with it. He has all the 4s.
Still? He's already promised that for his 1 club opener.
Well, sometimes they have to open a club without them. All right, so North that must be some sort of just like not a penalty double of 1 spade for North to have done it with 2 of them, and South to not pass it with 3 of them.
Yeah, this is part of the difficulty with opening really light, is that oftentimes you can't really get the opponents if it really is your side's hand, because North has a full 13, and if South happened to have a penalty double of spades, then they would have just ended up playing a no trump. I mean, at these colors, they probably did the right thing, but you always are concerned that you might have missed out on collecting a penalty.
The East-West North-South continued to bid after 1 no trump, so I'm less convinced they did the right thing, unless they actually managed to take 9 tricks.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't consider how 3-0 was going to do. I just assumed that they were making it. They have 4 clubs, 2 spades, a diamond, a heart.
By the time you score a heart trick, the defense will have 2 hearts, 2 spades, and a club. Even if you guess the diamonds, you only are getting 2 diamond tricks.
So what you're saying we need to do is we need to win the opening spade lead and lead the 9 of diamonds and have it go 10 low low. Now we've picked up the diamonds for
no losers.
1 loser. That's probably still not enough with the Queen of Clubs not dropping.
That'd be a cool play, though.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to not cover the 9 of diamonds with the 10. Even if it goes 9, yeah, 9 diamonds, 10. So you'd have 3 diamonds, but now they've got in with the diamonds, they clear the spades, and when they get in with the club, they still have enough tricks.
Right.
So you have to give them a club here. Ace clubs, king of clubs, club, and then East clears the spades. You run the clubs, you can't really put pressure on them because East can just pitch. East has 3 things to pitch.
I mean, a bigger problem is that now there's no entry to the clubs in North's hand.
Right, so East has to pitch 2 things on the run of the clubs when he clears the spades, except he can't run the spades. Yeah. Right, as you're saying, there's no entry.
All right, ace of spades and a spade. The other table got all the way up to 1 no trump on the North cards.
And I'm sure they kept communication in the clubs because they're only in 1 no trump. They not desperate to not lose a club trick. This may go down more than 1 trick now.
Oh yeah, Okay, Declare has decided to exit on hearts.
It's going to be ace of hearts, spade, cash, heart over to the king, and then a hard exit to take and get the king of diamonds in the end. Actually, South has to pitch on this too. I guess he pitches a diamond.
Yeah, I wonder if Gru switches to the jack of diamonds here.
Which is actually fine also, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that better? It goes queen, king. Declare he's not put up the... Okay, queen, king, yes.
Yeah, he still just has a diamond and a heart to lose.
Out.
There is some potential. I mean, if Declare exits the 9 of diamonds, West can win and play a heart to the king. And then a low heart comes back and Declares in a guess for down 3.
So Joe can't get a beer. Joe could not get a beer if there by ducking the diamond to dummy.
No.
He could. Could he get it if no, because dummy had 2 winners. I was saying like if dummy won it with high 1, and then hex, but his dummy's other high diamond was the 8, so he couldn't even with help. All right, so that was 8 imps more to Rubenstein, and they're not out of the woods yet because they're only ahead by what 40. Are they 48? They're not quite out of the woods. They could have 2 24 imp outs to lose, to go back to a tie. They can't get up and leave the table yet.
That would be a spectacular way to have the match finish, though. I think I'm rooting for that possibility.
Well, now that you saw the rough and discard at trick 1 and knock that off your bucket list, back-to-back 24 imp swings, I think you're going to have to have a long time to see. Never seen even one of them, so...
I'm pretty sure I've seen a 24 imp swing before. At my table, the most I've seen swung is 22 imps on a board.
Me too. I think. Definitely seen 21. I think I might have seen 22 once.
So diamond by east, south overcalls a heart, 4-5 in the majors. North can raise to 2 hearts if he wants. Take out double by Moss. 2 spades by Gru.
All right, this actually looks like I'm gonna have to split.
Okay.
Thank you
good.
so much, Rob, for your expertise, for your voice. You're greatly appreciated by the community. Thank you to our spectators who helped me out. Webb for allowing me to appropriate one of his great bridge stories. And I will see you all tomorrow morning.
Take care. Well, the other table is going to be the one that has to produce a 24 imp swing on this one because 2 spades is not going to do it. Edgerton, I think, very happy with the way the auction's gone, but not really good enough to double on his own. And this 10 of spades lead, we talked a little bit before about what to lead from doubleton trumps. Oftentimes it's right to lead low from a doubleton. Here, because a trump lead is frequently going to be correct against these potential misfit hands, as east-west are on a 4-3 spade fit, North wants to clue his partner in as to what the honor situation is in the spade suit, so leads high. Now, how's the defense going to do? King of diamonds is in the pocket, so if Declare could ever get to the west hand, he'll be able to take diamond finesses. I wonder if for that reason Edgerton should just duck the jack of spades at trick 1. A little bit counterintuitive, but if he wins the king of spades, that will give Gru an entry to the west hand with the spade queen. And maybe more importantly, whatever Gru does next, Edgton can pull 2 more rounds of trumps, or if North gets in, North can pull 2 more rounds of trumps, and then they can play a heart to the singleton ace and establish a large number of heart tricks with no more trumps in dummy. So Edgton kind of thinking this one through. I actually suspect he's gonna work out to duck this trick. Now, I suppose there would be a funny counter available by Gru if he does that. Gru could overtake the jack of spades with the queen if this gets ducked. That would give him an entry to take the diamond hook immediately. Okay, let's actually start counting tricks. So if it does go low spade and Gru elects to win the queen, I don't know if he will, but he might. Diamond to the queen, ace of diamonds, ace king of clubs, and then lead a diamond. Will be 5 tricks in. A diamond rough is 6. The ace of hearts is 7. I guess actually Gru unblocks the ace of hearts then and leads a diamond, and is then threatening to rough a heart in the east hand. Edgton would have to like rough in high, king of spades, ace of spades, spade. I think that might make the contract. A low spade, queen of spades, diamond hook, cash 2 clubs, cash the diamond ace, cash the heart ace, and lead a diamond. Wow. Didn't see that one coming. So does that mean Edgton actually has to win this trick? The defense has a lot less flexibility if he does that. But maybe it's necessary. Gru would always be able to then score 2 trumps by pulling trumps ending in the west hand. If Edgton goes like king of spades, ace of spades, spade, Gru could unblock the 9 from the east hand and take a spade finesse on the second round or third round. 2 diamonds, 2 clubs, and the ace of hearts, but with clubs splitting foul and diamonds splitting foul, he might end up going down 1. So the defense that everyone would get at their local club of trump lead, king of spades, ace of spades, spade would just instantly defeat this contract a trick. And the one that Edgton's thinking about by playing low would allow for a spectacular line of play that actually sees declare home. See, part scores can be fun too. For everyone who thinks part scores at imps are boring, shame on you. Now, I mean, I'm looking double dummy at the hand, and I think Gru's kind of going to have to rely on the diamond finesse working, but he doesn't know that clubs aren't splitting. Maybe he'll instead play for 3-3 clubs and hoped to establish the 10 of clubs in the east hand. He also doesn't know that South is going to be showing out on the third round of diamonds, so he'll have to take that into account. So even if Edgton does decide to play low here, I think it is possible that Gru ends up going down. The other room also got to 2 spades, probably on a pretty similar auction. The opening lead over there was the 3 of spades from Michael Rosenberg. South won the ace, decided to switch to hearts, which seems kind of safe. Ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds around to the king is what Declare tried. and eventually just didn't end up with enough tricks. So finish down 1. But yeah, the simple defense of 3 rounds of spades looks like it's just enough. Although I could be wrong about that. I've been wrong before. The line of defense taken in the other room, win the opening lead and play a heart immediately, also seems to be pretty strong. He does duck and grew insta queen of spades. Are we going to see this line? Diamond hook, ace of diamonds, ace king of clubs, ace of hearts, another diamond. Really important for Gru, and in general, when you're trying to cross ruff, is to cash all your side winners first. Because if he doesn't cash the ace king of clubs, then South will be able to discard a club on the 3rd round of diamonds. So here we go. Joe not going to miss out on the prepper technique, and he's playing this hand quickly. He had already worked out what was going on in spades when Edgerton thought for a long time at trick 1, and he knew he needed this entry to his hand for the diamond hook. So is this actually good enough? I kind of quoted everyone that it was, but now I'm second guessing myself. Ace of hearts, low diamond. South can ruff with the 8 of spades, which holds, and then go ace king of spades, pulling all of dummy's trumps, and then South can just run hearts. South pitched a heart. No. This had to be the 8 of spades. There's no way South would have made this mistake. But just look at what would have happened if the 8 and 3 of spades were flipped between the north-south hands. South would be unable to ruff with the 3 of spades. Otherwise, it would get over-ruffed for a heart ruff. And Declare would actually be making it. Yeah, okay. So South ruffed with the 8 of spades, when ace of spades, king of spades pulling trumps, and then continued hearts to his partner's queen for down 1. Oof. Good attempt by Gru there. The 8 of spades was just a little too much to overcome. West is 7-4, not the most distributional hand of the entire set. East opens 2 hearts in front of West, who is like, oh, thank you. Now, 6 hearts appears to depend on picking up the spade suit for a number of tricks, which you barely can't do. Right? You could ruff a couple spades hoping that the ace drops, but then you're going to have to take a spade finesse. A ruffing hook in the suit. I suppose you could try and guess to drop the ace third offside if North started with 3 small. But okay, 2 hearts past 4 clubs. Key card. East is going to show 2. Is East going to show 2 with a void? So last board of the match, congrats to Rubenstein, who has made it through to the round of 8. So we will see these guys tomorrow. Even if Gru and Moss end up getting a little bit too high on this one. But we'll be back again 10 a.m. Eastern Time for the start of the quarterfinals in this year's Spingold. 4 diamonds from North. He has a good hand. I wonder if maybe he wanted to just bid 5 diamonds to really interfere with their keycard auction. I believe that Moss and Gru will be playing step responses over this, so pass probably the 0th step, showing 0 keycards. Double being the next step, showing 1 keycard. And then 4 hearts would be 1 with the queen, 4 spades would be 2. That would be my guess. I mean, Brad's a little bit uncomfortable because he has 2 with a void. So I don't know if they have a way to show that. A lot of the times when the super strong hand starts asking for key cards, as West is expected to be very strong here, as Brad does bid 4 spades, showing 2 without the trump queen, it's usually right to just ignore voids and not show them, because a lot of the time your partner's going to have an ace opposite your void, so it doesn't really pay to show the void in addition to all of your other key cards. And it looks like that's what Brad's decided to do here. I'm a little confused as to what Joe Gru was hoping for. Okay, this is awesome, and I love it. Now, is this going down or is this making? They can get a heart ruff, so they can lose the ace of spades, a heart ruffed with the 10 of spades and the ace of diamonds. If South had ace 10 fourth of spades, this was just going to go down. This is hilarious to me. I'm having a good time. Hopefully the players at the table are also having a good time on auctions like this. Brad's not having a good time. Brad now regrets not showing his void. At least they would have been in the heart suit, where it would be, I guess, relatively straightforward to make 11 tricks. Even if they force you in diamonds at tricks 1 and 2, you can play the king of spades pitching your other diamond loser. Pull trumps and run the spades to pitch clubs. Wibbly. He's like, well, this is not how I thought the auction was gonna end. When he bid 4 diamonds. I guess he can be fairly happy that he didn't get to 5 diamonds. The defense would be able to potentially score a heart, a spade ruff, the ace of clubs, a club ruff, and another spade ruff against that contract. I mean, I guess Edgerton needs to find an opening lead. Maybe it's not so clear that West actually has a heart fit on this auction. So Edgerton leads a diamond. But now I think the defense is going to be relatively straightforward. North gets to win, and North will switch to his singleton heart. Get the heart ruff, but with Declare having the club ace and the 10 of spades falling, more importantly, it's going to be all over. So 4 spades making 4, 1 imp going the way of a Moyles at the end of this match. And the fourth quarter was relatively close. Now, Hanlon and a Moyles did come in, so that might have... I don't know if that helped or hurt their chances, but it shows that they can play with these guys. They just had a really unfortunate third quarter. I'm going to go ahead and give a little bit of info to everyone out there in case you haven't been paying attention to the quarterfinal matchups. Well, Nickel, who was behind Welland by 34 coming into this fourth quarter, won their match. So they're moving on. Nickel is going to play up against Rubinstein tomorrow. That will be an exciting match. Rosenberg made it through, defeating Rippey, who had taken out Fleischer in the previous set. They're up against Leonardon. Rosenthal also made it through. They had a big comeback in their match as well against Delimpel Tadakis. And then Zimmerman up against Street, rounding out the top 8. So it's only going to get more exciting as we proceed further on into the event. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow for quarterfinal action, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, bright and early. Set your clocks. See you all there. All right, chat. Another successful broadcast. And you know, I want to touch on at the very end of stream, because I thought of a good way of describing what a good commentator and a bad commentator would do. So Al Hollander, midway through the set, said the following. Let me go to it. Here, this. And we mentioned this midway through the set. He said, 4 spades seems to punish partner for bidding 3 spades. This was the hand where Gruen Moss got to 4 spades here, where Moss had 5-5 in the majors and had made this reverse Flannery bid, and Gru had decided to balance 3 spades. Now, Michael and I both said we disagreed with this assessment, but the important thing is not for us to disagree, it's for us to explain why Gruen Moss got to 4 spades. It has nothing to do with whether or not we think it's the right thing to do. You shouldn't put your own bias on what the players are doing into the commentary. People aren't here to watch me do commentary. People are here to watch me do commentary on my stream. So for you guys, I'm happy to put my own bias in because you want to listen to my thought process and what I have to say. But when I'm doing this thing on BBO and talking to a much broader audience, no one cares about what I'm thinking. People care about what the players are thinking. So this whole thing saying this sort of action is punishing partner, no, a lot of people say, oh, don't punish partner for balancing, and maybe Al is just trying to be funny or clever with that. But instead, you should try and look at the hand and be well, why do Gru's bids make sense? Why do Brad's bids make sense? They aren't trying to lose. It's not like Brad is partner balanced, and I expect him to have a ton of values for this auction, so I'm going to bid game. No, he was constructing hands, a bunch of these hands with no diamond wastage, which makes a lot of sense on the North-South auction. They have bid diamonds. So that's one of the things that kind of irks me about doing a commentary with a bunch of different people or seeing other bridge commentary, is people who just assume that there's only one right thing to do, only one right bid on a hand. And in reality, it's like this sliding scale. Yes, some action might be higher percentage than another. When someone takes a finesse in a 9-card fid as opposed to cashing the ace-king. It's slightly anti-percentage, but it's not God, what are they doing? Why did they not play for the percentage and try and drop the queen in the 9 fid? It's really close. It's like within 1 or 2 percentage points difference. So anyway, that's always annoyed me. That's another reason why I think like bridge is fairly unsuccessful to most people, because there's like inter-community like toxicity that goes on with everyone thinks they're an expert and everyone thinks their own opinion is right, and they just don't care for other people's opinions. They just can't entertain them in their own mind, and when they talk to other people, they'll just be like, look at what this idiot did on this hand. And anyway, I've ranted about this before, but I felt like talking about it again because I recalled that we were discussing like good versus bad commentary and what commentary should be earlier. So most people just don't want to hear another opinion. Yeah, like that's part of it. And I think you can present your own opinion in a way that's not toxic, and you can also present your own opinion in a way that is toxic. And it seems as if, to me, a lot of the bridge community is filled with the latter as opposed to the former. Anywho, that's going to wrap up stream for me today. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. This has been fun, and I will be back 10 a.m. tomorrow for some quarterfinal action. We got 3 more days, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. We'll crown a champion in Spingold. Hopefully everyone's been enjoying the coverage, and I will see you all